stop this. Against my will, though, I closed my eyes again and melted into him. One of my hands rested on his hand over my stomach, the other wrapped around behind him to rest on his hip. My breathing sped as I rested my head back against his chest. His hand on my stomach moved down fractionally, his thumb resting on the button of my jeans. It was enough to make me gasp, and I interlaced our fingers and clenched his hand. I wanted to run. I wanted to claw my way through the crowd and find Denny, return to my sanctuary, get away from the scorching sensation Kellan drove throughout my body. But that was in my mind. My body shivered. My hand on his hip ran down the front of his thigh, and my head slowly turned around toward him. His other hand grabbed my chin and roughly pulled my lips to his. I moaned, the sound lost in the driving music. Weeks of escalating flirting, tempting each other with our touching, our bodies and our lips, but never caving to the wanton desire between us, had left me craving him more than I had realized. I couldn't press against his lips hard enough. My whole body burned with the need of it. I couldn't even think of stopping him now. His lips parted and his tongue touched the roof of my mouth. Fire erupted throughout my whole body. I lost even more of the fragile hold on my control. I spun in his hands, turning to face him, and pressed myself completely into his embrace, never breaking the connection of our lips, never opening my eyes. My heart racing even harder, I threw my hands up and knotted them in the back of his thick hair. His hands ran up my bare back, under my shirt, and pulled me even closer. We were already both panting in between the brief breaks in our lips. The heat, the throbbing music, his strong hands, his fast breath, his scent, his taste, his soft lips and exploring tongue, all of it was driving me insane. One of his hands ran down my backside and he grabbed my upper thigh, pulling my leg slightly up his hip. From that position, it was painfully obvious how much Kellan wanted me. I groaned, wanting him right that minute as well. My eyes opened and I pulled away from his lips, resting my head against his and panting softly. My hands automatically started unbuttoning his shirt, uncharacteristically not caring where we were. His eyes burned, watching me intently. Some of the women around us had noticed Kellan and were watching him lasciviously. So far, no one seemed to care how intimate we had become, or were about to become. He closed his eyes and roughly exhaled when I was halfway done with his shirt. He gripped my body tight and crushed his lips back down to mine. We couldn't stay here like this for much longer. It was like I was a different person, being absorbed into his passion. I didn't know what to do, didn't know how to stop myself from making this far too graphic for such a public place. I wanted him to take me somewhere, anywhere. I had 2 buttons left on his shirt when he suddenly, roughly pushed me away from him. Then he turned to melt into the crowd, his face breathless but unreadable. I panted, confused, and attempted to catch my breath. That was when I felt Denny grab my hand and pull me into him. I hadn't noticed his return. Did he see anything? Did I look different to him? I searched his eyes, but they only looked happy to see me. He must have written off the sweat and breathlessness to the dancing. Then I did something that would later haunt me. I pressed into Denny, grabbing his face roughly in my hands and kissing him. Hard. Excitement coursed through my body as, in my mind's eye, I pictured being with Kellan again. Denny reacted with surprise for half a second, then returned my kiss eagerly. Disgusted with myself, I could not stop kissing him, wanting him, needing him, knowing all too well that, while Denny was with me physically, he was not whom I was ravishing. From somewhere in the club I could feel eyes burning into me. "Take me home," I moaned into Denny's ear. Much, much later, I sat up in bed, naked, and glanced over at Denny's sleeping form next to me. Guilt washed through me. If he ever knew what I had just done, who I had just mentally replaced him with, I tried to swallow, but my throat was too dry. Suddenly desperately thirsty, I grabbed the first piece of clothing I could find and stood to put it on. Denny's button-up shirt was closest to my side of the bed. It smelled wonderfully of him as I slipped it on. Wanting the clean, cold water from the fridge, I made my way to the stairs. I paused for only the slightest fraction of a second as I passed Kellan's door. A small part of me hoped he somehow hadn't just heard that. I couldn't imagine what he would think while listening to Denny and me. I hadn't exactly been quiet. Picturing Kellan in my head like that made me lose all control. I frowned, not liking that thought at all. I made my way into the kitchen thinking about Kellan, about what had happened at the club, how intense it had gotten between us, how much I had wanted him, how much he had wanted me. Things were getting dangerous between us. I wasn't sure what to do. I glanced out the window and stopped. His car wasn't there. Kellan still wasn't home? I went back to the living room. Anna wasn't there? Oh God, they were still out together. Alone. I instantly thought of a half-dozen places and positions that they could be in. The thought made me feel ill, and then I felt guilty. I settled on angry. Whatever was going on between Kellan and me, he had promised. Promised that he wouldn't sleep with Anna. No longer thirsty, I turned around and went back to bed. Chapter 16. Rain. I heard Kellan's car in the driveway around lunchtime. It didn't turn off, and, after a door opened and closed, he sped off again. A few moments later, Anna entered through the front door, dressed in her clothes from last night. She looked happy and extremely satisfied. I bit back my anger as she sat down on the couch beside me. It wasn't her fault that she had fallen for Kellan's allure. No, all of my anger was reserved for him. He had promised. "Good night last night?" I asked flatly. She flopped back on the couch and, smiling widely, laid her head back on the cushions. "Oh, God, you have no idea." Actually, I did. Kellan took us to Matt and Griffin's place, and I really didn't want to hear about it. Ugh, please don't tell me. She frowned and looked over at me. She did enjoy a good sex story. Fine. She grinned again and leaned over at me. "You and Denny took off in a hurry." She raised an eyebrow suggestively. "Kellan said you guys needed alone time." She giggled. "How was your night?" Guilt, anger, and embarrassment coursed through me. Kellan told her we needed alone time? "I don't want to talk about that either, Anna," I said quietly. She flopped back on the couch and sulked. "Fine." She looked over at me. "Can I just tell you this one thing?" "No!" She sighed loudly. "Fine." We were both silent for a while. "You okay, sis?" She frowned at me. I laid my head back on the cushion and tried to ease my expression. "Yeah, just tired. Didn't sleep much." I instantly regretted saying that. She grinned knowingly. "Ah, yeah, that's my girl." Denny made the three of us lunch, and Anna looked at him approvingly. I guess being handy in the kitchen bought Denny bonus points with her. She bit her lip several times during our meal, and I knew she was holding back the little story that she was dying to tell me. I prayed she would keep her mouth firmly shut. I didn't want to hear it. I was pretty positive it would kill me if I did hear about it. The mental play-by-play that I had supplied myself with was bad enough. I kept my eyes on Denny instead as I ate the cashew chicken salad he'd made for us. It was incredibly good. He really was quite handy in the kitchen. He smiled warmly at me, his deep brown eyes calm and peaceful. Last night had been intense between us. I cringed mentally, knowing that it was a different memory for me than for him. For him, it had probably just been us reconnecting after a too long separation. For me, it was not that simple. Anna and Denny supplied 90% of the conversation as I quietly watched them. My own thoughts were too conflicted to speak in coherent sentences. After a long afternoon of watching the two of them have the breezy conversations that I wished I could have with my charming sister, it was time to pack up her things and get her to the airport. Anna gave me a warm goodbye hug. Thanks for letting me finally visit. She smiled coyly. It was fun. I cringed in my head, but outwardly smiled. Next time we'll do more together, just the two of us, okay? She smiled sweetly at me, and I hugged her again. Yeah. Okay, Anna. She pulled back and looked at me intently. Speaking quickly, she added, Please tell Kellan thank you for me. She grabbed my arm and, still speaking fast so that I wouldn't stop her, she excitedly said, I know you don't want to hear about it, but God, last night was so unexpectedly amazing, like the best night of my life amazing. She smiled brilliantly. Oh? Was all I could squeak out. Oh, yeah. She giggled and bit her lip. The best. Multiples, if you know what I mean. I did, and I really wished I didn't. She sighed. Oh, God, I wish I could stay. God, I wished she would hurry and leave. They announced that her flight was boarding, and she looked over at the gate, then back to me. I'll miss you. She hugged me again, then pulled back, smiling. I'll come back soon. She kissed my cheek. Love you. Love you too. Anna walked over to Denny, who was standing a little ways away from us, giving us space. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. I'll miss you too. She grabbed his bottom before she walked away. Stud, she muttered, making Denny and me blush. Then my crazy, impulsive sister boarded her plane and went back home to Ohio, unknowingly leaving my world a little more tangled than she had found it. Kellan still wasn't home when we got back from the airport. In fact, I didn't see Kellan at all that night. I didn't see him until late in the evening the following night, when he and the D-bags strolled into Pete's while I was working. I glanced over at him cautiously as he entered. I had no idea what to expect from him. He was wearing different clothes than the night of the club, a thin gray t-shirt that hugged his muscles distractingly under his black leather jacket and his favorite faded jeans. He looked freshly showered, his chunky, alluring spikes gone, so he had gone home at some point. He looked over my way and gave me a tiny smile and a nod. Well, he wasn't ignoring me then. I wasn't sure if I wasn't ignoring him, however. The jerk had promised. The more I thought about that, the more vivid the horrid pictures became in my mind, the more I ignored him. I rarely went to the guys' table. Evan eventually flagged me down and, without asking what they wanted, I just brought them their beers. It was all they ever ordered anyway. I said nothing as I set the beers down. I listened to nothing as I set the beers down. I did my best to mentally escape my body. I didn't want to deal with Kellan. He did not feel the same. After a bit of my silent waitressing, he cornered me in the hallway when I was coming back from the bathrooms. Seeing him at the end of the hall, I considered hiding out in the back room. I quickly dismissed that thought, though, since the lock on the door was broken, and if he really wanted to talk to me, and he appeared to want to do just that, then he would simply follow me. And being alone in a room with him was something I wanted to avoid. I tried to brush past him, but he roughly grabbed my elbow as I walked by. Kiera. With narrowed eyes, I looked up at his handsome face. That made my eyes narrow even more. That stupidly perfect face, with those startlingly inhuman deep blue eyes that dropped panties everywhere, including mine. It pissed me off. I jerked my arm away from him and said nothing. We should talk. Nothing to talk about, Kellan. I snipped. I disagree, he said quietly, a slight frown on his lips. Well, You can apparently do whatever you want. I didn't even try to keep the sneer from my voice. What's that supposed to mean? His eyes narrowed as his tone sharpened. It means we have nothing to talk about, I said, finally brushing past him and storming off. I ended up working later than I had expected to, and with my head in an angry, distracted fog all night, I hadn't bothered to line up a ride home. In fact, by the time I started thinking about it, almost everyone was already gone. Jenny had the night off. Kate got a ride with her boyfriend. Sam and Rita left not long after her, while I was distracted with calling a taxi for a drunken customer. Evan was currently strolling out with a cute blonde. Matt had left hours ago. And Kellan, not that I would allow him to be an option, was leaning against a table with an amused grin on his face, watching me look for a ride home. I could see the light rain splashing on the sidewalk when Evan walked out the door. This was not good. Maybe I should call Denny. It was so late, though. Maybe one of the regulars? I noticed Griffin was still here and happened to be alone tonight. Maybe... Ugh, that option really wasn't great either. But he was better than Kellan and better than walking in the rain. Hopeful, I approached him. I could see Kellan's grin widen at my choice. Hi, Griffin. I tried, casually. He was suspicious. I usually was neither nice to him nor casual with him. Yeah? What do you want? Getting an idea that I probably didn't want to hear, he raised a pale eyebrow at me and smiled in a way that made my skin crawl. Ignoring my instincts, I nicely said, I was hoping maybe you could give me a ride home. He grinned. Well, Kiera, I never thought you'd ask. He eyed me up and down. I'd love to give you a ride. All the way home. Smirking, I flatly said, I literally meant a car ride to my house, Griffin. He frowned. No sex? Shaking my head vigorously, I said, no. He sniffed. Well then, no. Get your no-sex ride with Kyle. And with that, he turned and left. Kellan was laughing softly now. I looked around, but everyone else had gone. Pete was still in his office. Maybe he would. Would you like me to give you a ride? Kellan asked softly. Angrily shaking my head at his perfect face, I hurried to the front doors. I crossed my arms over my chest, bracing myself for the rain, and walked outside. He didn't follow me, which gave me an odd sort of angry, sad, relieved feeling. The rain wasn't heavy, but it was cold. In my hurry to get away from Kellan, I had forgotten to grab my bag and my jacket. I regretted that haste now, as a few steps through the empty parking lot found me shivering, droplets running down my face. I sighed and considered going back for my stuff, but then stubbornly decided I did not want to see Kellan any more tonight. I was achingly furious over him and my sister. The bastard had promised. I made it 1 block from the car when mentally I was done with the rain that was starting to take a turn for the worse. I started wondering just how many blocks away our house was. It wasn't long in the car, but walking? Shivering uncontrollably, I thought maybe I should find a phone and call Denny. I was looking around for a phone booth or an open store when I noticed a slow-moving car approaching me. Panic started to flare. This really wasn't the greatest neighborhood. Being alone out here in the middle of the night, getting soaked, I suddenly felt very vulnerable. The car pulled up beside where I was walking on the sidewalk and matched my pace. I suddenly felt even more vulnerable, staring over at the familiar black Chevelle. Of course he would come find me. Kellan leaned across his seat and rolled down the window. Looking at me incredulously, he shook his head. Get in the car, Kiera. I glared over at him. No, Kellan. Being alone in a small space was not a good idea after our intense moment at the club, especially given how angry I was with him. He sighed and looked up at the ceiling of his car. Bringing his eyes to mine again, he said with forced patience, It's pouring. Get in the car. Feeling stubborn, I glared at him again. No. I'm just going to follow you like this all the way home. He raised his eyebrows and smirked at me. I stopped walking. Go home, Kellan. I'll be fine. He stopped the car, too. You're not walking all the way home by yourself. It's not safe. It's safer than a car ride with you, I thought irritably. I'll be fine. I started walking again. With an exasperated sigh, he took off and peeled around the corner. I thought that was the end of it, but he stopped right around the corner, and I saw him getting out of the car. I stopped walking again. Damn it. Why doesn't he just leave me alone? He still had his leather jacket on, but by the time he made it over to where I was standing, he was quite wet. The rain was dripping through his hair, which hung down over his face and around his eyes, and darkened the exposed portion of his light shirt. It suddenly reminded me of the fully clothed shower he had taken so long ago. My breath quickened at his attractiveness. This was definitely not good. My irritation grew. I did not need this right now. Get in the damn car, Kiera. He was getting irritated too. No! I pushed him back away from me. He grabbed my arm and started dragging me to the car. No, Kellan! Stop it! I tried to pull my arm free, but he was stronger. He pulled me over to the passenger's side. Watching the rain running down the back of his neck made me shiver more than the cold, which made me mad. I did not need this. I did not want to want him. Becoming enraged, I yanked my arm away right as he opened the door. I started to walk off, but he reached around behind me and picked me up. I tried kicking and squirming, but he had me tight. He set me next to the open door, trapping me there with his body. Stop it, Kiera. Just get in the goddamn car. His body, wet and pressing against mine, drove me over the edge. I was so angry at him for the club, for my sister, for Denny, for everything he made me feel, for simply existing at all. However, I was also more turned on than I had ever been in my life. I angrily threw both my hands into his wet hair and yanked him close to me, my lips stopping a hairbreadth from his. My eyes glared daggers. My breath came in angry pants as I held our faces close together. Hungrily, I pressed against his lips, cool from the rain. Then, I slapped him. He roughly pushed me back onto the cold car. I barely felt the chill in my rage. Shocked passed over his face for a second. Then he matched my glare with his own. Good. He was mad too. I could hear the rain pound around us, splashing on the metal roof, the leather seats. He grabbed my waist and bent my body, forcing me into the seat. All I could see were his angry, passionate eyes, so dark blue they were almost black. I felt the edge of the seat beneath me, but he scooted me up toward the middle, getting in behind me. He released his grip on my waist so he could turn around and slam the door. Freed from his intense glare, I started to scoot up the bench seat away from him, thinking I could get out the other side, wanting to flee again. He turned back around to me and, pulling my legs, dragged me closer. Then he moved over me, forcing me to lie down on the seat. Angrily, I pushed against his chest, but he didn't move away. Get off me! I panted while he stared down at me intently. No. His eyes looked furious and confused. I grabbed his neck and forcefully pulled him closer instead. I hate you. I seethed. His hands forced my legs on either side of his hips, and he pressed himself against me hard before I could even react. Even through jeans, the intensity of the move, the feel of him, of how turned on he was as well, made me gasp, made my breath heavier. That's not hate you feel. His voice had a hard edge to it. Enraged, I stared at him icily. He smiled wickedly, breathing heavier as well, his eyes showing no humor. And that's not friendship either. Stop it. I squirmed under him, trying to move away, but he grabbed my hips and held me in place. He did it again, pulling against my body for leverage. I groaned and started to drop my head back. He grabbed my cheek and made me look back into his eyes. "This was supposed to be innocent, Kellan." I spat at him. "We were never innocent, Kiera. How naive are you?" He said in the same tone, moving against me. "God, I hate you." I whispered, tears of rage stinging my eyes. Equally enraged, he stared right back at me. "No, you don't." He did it again, not quite as slow this time, biting his lip and making a noise that sent electricity through me. I could barely catch my breath. Water dripped from his hair onto my wet cheeks, the smell of rain mixing with his scent intoxicatingly. A tear rolled down my cheek, merging with the rain dropping from his hair. "Yes, I do. I hate you," I whispered again, between pants. He pushed against me again and groaned, cringing at the intensity of it. Fire burned in his eyes. "No, you want me." He panted back at me, his eyes narrowing. "I saw you. I felt you. At the club, you wanted me." He brought his mouth right over mine, almost touching, breathing heavy into me. It was maddening. All I could see, all I could feel, and now all I could breathe was him. It excited me. It angered me. "God, Kiera, you were undressing me." He smiled wickedly. "You wanted me, right there in front of everyone." He ran his tongue along my jaw to my ear. "God, I wanted you too." I tangled my fingers in his wet hair, yanking him away. He inhaled sharply, but only moved against me again. "No, I chose Denny." My eyes rolled back as he did it again. "I went home with him." I snapped my eyes back to his, anger flashing through me. "Who did you choose?" He stopped moving his hips for a moment and stared cruelly at me. "What?" He said flatly. "My sister, you asshole. How could you sleep with her? You promised me." I smacked him in the chest, hard. His eyes narrowed dangerously. "You can't be mad at me for that. You left to go screw him. You left me there, ready, wanting you, with her." He smirked and ran his hands along my hips, suggestively. "And she was all too willing. It was so easy to take her, to slip inside her." He whispered intensely. I bristled at that and tried to smack him away, but he held me down tight. "You son of a bitch." He gave me a wicked grin. "I know who I screwed, but tell me." Barely able to keep speaking through his anger, he lowered his head to my ear and panted breathlessly. "Who did you fuck that night?" He pushed hard against me as he said that. The intensity of the movement, the crudeness of his question electrified me, made me groan, suck in a quick breath through my teeth. "Was he better? As me?" He looked back into my eyes, dropped his lips to just touching mine, and flicked his tongue along my lip. "There is no substitute for the real thing. I'll be even better." I hate what you do to me. I hated that he knew what I had done to Denny. I hated that he was right. It had been the best I'd ever had with Denny. I really hated that I knew he was right. He would be so much better. He watched my eyes intensely. "You love what I do to you." He ran his tongue up my throat, licking the rain from my still damp skin. I shivered. "You ache for it." He whispered. "It's me you want, not him." He persisted. I ran my fingers through his hair as he moved against me again. I started bringing my hips up to meet his. It intensified it for both of us, and he groaned at the exact same time, and in the exact same way that I did. The windows steamed up with our heavy breathing. God, I hated him. God, I wanted him. I pulled his jacket off his shoulders, telling myself that I only wanted him to be as cold and miserable as I was. He tore it the rest of the way off, an eager look in his eyes, and tossed it in the back seat. Fire burned through me at the feel of his perfect chest, so close to mine, an angry fire like molten lava. I tried to bring him to my lips. He pulled back. That made me mad. I tried to touch his open mouth with my tongue. He pulled back. That pissed me off, and I ran my nails down his back, hard. He made an odd, aroused, pained sound and dropped his head to my shoulder, digging his hips into me even harder. I cried out and grabbed his back jeans pockets, pulling him tighter to me, curling my legs around his hips. No, I want him. I moaned as I clutched him to me. No, you want me, he muttered into my neck. No, he would never touch my sister, I spat. You promised, Kellan. My anger at that resurfaced, and I tried to push him away again, tried to squirm out from under him. That's already done with. I can't change it. He grabbed my hands and pinned them on either side of my head, digging his hips into me again. I gasped and made a noise deep in my throat. But this. Stop fighting, Kiera. Just say you want this. Tell me you want me, like I want you. He brought his mouth to hover over mine again. His eyes blazed. I already know you do. He kissed me then, finally. I groaned into his mouth and took him eagerly. He released my hands and I tangled them back in his hair. He kissed me deeply, passionately. His hands twisted back in my wet hair, pulling the elastic band out. His hips continued rocking into mine. No. I ran my hands down his back. I grabbed his hips and pulled him into me. You. We kissed hard and heavy for an eternity. Between pants, I continued spewing about how much I hated him. Around my lips, he kept telling me I didn't. This is wrong, I moaned, my hands running up under his shirt to feel his fabulously hard body. His hands ran everywhere along my body, my hair, my face, my breasts, my hips. I know, he breathed. But God, you feel so good. The continuous grinding motion was escalating. I either needed something more or I needed it to stop. Then, as if reading my thoughts, he stopped kissing me and pulled back. Panting with need, he dropped his hands to my jeans. No. Yes. No, I thought frantically, not able to decipher my own rapidly swinging emotions. He began to unbutton them, staring at me intently, angrily, just as I was staring at him. There was so much heat between us, I thought for sure we would both ignite. On the last of the 4 buttons, I grabbed his wrists and brought his hands up over my head and against the door, holding him against me. I wrapped my fingers around his tightly, and he groaned as our bodies pressed together. Stop it, Kiera. He snarled. I need you. Let me do this. I can make you forget him. I can make you forget you. I shuddered, knowing he was absolutely right. He pulled a hand free from my weaker grasp and trailed it down my chest, back to my jeans, his lips on my neck with an intense fervor. God, I want inside you. He growled intensely in my ear. Electricity shot through me as my entire body reacted to his words. My body desperately wanted that too. My head, however, could not get the image of him being this intimate with my sister out of it. Stop it, Kellan. I hissed at him. Why? He hissed back, his lips brushing my neck, giving me chills. It's what you want. What you beg for. He growled, slipping his hand into my jeans on the outside of my underwear. The closeness was too much. His touch promised me unimaginable pleasure. I moaned loudly and closed my eyes. Quickly reopening them, I grabbed his neck and brought his face right to mine. I was so angry. His heavy breath was ragged, and he inhaled through his teeth and groaned. God, he was just as turned on as I was. No, I don't want you to. I was saying no, but his finger was tracing the edge of my underwear along my thigh, and my voice broke halfway through. It sounded like anything but a refusal. I removed my hand from his neck to try to move his fingers away from me, knowing that if he actually touched me, well, game over. But he was stronger, and his fingers stayed temptingly close. I can feel how much you do want me to, Kiera. His eyes burned with a deep, smoldering desire as he watched me. I could see how difficult this was for him, how much more he wanted. He groaned heavily, his face a mixture of painful need and lingering anger. It was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. I want you. Now. I can't take any more, he said breathlessly, and ripped free his other hand that I was still holding, bringing them both to my jeans. He quickly started tugging the wet fabric down. God, Kiera, I need this. Wait. Kellan, stop. I need a minute. Please. I just need a minute. Our old code phrase for, I'm way too riled up, please step back, seemed to penetrate through his passion. He stopped his hands. He stared at me with those intensely smoldering eyes, and my breath caught at his gorgeousness. I made myself say it again, with great effort. I need a minute. I panted the words. He stared at me for a second longer. Shit, he exclaimed suddenly. I flinched but said nothing. I couldn't get another word out anyway. He sat up, his eyes still wild with passion, and ran his hand through his damp hair. He swallowed roughly and glared over at me, his breath heavy and ragged. Shit, he said again, hitting the door behind him angrily. Watching him warily, I buttoned my jeans and sat up, trying to slow my breathing and my heartbeat. You are... He immediately shut his mouth and shook his head. Before I could respond, he opened the door and stepped out into the freezing, pouring rain. I peered out the open car door to watch him, feeling really stupid and quite unsure what to do. Fuck! He yelled as he kicked the car tire. The rain was sheeting now, and it ran down him, quickly re-soaking his hair and soaking his body. He kicked the tire a few more times, shouting other obscenities. I gaped at his tantrum. Finally he walked away from the car and, clenching his fists, yelled loudly to the empty street. Fuck! Panting in a mix of passion and rage, he put his hands over his face and then ran them back through his hair. He left them tangled there and tilted his head up to the sky, closing his eyes and letting the rain completely soak him, cool him. Slowly his breath became more even, and he let his arms fall to his sides, palms up, welcoming the rain. He stayed that way for an achingly long time. I watched him from the relative warmth and dryness of the car. He was breathtakingly handsome. His wet hair slicked back from his fingers. His face relaxed and tilted up to the sky, his eyes closed, his lips parted, his even breath sending droplets of water away from him, rain steaming down his face, water running down his bare arms to his upturned hands, his light shirt clinging to every muscle of his unbelievable body, his jeans soaked and clinging to his legs. He was beyond perfection. He was also starting to shake from the cold. Kellan? I called out over the sound of the rain. He didn't answer me. He didn't move other than to raise a hand toward me, one finger up like he was taking a minute. It's freezing. Please come back to the car. I pleaded. He slowly shook his head no. I wasn't sure what he was doing, but I was sure he was going to freeze to death out there. I'm sorry. Please come back. He clenched his jaw and shook his head no again, still angry then. I sighed. Damn it, I muttered, and bracing myself, I went back out into the downpour. He opened his eyes and looked at me with a furrowed brow as I approached. Still very angry then. "Get back in the car, Kiera." He bit off each word, the passion in his eyes replaced with coldness as icy as the rain. I swallowed under his intense gaze. "Not without you." He couldn't just stay out here in this. His whole body was shaking uncontrollably from the cold now. "Get in the damn car. For once, just listen to me." He yelled at me. I took a step back from his outburst, and then my temper flared. "No. Talk to me. Don't hide out here. Talk to me." I was getting soaked now, too, in the freezing rain, but I didn't care. He took an angry step toward me. "What do you want me to say?" He yelled. "Why won't you leave me alone? Tell me that. I told you before that it was over, that I wanted Denny, but you still torment me." My voice cracked with anger. "Torment you? You're the one who—" He stopped talking and looked away from me. "The one who what?" I yelled back. I should have left him alone. I never should have pushed his buttons. Abruptly, he snapped his eyes back to mine. They blazed in fury, and he smiled coldly. "Do you really want to know what I'm thinking right now?" He took another step, and I involuntarily took a step back. "I'm thinking that you are a fucking tease, and I should have just fucked you anyway." I gaped at him, my face pale as he took another angry step to stand right in front of me. "I should fuck you right now, like the whore you really—" He didn't finish saying the words before I slapped him hard across the face. Any sympathy I ever felt for him immediately vanished. Any tender emotion that I ever felt for him immediately vanished. Any friendship I felt for him immediately vanished. I wanted him to vanish. Tears sprang to my eyes. Really pissed off now, he pushed me roughly back into the car. "You started this. All of this. Where did you think our innocent flirting was heading? How long did you think you could lead me on?" Roughly, he grabbed my arm. "Do I still torment you? Do you still want me?" The tears streaming down my face were lost in the downpour of rain. I yelled, "No. Now I really do hate you." "Good. Then get in the fucking car," he yelled, and shoved me in through the open door. I fumbled my way into the seat, starting to cry, and he slammed the door shut behind me. I flinched at the angry noise. I wanted to go home. I wanted the safety and comfort of Denny. I never wanted to see Kellan again. He paced for a long time outside, probably trying to calm down, while I cried on the inside, watching him and wanting to be far away from him. Then he stalked over to the driver's side and slid into the seat, slamming his door behind him. "Damn it," he said suddenly, slamming his hand on the steering wheel. "Damn it, damn it, damn it, Kiera." He slammed his hands repeatedly on the wheel, and I flinched away from him. He sank his head down to the wheel and left it there. "Damn it, I never should have stayed here," he muttered. He raised his head and pinched the bridge of his nose with his fingers. I was extremely wet, but he was drenched. Water dripped off him everywhere. He sniffed and shook with the cold. His lips were nearly blue, and his face was very pale. I turned away from him, still crying miserably, as he finally started the car. We waited in awkward silence as he blasted the heat. We sat in that silence for a second. Then he sniffed and quietly said, "I'm sorry, Kiera. I shouldn't have said that to you. None of that should have happened." I could only cry in response. He sighed, then reached behind him and grabbed my jacket from the back seat. I took a look and saw my bag back there, too. He had picked them up for me, I swallowed a lump in my throat as he handed me the jacket in silence. I slipped it on, grateful, but equally silent. Without either of us saying another word, he drove us home. Pulling up to the driveway and shutting off the car, he immediately exited into the still pouring rain and went inside the house, leaving me alone, staring after him. Swallowing again, I went inside and up the stairs. I stopped at his door. He was there. I could see the wet footprints in the carpet. I hated him. I looked over at my door where Denny was waiting for me, most likely asleep, then back to Kellan's door. I wished Denny and I were back in Ohio, back safely with my parents. Then, in the silence, I heard a sound I'd never expected to hear. Ever. I took a deep breath, opened Kellan's door, and closed it soundlessly behind me. Kellan was sitting in the middle of his bed, getting water everywhere, his shoes getting the sheets filthy. His arms were locked firmly around his legs, and his head was slung down between his knees. His whole body shook, but not from the cold. He shook because he was crying. He said nothing as I sat down next to his dripping body. He didn't look at me, and he didn't stop crying either. Emotions flooded through me. Hate, guilt, grief, even desire. I settled on sympathy and put an arm around his shoulders. A sob escaped him, and he slipped his arms around my waist and laid his head on my lap. He completely lost it. He clutched at me like I might vanish at any moment. He sobbed so hard that he could barely breathe. I leaned over him, stroking his hair and rubbing his back as new tears sprang to my eyes. The hurt of his words evaporated in my mind at his pain. Guilt at what I had driven him to flooded through me. He was right. In a crude, vulgar way, I was a tease. I did lead him on. I continually brought him to the brink and then left him for another. I had hurt him. I was hurting him. He'd blown up at me, and I had kind of deserved it. And he hated himself for it. He was shaking uncontrollably. His chill was seeping into me, so some of his trembling must have been because he was soaked through. I reached behind me, and he clutched me tighter, like he was afraid I was leaving. Grabbing the edge of a blanket, nearly falling off his messy bed, I pulled it up and wrapped it around the both of us. I laid myself over his back, slipping my arms around him. My body eventually started to warm, in turn warming his body, and his shaking slowed. After what felt like an eternity, his sobs eased to gentle crying, and then that eased as well. I continued to silently hold him to me, surprised to realize that I was lightly rocking him, like he was a child. After a moment, his arms around me loosened, his breath became smooth and regular, and I realized that, also like a child, he had cried himself to sleep on my legs. My heart ached with so many emotions I couldn't keep track of them all. I tried to forget our horrid night, but it started replaying itself in my mind. I shook my head to clear the bad memories and softly kissed his hair, running my hand down his back. Gently, I shifted out from under him. He stirred but didn't wake up. As I pulled away from him, he instinctively reached out for me, grabbing my legs again and holding me tight, still asleep. That stirred my heart again, and, swallowing, I gently released his hold on me. He cringed and said, "No." And for a moment I thought he was awake, but after another minute of watching him, he didn't move again or speak again. I sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Tears sprang yet again, and I desperately needed out of that room. I fixed the blanket around him so he would stay warm, and then slipped from his room and into mine. Chapter 17. Like it should be. The next morning, Kellan came into the kitchen after me. He was wearing the same clothes, and his hair was styled back from how it had dried overnight. His eyes were dreadfully tired, and still a little red. He had cried an awful lot last night. I looked over at him, uncertainly. He stopped in the doorway and paused, looking at me equally uncertain. Finally, he sighed and came up to the coffee pot where I was standing, waiting for it to finish brewing. He held his hands up in front of him. Truce? I nodded slowly. Truce. He leaned back against the counter, putting his hands behind him. Thank you for staying with me last night, he whispered, staring at the floor. Kellan, he interrupted me. I shouldn't have said what I did. That's not who you are. I'm sorry if I scared you. I was so angry, but I wouldn't ever hurt you, Kiera. Not intentionally. He met my gaze. His voice was calm, but his eyes looked worried. I was way out of line. I never should have put you in that position. You are in no way. He looked away, embarrassed. A whore. He finished softly. Kellan. He interrupted me again. I never would have. He sighed, and in a barely audible whisper he said, I wouldn't ever force you, Kiera. I'm not. He froze and stopped talking, looking at the ground again. I know you wouldn't. I suddenly didn't know what else to say. I was equally responsible, and I felt horrible for my part in what had happened. I'm sorry. You were right. I led you on. I lightly grabbed his cheek and forced him to look at me fully. His gorgeous face was horribly sad and equally remorseful. I'm sorry for all of it, Kellan. His pained eyes broke my heart. He looked at me oddly. No, I was just mad. I was wrong. You didn't do anything. You don't need to apologize for... I cut him off. Yes, I do. I lowered my already low voice. We both know I did just as much as you. I went just as far as you did. He frowned slightly. You clearly told me no. Repeatedly. I didn't listen. Repeatedly. He sighed again and pulled my hand away from his cheek. I was horrible. I went too far, much too far. He ran a hand down his face. I'm so sorry. Kellan, no, I wasn't being clear. I sent mixed signals. My words might have been telling him no, but my body certainly had been telling him something else. How could he feel responsible for that? His voice heated. No is clear, Kiera. Stop is pretty damn clear. You're not a monster, Kellan. You never would have... He cut me off again. I'm no angel either, Kiera. Remember? And you have no idea what I'm capable of. He finished quietly, eyeing me warily. I didn't know what he meant by that, but I refused to believe that he could ever, force me. We both messed up, Kellan, I said, reaching out for his cheek again. But you would never force yourself on me. He watched me with a torn look on his face, and then he pulled me to his chest in a tight embrace. I threw my arms around his neck and, just for a moment, let myself believe that it was months ago, and we were just two friends, giving one another a moment's comfort. But we weren't. Our friendship had flamed into passion, and once ignited, that burn was impossible to turn back down. You were right. We have to end this, Kiera. He took a hand and brushed aside a tear on one side of my face, then the other. I hadn't even realized I was crying. Then he cupped my face, stroking my cheek with his thumb. It was such a tender gesture that my heart sped, but I knew he was right. I had known it a while ago. I know. I closed my eyes and more tears dropped to my cheeks. His lips softly brushed mine. I half sobbed and pulled him harder against me. He kissed me back, but not in the way I expected. It was so different. Soft and tender in a way our kisses had never been before. It terrified and thrilled me. His thumb continued to stroke my cheek softly. He kissed me tenderly for a minute more. Then, sighing, he pulled away. He moved his hand from my cheek and ran his fingers through my hair and down my neck. You were right. You made your choice. He pulled me close to him, almost touching my lips. I still want you. He growled intensely. Then his voice softened and he pulled away again. But not while you're his. Not like this. Not like last night. He said it wistfully, his eyes looking even more tired. This. He lightly ran a finger down my lips as more tears fell on my cheeks. Is over. He exhaled heavily, his own eyes glistening. I don't seem to be very good at leaving you alone. He dropped his hand from my lips and swallowed. I won't let last night happen again. I won't touch you again. This time, I promise. His tone rang with finality. Then, smiling sadly, he turned to leave. He stopped and paused at the doorway, turning to face me again. You and Denny are good together. You should stay with him. He looked down and tapped the doorway with his hand a couple of times, and then, nodding his head, he looked back up at my face, a tear dropping to his cheek. I'll make this right. It will be like it should be. Then he turned and left. I watched him leave, confused, tears dripping from my eyes. Once I couldn't hear him anymore. I sighed and put my head in my hands. Wasn't this exactly what I had wanted? Why did I feel so sad then? Like I had suddenly just lost everything. Kellan stayed true to his word. He never again made any inappropriate moves toward me. In fact, he tried never to touch me. He stayed as far from me in a room as possible without being obvious about it. He would make sure we never brushed against each other, and he would even apologize whenever we accidentally did touch each other. He still watched my every move, though. I could always feel his intense eyes on me. In some ways, I would have preferred his touch to the intensity of those stares. I tried to focus on school, but my heart was only half in it. The lectures, while still interesting and thought-provoking, weren't as captivating as they once were, and my mind drifted on more than one occasion. I tried to focus more on Denny. He had perked up some since our evening at the club, which made me feel horribly guilty, but he was still miserably trudging through his workday. I listened as he went on and on about Max and the meaningless tasks he had him doing, but in all honesty, I wasn't really hearing a word of it. My mind continually drifted. I tried to focus on Jenny and Kate, on being closer friends with them. We sometimes met for coffee before work, and they would chat about the guys they were seeing. Not really having a whole lot to add to that conversation, I would listen half-heartedly, and my mind would drift to Kellan. I even tried to focus on my family, on calling them more often. My mom picked up on my mood and immediately wanted me to come home and see her. My dad blamed Denny for breaking my heart when he left, which I assured him he hadn't. If anything, I broke his when I dumped him for ditching me, even though that had never been his intention. And my sister, well, I couldn't even talk to her yet. I wasn't mad at her or anything. I'd even grudgingly forgiven Kellan in my head. Well, maybe not forgiven him, but I had forced the memory to the very back corner of my mind. But I couldn't speak to Anna yet. I couldn't even bear to hear his name pass her lips. Not yet. Or ever. As the days went by, I found myself missing Kellan, missing his touch, missing our quiet conversations as we cuddled in the kitchen over coffee, missing his laugh as he would relay a funny story while driving me all over town. I began to wonder if we should try again. Maybe this time we could find a way to make it work. Kellan? I said softly as he walked by me one morning when I came down for coffee. Please don't leave. We should be able to be alone together. He paused and looked back at me, his blue eyes sad. It's better if we're not, Kiera. It's safer. I frowned. Safer? You say that like we're time bombs or something. He half smiled and raised his eyebrows. Aren't we? His smile dropped and he suddenly looked exhausted. Look, what happened? I'll never forgive myself for talking to you like that. I blushed at the horrible memory and looked down. Don't. You were right. Horribly rude, but right. I peeked up at him under my eyebrows. He cringed and took a step toward me. Kiera, you're not... I cut him off, not wanting to start that horrid conversation again. Can't we just have some of our friendship back? Can't we talk? I made a move toward him until we were only a step apart. Can't we ever touch? Kellan immediately took 2 steps back and swallowed, shaking his head. No, Kiera, you were right. We can't go back to that. It was stupid to even try. I felt tears stinging. I missed how it used to be so much. But I want to. I want to touch you, just hold you. No more. I was in withdrawal from my addiction. I wanted his warm arms to slip around me. I wanted to put my head on his shoulder. It was all I wanted. His tired eyes closed and he took a deep breath before opening them. You shouldn't. You should only hold Denny. He's a good guy for you. I'm not. You're a good guy too. I couldn't stop the thought of him sobbing in my arms. I'd never seen someone more remorseful. I'm really not, he whispered as he walked out of the room. Kellan's words echoed through my head as I sat with Denny while he got ready for work. He cheerily gave me a kiss as he slipped on his shirt. I wanted to cringe away from him, and then felt guilty for feeling that. It wasn't Denny's fault that I was miserable. Aside from how much time he had to commit to his job, which I constantly reminded myself was not his fault either, Denny hadn't done anything wrong since he'd come back. He was warm, sweet, funny, charming, and constantly trying to make me happy. His moods were near constant, his love and loyalty never wavering. I was always sure how he felt about me, unlike Kellan. So why did I feel such loss over losing Kellan? And can you lose something that was never yours to begin with? I debated that as Denny sat beside me and gave me a soft kiss. Hey, I was thinking. I startled as I realized that Denny was speaking to me. What? I asked, forcing my mind back to the present. He half grinned. You're not quite awake yet, are you? He shook his head as he slipped his shoes on. It can wait. Why don't you go back to sleep? He looked over and smiled warmly. You don't have to get up with me every morning, you know. I know you come in late. He leaned over and kissed me again. You need your sleep, too. I cringed, knowing that Denny wasn't really the reason I woke up early every morning. Wanting to fight off painful thoughts that I shouldn't have been having in the first place, I made Denny continue on his original train of thought. "No, go ahead. I'm awake. What were you thinking?" He tied his shoes and then sat on the bed with his elbows on his knees. He looked over at me a little sheepishly and ran a hand along his jaw. Insanely curious over what was making him so uncomfortable, and a little worried about what he knew that would make him look that way, I hesitantly asked, "What is it?" Not noticing the reluctance in my question, he shyly said, "Have you thought about your winter break next month?" I instantly relaxed. "No, not really. I guess I figured we'd go home Christmas Eve and stay for the weekend." I looked over at him, concerned. "Can you not get the time off?" He grinned widely at me. "I actually demanded the whole week off." I eyed him warily. Denny wasn't the demanding type. "You demanded?" I cocked an eyebrow at him. He laughed at my expression. "Okay. Apparently the office shuts down that week. Nobody works it, not even Max." He grinned sheepishly again. "So I'm truly free for a week, and—" He looked down and laced his fingers together. "I'd like to take you home." I blinked, confused. Wasn't that what I had just said? "Okay, I kind of figured." He looked over at me, his face serious. "My home, Kiera. Australia. I'd like you to meet my parents." I looked down, surprised. "Oh." I had always wanted to meet them, even though that thought terrified me, but so much had changed since then. They would know. Somehow the parental sixth sense would kick in, and with just a glance they would declare me a harlot and denounce me in front of him. I just knew it. I couldn't go. Denny wouldn't understand that, though. "But Christmas, Denny? I've never missed one with my family." I sighed brokenly, from my previous thought and the thought of the holidays away from my loved ones. "Couldn't we go another time?" He sighed, and I looked back to where he was studying his hands. "I don't know when that will be, Kiera. Who knows when I'll be free from Max again?" And he sighed a second time and ran his hand through his hair before turning his head to look at me. "Will you just think about it?" I could only nod. Great. One more thing for me to think about, as if my mind wasn't full enough. Denny looked at me thoughtfully, then stood and finished getting ready. I was still sitting on the bed thinking when he kissed me goodbye. A big chunk of me was worried about what his parents would think of me, but watching Kellan at work that night brought a different heartbreak closer to the surface. I would miss him. Horrifically. Watching him sit at his table with his friends, watching me, I thought maybe I should just talk to him about it. But I didn't. I knew what his answer would be anyway. Go with Denny. The time apart will be good for us. You should be with him. He's the guy for you, etc., etc., etc. Most of it was what my head was already telling me. But my heart? We could possibly stretch Denny's time off to almost 2 weeks with the weekends, and 2 weeks away from Kellan's piercing blue eyes. Well, just the thought made my addictive withdrawals go into hyperdrive. A couple of days after Denny's proposition, I awoke from a deep sleep, feeling confused. I felt odd, and I didn't know why. I must have been dreaming again. I had dreamt about the last painful kiss I had shared with Kellan all week. Our amazing, tender kiss. I had never wanted it to end. But then afterwards there was the sadness in his eyes, that final devastating tear on his cheek as he left the room, and his ominous last words. I sighed softly, conflicted. Light fingers trailed down my hair, my back. I cringed a bit. I always felt so guilty when Denny touched me while I was thinking about Kellan, and lately I was usually thinking about Kellan. I was still turning over the thought of leaving with Denny or not. Even if we didn't end up going to Australia, we'd still go home to my parents' place, and Anna would be there. It was an almost lose-lose situation for me. I was either going to another country to face people who would surely see straight to the heart of my deception toward their son, or I was going to face Anna, who wouldn't be able to contain the horrid affair she had had with Kellan for an entire week. That brought me full circle to the fact that, either way, I was going to have to leave Kellan for a time. And God, I was going to miss him, even if we had ended things.
Mornin'. A familiar, non-accented voice pierced my heart.
Instantly snapping out of my thoughts, I spun around to come face to face with a very sexy, very satisfied-looking Kellan, staring right back at me. I instantly became more aware of my surroundings. I glanced down to the strange sheet barely covering my naked chest, barely above Kellan's naked waist. I glanced around the room. His room. My heart raced as I watched the late morning light filter through the window. "Oh, God," I whispered as he casually brought a hand to my cheek and pulled me in for a kiss. He laughed, deep in his throat. "No, just me," he teased, kissing me softly. I pushed him back, all too aware of his naked chest under my fingertips, the rest of his bare body just inches from mine. What happened? I don't remember. Why are we... Did we? Great, now I wasn't forming complete thoughts. Kellan pulled farther back, looking confused. "Are you okay?" He grinned mischievously. "I know this morning was pretty intense, but did I break you or something?" He winked at me and went in for another kiss. Panic swept through me. Oh, God, we did. Kellan, we ended this. We can't. Kiera, you're starting to freak me out. His brow scrunched together in concern. Just tell me what's going on. My voice was a little too high and loud. I quieted it with great effort. Where's Denny? He's at work, Kiera. We always do this when he's at work. He propped himself up on his elbow and looked at me, frowning. You really don't remember this? No, I whispered. What do you mean, always? He leaned over me, lightly stroking my cheek with his finger. Kiera, Denny leaves for work. We come in here. We have... He bit his lip and smiled seductively. Hot, sweaty, sex, before you have to leave for school. He ran his fingers back through my hair. Sometimes, like today, you skip school and stay in bed with me for most of the day. He kissed me gently, tenderly. We've been doing this for weeks. How can you forget something like that? I stared at him, shocked. But no. After the fight in the car, we ended things. You ended things. You promised. He smiled wryly. I also said I wasn't good at staying away from you. We're meant to be, Kiera. We need each other. Staying away was impossible. It's been so much better since we gave in. He kissed me again, slowly, even more tenderly. I'll show you. Confusion overwhelmed me, froze me. I had no memory of anything intimate other than our last painful embrace in the kitchen. Wouldn't I remember sleeping with him every day? Was he drugging me or something? I could no longer ponder it as he kissed me lovingly and cupped my cheek in his hand. I relaxed into it. I returned his kiss fully, eagerly. I did miss this. He leaned over me, forcing me to my back, and slid his hand down my neck, my chest, my waist. My breath quickened, my heart raced. He smiled and kissed my cheek, my jaw, my neck. See, you do remember. I closed my eyes, trying to have some recollection of how I got here. He moved on top of me, his knee sliding between mine. He brought his lips back to my mouth, and his kiss intensified. I gasped at the sensations running through my body. I didn't know how to stop this. I didn't know if I should. I considered caving and giving in to something I was apparently frequently giving into anyway, when suddenly the door burst open. Denny stood there, watching us in horror, his eyes enraged. Kiera? I sat up quickly and pushed a very calm Kellan off of me. Denny! Wait! I can explain! I had no idea how to explain any of this. He strode over to the bed, his eyes wild with fury. Explain? He leaned over me. There is no need for you to explain that you're a whore. I can clearly see that for myself. I started to sob. Kellan slowly sat up on the bed and looked at me with amusement. Denny grabbed my arm and shook it. Kiera? His voice was gentle and tender, but his eyes were still enraged. He did it again, and I gaped at him in confusion. His soft voice in no way matched his enraged face. Kiera. I woke up with a start. It was night. I was in my pajamas. I was in my room. And Denny was calmly lying beside me in bed, lightly shaking my arm. You're having a nightmare. It's all right. His accent was warm and comforting. I blinked back tears. Oh, thank God, just a dream. Suddenly, I blinked back tears of sadness. Just a dream. You want to talk about it? He asked sleepily. I shook my head. I don't remember. I looked over at him cautiously. Did I say anything? He shook his head. No. You were just whimpering, shaking. You looked scared. Relief washed through me. Oh. I sat up on the bed and he started to rise with me. No, go back to bed. I'm just going to get some water. He nodded and slumped back down, closing his eyes. I leaned over and kissed his forehead, making him smile, and then I stood and quietly made my way out the door. That had been one hell of an intense dream. I couldn't even look at Kellan's door as I walked past it. What had brought that on? I wasn't sure, and that worried me. I quietly walked into the kitchen, still thinking about the dream, and stopped dead in my tracks in the doorway. Kellan was in there, and, surprisingly, not alone. He was pushing a tall, leggy brunette up against the fridge. One bare feminine leg was wrapped around one of his, and Kellan's hand was sliding up her short skirt. They were voraciously kissing, the woman completely lost in her thrill of being with him. He was more aware. He glanced over at me as I entered the room. Shock passed over his face for a second as the woman turned her attentions to his neck, his jaw, his ear. Her hand stroked down his chest, coming to rest on his jeans. Her hand slid firmly down and back up the front of his jeans, and she moaned loudly. My stomach rose, and I wanted to leave the room, but I couldn't stop staring at them. Composing himself, Kellan turned toward the woman. She tried to kiss him, but he deftly pulled away from her. Sweetheart. He cooed at her. She gazed at him adoringly, biting her lip. Could you wait upstairs for me? I need to speak to my roommate. She never once even looked at me. She never took her eyes off of him, only nodded and gasped as he leaned in to kiss her deeply again. She looked about ready to lose herself in him again, but he pulled away from her and firmly led her to the entryway. The one on the right. I'll be up in a second. He cooed again. She giggled, practically fleeing the room to get to his bed. I felt like throwing up. I considered bending over the sink and just letting it happen right there. Kellan paused for a moment at the entryway, his back to me. Do you think Denny would be intrigued or upset if she opened the wrong door? He said casually over his shoulder. I gaped at him, speechless. He finally turned to look at me, an odd look in his eyes for a half a second, before calmness settled in his features. He took a few steps toward me. I felt like backing away, but I held my ground. You said before that you wanted to know when I was seeing someone. Well, I guess I'm seeing someone. I still couldn't find any words in me, so he continued. I'm going to date. I told you I wouldn't keep it a secret from you, so... He paused for a deep breath. I'm going upstairs now, and... I made a face that could have only looked like horror and disgust, and he immediately stopped explaining just what he was going to do. I had pretty much figured that out anyway. I said I wouldn't hide it. I'm not. Full disclosure, right? Irritation flashed through me. I hadn't exactly wanted him bringing home strange women for me to listen to through our very thin walls when we had talked about this. I guess I had just meant that if he found someone he liked and dated her for months and months, then maybe they could go to a hotel room far, far away from me, and I would understand. I suppose that scenario had been a bit unrealistic. Do you even know her name? I whispered heatedly. He stared blankly at me for a second before answering. No, I don't need to, Kiera. He whispered. I gave him a cold, icy look. He returned it as he snapped. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you. With that, he turned and left the room. My thirst completely gone, I practically ran up the stairs once I could move again. The laughter and erotic noises that later came from his room turned my stomach for the rest of the night. The next morning, I stayed in bed and waited for Denny to wake up. The image of that woman's hands running up and down Kellan's jeans wouldn't leave me. The sounds still echoed in my head. I swallowed back tears at the memory of hearing them last night. She had not been quiet. I had heard her leave in the middle of the night. Apparently, sleepovers were not encouraged. But I had no desire to be alone with Kellan this morning. I wasn't sure what was more surreal to me, my odd dream of us together, or seeing him with that woman. Was that really what he considered dating? Denny woke up a while later and smiled over at me, still in bed with him. I usually ducked out while he was still sleeping. He reached over to me and started kissing my neck. I stiffened, and he stopped with a sigh. I was not in the mood right now. I waited patiently for him to sit up, stretch, and stand, and then I sat up and walked over to him, smiling as best I could. Are you all right? You look tired, he asked, sweetly running his hand through my hair. I nodded and tried to brighten my smile. I just didn't sleep well. I'm fine. We both got dressed and ready for our days. I took as long as I could without making Denny late, and he watched me get ready with a soft smile on his lips. Always patient, always willing to spend a little time with me where he could. I swallowed the lump in my throat from that thought and took his hand. We went downstairs to the kitchen together. Kellan was awake, of course, and was watching TV in the living room. Upon hearing us, he shut the TV off and walked into the room. Denny smiled at him while I rolled my eyes and stifled a sigh. Kellan greeted us, then, looking at me oddly, asked Denny, I was thinking of having a couple of friends over tonight. Would you guys be okay with that? Denny answered for us. Sure, mate. Whatever. It's your place. Denny smiled and clapped him on the shoulder as he went to the fridge to make a quick breakfast for us. Kellan glanced over to where I was silently standing by the table. Are you okay? With that, I blushed and looked down, catching the pause in his question and what he was really asking me. Sure. Whatever. Looking back on that later, I probably should have been honest and said no. My head was in a fog the remainder of the day. All throughout school and all throughout my shift at work, my mind kept flipping between our last tender kiss in the kitchen, my dream of having an affair with him, and his leggy brunette pressed against the fridge. In the middle of my shift at Pete's, the D-bags rolled in, but Kellan wasn't with them. He must have already been at home, entertaining. If he wasn't having the band over, I wasn't sure who I was going to find at our house. The anticipation tied my stomach into painful knots. I honestly had no idea what to expect. I had no idea what Kellan had meant by a couple friends. I was handing the band their beers when Evan noticed my fog. "You okay, Kiera? You seem kind of out of it," he asked politely. Griffin was not so polite. "Yeah, you ragging or something?" Matt smacked him across the chest in a move so similar to what Kellan would have done that I had to swallow. "No, I'm fine. Just tired." I looked at them thoughtfully for a second, then blurted out, "Are you guys going to Kellan's thing at our house?" Matt looked over from Griffin, surprised. "Kellan's having a party?" I frowned. "He didn't tell you?" Griffin looked affronted. "We do have lives outside of Kellan Kyle, you know." I blushed, and Evan quickly answered, "No, I'm not going anyway. I have a date." He winked at me, his warm brown eyes sparkling at the prospect of a new love. Matt shook his head too, running a hand back through his spiky hair. "No, I don't feel like hanging out with Kellan's groupies tonight." He looked over at Griffin. "You?" Griffin, surprisingly, scowled. "Hell no. Fuck Kellan and his stupid-ass parties." Matt laughed at him. "Dude, are you still mad at that? That was forever ago." He crossed his arms over his chest, pouting like a 5-year-old, and glared at Matt. "I clearly called dibs." Evan sighed. "You can't call dibs on a human being, Griffin." Griffin shot him a look while I blushed deeply, realizing what they were talking about. Yes, you can, and I did, and he clearly heard me. He even said, 'Whatever, Griffin,' in total agreement. But who did that fucker take to his room later?" He angrily pointed to his chest. "My chick." Matt laughed again. "Since when is whatever total agreement?" He laughed some more, and Evan joined him. Griffin took a swig of the beer I had just handed him. "Dude, it is not cool to kipe another man's dibs. I'm not playing on his home turf anymore." He sulked in his chair while Matt laughed hysterically. Evan chuckled and said, "Right, that's why Kellan got the girl. Home field advantage." Griffin exhaled loudly and then scowled at the both of them. "Shut it, fuckers." Then he chugged his beer. Sorry I even brought it up. I quickly left the table. Now I was really dreading going home. Jenny gave me a ride that night after my shift. "Want to come in?" I suddenly asked Jenny as she pulled up to the extra-packed street and driveway. "Kellan's having a thing." I shrugged. I just had a feeling I would need her support tonight, even if she didn't realize it. "Oh, sure. I can come in for a little bit." She smiled and, managing to squeeze in behind Denny's car, parked hers, and we made our way to the front door. I held my breath as I opened it. The first thing I noticed was Denny and Kellan on the couch, chatting and laughing easily. I walked into the entryway, set my bag down, and hung up my jacket, feeling more relaxed. It was wonderful to see them happy together again. It felt like ages ago that they had really talked to each other. As I started walking toward them, however, my mood suddenly shifted. A dark-haired, dark-skinned, and outrageously beautiful girl plopped right down onto Kellan's lap and kissed him. He laughed and kissed her back. Denny smiled and looked away from them and over to me. He smiled warmly at me and waved, but then he frowned. I realized I was scowling at Kellan and his hussy and attempted to fix my face. "Wow, do you know all these people?" Jenny asked as she moved up beside me. It was only then that I realized there were a good dozen people in the living room, with more voices drifting over from the kitchen. A few friends, huh? I looked over at her. No. She waved at Denny sitting on the couch and laughed a bit. Well, Kellan sure seems to know them. Grudgingly, I looked back to the couch. Kellan was still intently kissing the girl, his hand running up her thigh. I turned away from the sight, when flashes of his tongue in her mouth made my stomach rise and fire burn through me. I slid my eyes over to Denny, who was still watching me curiously. He stood and walked over to us as we entered the living room. "Hey, Jenny," he said politely to her. Then he turned to me. "You okay? I know there's kind of a lot of people here. Kellan said we only had to tell him and he would kick them out." He smiled at me and pulled me in for a hug. I managed a weak smile as I hugged him back. Over his shoulder, I could see Kellan. He'd stopped making out and was now running his fingers through the dark-haired girl's locks, while talking to a strawberry blonde girl in the spot Denny had just left. To my surprise, he leaned over and gave the blonde a soft kiss. The woman on his lap didn't seem to care in the least. "No, it's fine. I do need a drink, though." I hoped there wasn't too much venom in my voice. My anger was starting to simmer, which I didn't quite understand. "Sure. Come on." He pulled me through the crowd while Jenny followed in our wake. Denny grabbed a beer from an open pack on the counter and handed it to me. I thanked him and quickly opened it, taking a swig. Really, I needed to relax. So what if Kellan was spreading himself around? No great shock there. I already knew he was like that. Forcing myself to get through the next couple of hours without making an embarrassing and question-inducing scene, I sat in an empty chair at the table and concentrated on making polite conversation with Jenny and Denny. I watched the half-dozen strangers around us. I was a little surprised that the band hadn't shown up here anyway. Surely they would have enjoyed something like this. But the group, 90% of which was women, was full of people I hadn't seen before. Actually, now that I was watching them more closely, a couple did look vaguely familiar. Fans, maybe? I was listening to Denny talk to one of the few guys in the room and watching the crowd when I turned to people watch in the living room. A break in the bodies gave me a view of Kellan. He was dancing with the strawberry blonde while the dark-haired woman watched them from the couch. My jaw dropped in remembered surprise. He was dancing with her exactly the way he had danced with me at the club. He was behind her, his arm around her waist, hand resting on her jeans, pulling her into his hips, and they were moving together in a way that made me blush. Smiling, he lowered his head to her ear and whispered something to her, making her bite her lip and sag against him. Our intimate moment, being used on another, made me curiously furious. Still smiling, he glanced up and for the first time caught my eye. His smile slipped for half a second and he gave me an odd, almost sad look. Then the smile was back and his eyes warmed. He nodded politely to me and turned his attention to the dark-haired woman who had come up behind him and was pressing against his back. He grinned widely at her and, leaning back, kissed her deeply. I turned away, sickened. Jenny, who had been watching me watch him, noticed. "Are you okay?" She glanced at Kellan dancing with his two floozies, then back to me. She whispered, "Is that bothering you?" Panicked, I wasn't sure how to explain why it made me angry. I shook my head and looked down at my bottle. No, of course not. It's gross." I looked back up at her, trying to look prudish. 2 women? Really? That's just asking for trouble. She laughed a little and looked over at him. "Yeah, I suppose it is." She shook her head like it didn't really matter to her. "Well, he says he's careful, so I guess whatever floats your boat, right?" That surprised me a little. "You asked him about that?" She laughed again. No, Kellan's love life is not something I want to talk with him about. She laughed again at my confused face. Evan asked him once, and I overheard his answer. Evan, he's always looking out for Kellan. She smiled at the thought. Oh, I said quietly. I couldn't help but think of the times that Kellan and I had been together. He hadn't been careful at all. The first time we were too drunk to think about being safe. The second time we were overcome by it. Every time was so intense that safety kind of went out the window. It hurt me a little that he hadn't cared enough to be safe with me. That thought increased my anger at how many girls he was being safe with. I kept my head down and purposefully stayed away from the living room for the rest of the party. Not too much later, people started heading out. It was pretty late for a weeknight. Jenny gave me a hug and said she'd call me tomorrow. I watched her give Denny a hug and, looking into the living room, smile at Kellan and wave goodbye to him. I resisted the urge to see if Kellan's harlots had left yet. Eventually, everyone else filed out. After everyone had left the kitchen, Denny yawned and looked over at me. Ready for bed? I stood and stretched. Yeah. Instinctively, I stretched to my side and glanced into the living room. I stopped moving. The two girls were both still there. In fact, they were the only two friends still there with Kellan. They were sitting on the couch on either side of him, and both had their hands on his chest. The dark-haired girl was kissing his neck, while the blonde entertained his lips. She pulled back breathlessly, and Kellan smiled over at the other girl. The dark-haired girl stopped sucking on his neck and looked up at the blonde, and then she leaned over and kissed the blonde while Kellan bit his lip and watched them with hungry eyes. I forced my gaze away and back to Denny, my stomach full of fire. Denny was grinning like an idiot at them, which increased my anger. Come on. I grabbed his hand and pulled him roughly through the kitchen and up the stairs. He laughed at my reaction and pulled me in for a kiss as we reached our bed. I moodily pushed him down and changed into my pajamas. The thought of what was going on downstairs burned me with the intensity of my anger. Denny noticed my mood. What, Kiera? Nothing. I spat back at him. Hey, are you mad at me? I spun around to face him. I don't know. You seem to really enjoy seeing that. Should we invite the girls up here when Kellan's done with them, into our bed? I knew he wouldn't do anything with any of them, but I was really mad and I needed an outlet. He blanched. No, babe. I wouldn't touch them. That's not me. You know that. Oh? And what were you doing at this little orgy before I got here? Did you sneak a couple up here for a quickie? He looked at me with blank shock. I sat on the couch and talked to Kellan. That's all, Kiera. His voice got a little irritated. I didn't do anything. Whatever. I angrily got into bed, shoving him out of my way, and pulled the covers around me. I have a headache. I just want to go to sleep now. He sighed. Kiera. Good night, Denny. He rolled over to his side, then undressed and crawled under the covers with me. Okay. Good night. He tenderly kissed my head, and I pulled away a bit. I knew I wasn't being fair. Denny hadn't done anything wrong, but my anger was swelling, not decreasing. My imagination was going crazy, picturing Kellan with his whores. Denny sighed and rolled over. I lay there, fuming and listening for sounds from downstairs. Eventually, Denny's breathing slowed and evened. He was asleep. A little while later, light laughter and footsteps, 3 sets of them, made their way upstairs, and I heard Kellan's door lightly close and music being turned on. I sat up. I couldn't take it. I couldn't listen to it. I hurried as quietly as I could out of the room and down the stairs. I considered leaving, but had no idea where to go, or how to explain that to Denny in the morning. Instead, I went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. I gulped it, leaning against the counter, begging my body to calm down. Kellan had every right. My head was down, both hands on the counter, and tears starting to form, when I felt a body join me in the kitchen. I couldn't turn to look. Either way, I was screwed. Denny wouldn't understand my being so upset. Kellan, well, I just didn't want him to see how much he bothered me. Kiera? Kellan's voice broke through my dark thoughts. Of course it would be him. What, Kellan? Are you okay? His voice was soft, concerned. Angry, I spun to face him and stopped and stared. He was half naked, bare-chested with his jeans unbuttoned. His hair looked freshly played with and distractingly sexy. I swallowed the lump in my throat at his gorgeousness and the thought of whom he was half-dressed for. What are you doing down here? Shouldn't you be entertaining? I could feel the tears in my eyes. I prayed for them not to spill. He smiled shyly. The girls wanted... He pointed to the fridge, then opened it and grabbed a can of whipped cream. He shrugged and left it at that. I rolled my eyes and let out a long exhale. Of course the hussies would want to make it as horrifying as possible for me. I closed my eyes and prayed that he would just leave me alone and go back to his porn set. Kiera. He said my name so tenderly that I opened my eyes. He smiled sadly at me. This is who I am. Before you got here, this is me. He pointed upstairs to where Denny was sleeping. That is you. This is how it's supposed to be. He moved toward me like he was going to hug me or kiss my forehead, but at the last minute he seemed to change his mind and, turning, he started to leave the room. At the doorway, he turned and softly said, "Good night, Kiera." He left then, without waiting for a response from me, and the tears brimming in my eyes finally fell. I spent that night on the couch with the television turned up as loudly as I thought was possible without waking Denny. Chapter 18. Man-whore. A few sleepless nights later, I came down the stairs in the morning with Denny. Lately, I always waited until Denny was ready for the day before I got my coffee. Denny insisted I could sleep in, that I didn't need to get up with him. But honestly, weeks of getting up early to spend a little time with Kellan in the mornings had started a pattern in me that I couldn't quite shake. The fact that Kellan had disrupted my physiology irritated me, but upon entering the kitchen with Denny, seeing Kellan irritated me even more. It wasn't his stupidly perfect blue eyes that turned to look at us when we entered. It wasn't his stupidly perfect tousled hair, casual and messy. It wasn't his stupidly perfect chiseled body, and it wasn't the stupidly perfect crooked smile that he was giving us. It was his stupid shirt. He was relaxing against the counter, waiting for the coffee to brew with both hands behind him, making the bold lettering on his red t-shirt stick out all the more. It very simply read, "We'll sing for sex." It looked odd on him. It was something more in line with what Griffin would wear, which gave me a sneaking suspicion about where he'd gotten it. It was blatant. It was crude. It was pissing me off. Denny cracked a smile when he saw it. "Ace, do you—" I immediately cut him off. "If you even ask him for one of those, you will be sleeping on the couch for a month." My tone was a little more seething than perhaps a crude t-shirt warranted, but I couldn't help it. Denny found my reaction humorous, however. He grinned goofily and cocked his head. "I wasn't going to, babe." He gave me a swift kiss on the cheek and went over to Kellan, slapping him on the shoulder before grabbing mugs for my coffee and his tea from the cupboard. Glancing back at where I was still glaring at him, he chuckled and said, "You know I can't sing anyway." Kellan, who had been silently watching the exchange with an amused grin on his face, sniggered and struggled to contain his laughter. Steamed at both of them now, I frowned and icily said, "I'll be upstairs when the coffee's done." I turned and stormed out, their no longer containable laughter following me up the stairs. Men. Hours later, I was at work and still mired in irritation over the whole morning when I was interrupted by a sweet voice. "You're doing it again, Kiera." Jenny leaned over a table and smiled at me. "What?" I said, shaking my head a little to come out of my trance. I was having trouble focusing. Kellan was doing something that he had never, in all the months Denny and I had lived with him, done. He was, as he put it, dating. Kellan had brought a different girl home every night, and every night I had to listen to his date through our thin walls. I would have to use the term date loosely, as these women seemed very little interested in Kellan as a person. They were more enamored with his small slice of fame, and of course how fabulously he was shaped. The same woman never entered our doors more than once, and there seemed to be a never-ending line of them. It made me ill. Sleep was impossible. Eventually, I passed out from exhaustion each night, but it, and the constant angry fire in my belly, was taking its toll. "You're glaring at Kellan again. You guys fighting or something?" She eyed me curiously. I startled, realizing that I had been glaring at him openly for the last several minutes while I had been lost in thought. I hoped no one else had noticed that. I struggled to fix my face into a genuine smile. "No, we're fine." "Perfect." "You're not still mad about the women at the party, are you?" Fire wrenched my gut as she brought up that horrible memory. I wanted to bend over and clench my stomach, it hurt so badly, but I stood there and took it, trying to maintain my fake smile. "You know, that's just how he is. Always has been, always will be." She shrugged her shoulders. "No, I don't care what he does." I stressed the word "what" more than would pass for casualness, and Jenny noticed. She started to say something, and I blurted out the first thing in my head to stop her. "Have you and Kellan ever—" I stopped my tongue when I realized where my question was heading. I really did not want to know that. She understood, though, and, grinning, she shook her head. "No. No way." She glanced over at him at his table. He had some adorably cute little Asian girl sitting on the edge of it and was whispering to her in between nibbling on her ear, much to the girl's delight. Kellan had worn that damn shirt to the bar, and it had been effective. Earlier, he'd had a small group of adoring women clustered around him at his table and had obliged them with a few verses. He seemed to have narrowed his choice down to one. My face heated, knowing I would see or hear her later. Jenny looked back at me, still smiling. Not for his lack of trying, though. I blinked, surprised, and then realized I shouldn't be. Jenny was a beautiful girl. "He hit on you?" She nodded, coming around to my side of the table. "Mm-hmm. Relentlessly, for the first week I worked here." She crossed her arms over her chest and stood beside me, watching him with his bimbo. "One day, I just had to tell him flat out no, but we could be friends if he stopped trying to get into my pants." She laughed and looked over at me. "He found that pretty hilarious, and he stopped, and we've been fine ever since." I struggled to keep the incredulity from my face. She turned him down repeatedly? I had been so bad at it that it was a wonder to me that someone could. "Why didn't you—" She looked at me thoughtfully. "I knew what he was like, even from the beginning. I'm not interested in a one-nighter, and I don't think he's capable of anything more." She shook her head. "At least, not yet. Maybe one day he'll grow up, but—" She shrugged again. "It wasn't worth it for me." I blushed and looked away, feeling really stupid. She was right. That was what Kellan was, a seducer. But he wasn't relationship material, never had been, never would be. I sadly watched him with his woman. Jenny looked over at me curiously. Why do you ask, Kiera? I realized I didn't have a good reason to ask her about Kellan. No reason. Just curious, I guess. She stared at me intently for a second, and I wondered how to walk away without offending her. Did he hit on you? I blanched and struggled to maintain my composure. No, of course not. That was pretty true. Well, maybe half the time anyway. She didn't buy my answer. If you need to talk to me, Kiera, about anything, you can. I would understand. I nodded and grinned like I hadn't a care in the world. I know. Thank you, Jenny. I better get back to work. I see some thirsty people. I tried to laugh, but it came out dead and hollow. She watched me leave, clearly suspicious, and then she turned and looked at Kellan, equally suspicious. God, they were friends. Would she talk to him? Would he tell her anything? While at first I had never seen him do anything other than flirt with women, and even that had tapered off while we were flirting, now I was seeing way more than I ever wanted to. It seemed to be everywhere. I couldn't escape it. If I had a night off, he would bring a woman home, and I'd have to endure the sound of them kissing in the kitchen before they disappeared upstairs. On nights I worked, he would usually already be deeply involved in his date by the time I trudged upstairs, and these women were not concerned in the least that Kellan had roommates. In fact, I don't think they were even concerned that he had neighbors. Maybe they were operating under the false assumption that Kellan gave out awards for who could be the loudest, who was the most enthusiastic, who could say, "Oh God," the most. Then again, maybe the jerk actually did give out prizes. And I was getting sick and tired of hearing Kellan's name being called out. I mean, really, he was aware of his own name. Actually, the only name he was probably aware of in the whole room was his own. I couldn't even escape it at work. He always seemed to be tucked away somewhere, shoving his tongue down someone's throat. One time, I had even watched him try and help a girl play pool, which made me laugh smugly since I knew he was a worthless pool player. But watching him bend someone else over the table, yeah, that had hurt a little. Watching their joint shot miss horribly and watching her immediately spin in his arms to practically molest him, that had hurt a lot. By the time he was up to the 5th date in a row, in just that week alone, I finally lost it. Trying to ignore the laughter and intimate noises drifting across the hall, I angrily shifted in bed. "Denny!" I snapped. He shifted over to look at me and took his eyes off the uncomfortably loud TV he was trying a little too intently to watch. "What?" I glared at him. "This is beyond ridiculous. Do something. I need some freaking sleep." And for Kellan to not be a man-whore. Our last kiss in the kitchen had been so amazingly soft and tender, but now it seemed as phony as the overeager noises coming from his room. Denny looked alarmed and slightly embarrassed. "What do you want me to do? Knock on his door and ask him to keep it down?" Yes, that was exactly what I wanted him to do. Maybe he could even throw the hussy out. I don't know. Do something. You know, he does have to put up with us. He laughed. Maybe this is payback. I looked away before my suddenly hurt eyes could betray me. It was something, all right, just not what Denny thought. Denny considered something for a moment. It's a little weird. Kellan has never had issues with women, but when we moved in, he sure seemed to go through a dry spell. He shook his head. Well, apparently everything is back to normal. He looked down at me sheepishly. Not that I condone that. It's just, well, Kellan is, Kellan. He shrugged. More miffed than I should have been at that statement, I snapped at Denny. What do you mean never had issues with women? You knew him for 1 year in high school, and he was what, a freshman? Sophomore? How active could he have possibly been back then? Looking a little curious at my reaction, he shrugged. Well, let's just say that Kellan got an early start. He laughed at a memory. This one time when his parents were gone, he brought home these twins. He stopped relaying the story at the icy daggers I was glaring into him. Not for me. They disappeared into his room. I didn't see a thing. I didn't touch them. Promise. He smiled sheepishly and said nothing further. My icy stare didn't stop. I had not thought he had touched them. That was not what had pissed me off. So why was I so angry? So Kellan had always been a slut. The way he was with women, was that any great shock? He wasn't mine. I wasn't his. I really needed to let this go. I fought back sudden tears and tried desperately to keep my voice even. Just talk to him, please? He looked at me intently for a second before finally saying, "No." My icy daggers returned. Why not? Still looking at me thoughtfully, he calmly replied, "I'm sorry, but you're overreacting." I sat up on my elbows, getting irritated at him. He didn't usually deny me anything. Overreacting? Denny sat up straighter too. I hate having to tell you no, Kiera, you know that, but the fact is, this is his place, and if he wants to entertain nightly, then he has every right to. He's letting us stay here for next to nothing. This is the best we can do right now. I'm sorry, but you're just going to have to ignore it. His tone, although pleasantly accented, offered no rebuttal. He was not going to budge on this. It was not a tone I was used to hearing from him. I didn't like it. "Fine," I said heatedly, flopping back down to my pillows. He sank back onto one elbow, tilting his head to the side, watching me. Suggestively, he ran a few fingers down my arm. You know, we could try and drown them out. Absolutely not in the mood, I smacked him in the chest with my pillow and flopped over on my side, away from him. He sighed irritably and shifted to look back at the TV, turning up the already too loud volume just a tad as the noises across the hall miraculously increased. Fine. Can I finish watching my show then? Whatever. I bit my lip and prayed for sleep to take me. A few days after that, still nothing had changed. Denny really wasn't going to talk to Kellan about something he deemed none of our business. I disagreed, but I couldn't really explain why to him. I was getting beyond irritated. I was about to speak with Kellan about it, and I wouldn't be nearly as diplomatic as Denny. After kissing Denny goodbye, a brief peck that I didn't even bother to get out of bed for, and that, although endearing, clearly said, "I'm not happy with you, buddy," I dressed and went to the bathroom to get ready for my day. I looked horrid. There were deep circles under my eyes from lack of sleep, and my hair was a mass of snarls from tossing and turning. Kellan's newest behavior was going to drive me straight to the loony bin. I ripped through my hair angrily, picturing Kellan's perfect face in every snarl. Sooner than I would have liked, I saw his actual face, and it was more perfect than in my imagination, which at the moment I deeply resented. "Mornin'." I said nothing. His sparkling eyes, charming greeting, and perfectly wild messy hair instantly irritating me. I silently vowed to not utter a word to him today. If I had to hear too much from him, then he could hear absolutely nothing from me. "Kiera?" Stubbornly, I grabbed a coffee cup and began pouring some, ignoring his smooth voice, ignoring how amazing he smelled, even from a distance. "Are you mad at me?" His voice seemed amused by that idea. Breaking my vow of silence, I glared over at him. "No." Well, that didn't last long. "Good, because you shouldn't be." His smile faltered while he spoke. "Well, I'm not." I knew my tone was snotty, but I couldn't seem to help it. If he was going to hear me this morning, then at the very least I could make it an unpleasant sound. Why shouldn't I be? We both ended things when it started getting out of hand. He cocked his head to the side and narrowed his eyes. I know that. I was there. There was definitely some ice in my voice, and he frowned at hearing it. I'm only doing what you asked. You wanted to know if I was seeing someone. His tone was starting to get snotty as well. He was not happy with my attitude this morning. That was fine with me. I wasn't happy with his behavior. I didn't want secrets between us, but I angrily shook my head as I glared at him. I didn't want to see it. His eyes cooled as they narrowed even more. Where would you have me? He stopped and took a calming breath. I have to see it, hear it. You're not exactly quiet either. Do you think I like that? That I've ever liked? He took another deep breath and stood up while my face heated in embarrassment. I try and understand. You could do the same. And not looking at me again, he left the room. I took the bus to school as I had ever since Kellan started his dates. Really? He wanted me to understand? Was I just supposed to be okay with his whoring all over town? Yes, he had to listen to me be with my boyfriend, but, well, I'm not sure how that relates, but what Denny and I have, is vastly different than just screwing for the sake of screwing. It was sickening. I hated every second of every day. I sighed as I walked through the campus to my class, the chill in the air causing the other students around me to hurry toward the warmer buildings. I also missed Kellan every day. Even now, I missed him. My withdrawal was no less painful simply because I was angry at him. If anything, it was worse. Being replaced made it worse. I sighed again as I entered the building where my lit class was and immediately froze. Standing just down the hall was a familiar head of springy red curls. Curls that I didn't want to see any closer. Curls that were walking my way. Curls that, even from a distance, looked agitated. Candy stopped directly in front of me as I tried to step away from the doors. Are you Kellan's girlfriend? Well, abrupt then. No formal how do you do. I've never even been introduced to this girl. I sighed and stepped around her to walk to my class. She followed close behind me, her hair flaming as red as her mood. No, I already told your spies that months ago. He's just a roommate. Well, people keep telling me that they've seen the two of you together all over campus. All over each other. Her tone was annoyingly snotty. By people, I assumed she meant her two friends. I blushed, knowing that we had been a little casual at school, although we were hardly all over each other. I picked up my step, hoping I could lose her inside the classroom. She easily matched my pace and glared at me icily, clearly expecting an explanation. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I have a boyfriend, and it is not Kellan. A boyfriend that I was determined to remain faithful to. A boyfriend who did not drop his pants for every willing woman who walked by. Irritation knotted my stomach, and I blurted out something I really shouldn't have. If you really want to hook up with him so bad, you should just go to Pete's bar. He's always there. She stopped following me just as I reached the door to my sanctuary. Maybe I will, she replied, rather haughtily as I walked through the door. Well, that's just great. As if to further accentuate how sucky my day was, the stupid bus broke down on the way home. They made us wait on the bus until a new one came to pick us up. They wouldn't even let us out to walk if we so chose. Personally, I think the bus driver was having just as crabby of a day as I was and was exerting his power over us helpless life forms. Of course, some of the more aggressive people simply pushed their way off the bus. But I wasn't that forward of a person, and the bus driver scared me a little bit, so I just stayed put and grumbled a lot. I had already stayed late at school studying and avoiding home, if I were honest with myself, so now I was running really late for work. I should have gone straight there, but my original hope had been to get home in time to take a refreshing shower. It had been a long, emotional day. Kellan's car was in the driveway as I hurried past it to the front door. I hated to ask him to do anything, and I really didn't need another awkward car ride, but maybe he could help me out and take me to Pete's. My shift started in 10 minutes. If I had to take yet another bus, I was going to be so incredibly late. I swiftly went to my room and set down my bag. Pulling off my blouse, I grabbed my Pete's t-shirt from the floor where I had tossed it last night after my shift. Quickly, I put it on, then scrounged around the room for an elastic band. Finding one in between the bed and the nightstand, I hastily began pulling my hair into a low ponytail. I put my jacket back on, grabbed my bag again, and made my way to the hallway. I was just wondering where Kellan might be when I heard soft music from his room, and I noticed that his door was cracked open. Only thinking that I was massively late and needed his help, I went to the door and automatically put my hand on it, opening it slightly wider. I froze in shock when I peered through the crack in the door. My stomach clenched and threatened to rise. My mind wouldn't register what I was witnessing. Kellan was sitting on the edge of his bed. His head was down, his eyes were closed. He was biting his bottom lip, and his hand was clutching the sheets. My mind resisted, but the rest of the picture snapped painfully into focus. A woman with loose blonde curls was kneeling on the floor in front of him, her head in his lap. Looking at the picture as a whole, there was no mistaking what she was doing. Wholly absorbed in what they were clearly enjoying, I don't think they were even aware of me standing at the partially open door. I felt ill. I wanted more than anything to run as far away as I could before I lost my stomach right there. I couldn't move, though. Couldn't stop staring in horror. The woman must have finally felt another presence in the room. She started to raise herself off of him. Kellan was not so aware. Either that or he didn't care. His lips parted, his breath noticeably faster, and, with a slight cringe on his face, he automatically moved his hand to firmly hold her in place. The woman went nuts. She immensely enjoyed that. I, however, felt the acid in my stomach starting to rise. Finally able to move, I ran from the room and down the stairs. Only thinking of escape, my fight-or-flight response in full alert, I hastily grabbed Kellan's car keys from where he had tossed them on the entryway table. I slammed the front door shut behind me. If he hadn't been aware I was home before, he was now. I flipped through the keys as I rushed to his car and stopped on the one for the ignition. He never locked his baby, so I opened the door and slipped inside, immediately starting it. A perverse thrill went through me as the car growled to life, knowing that he would hear it and instantly recognize what I had done. I watched the door for half a second, but he didn't rush out. I threw it in reverse and peeled out in my haste to get away from him. I watched the house through the rearview mirror, but the front door never opened. Perhaps he was too busy enjoying his date to care about his car. I broke a half-dozen traffic laws getting to work on time, but I did. I smiled when I parked the car in the lot at Pete's. It was really fun to drive, and I loved the thrill that Kellan was going to be so angry about his precious car being gone. Good. I shouldn't be the only one angry in the house. Grinning wickedly, I turned his radio to a station that was playing what sounded like polka music and cranked the volume before I shut the car off. It was a childish prank, I know, but it made me feel better, and I was grinning from ear to ear as I walked through the parking lot. "Hey, you're peppy tonight," Jenny exclaimed as I bounced through the front door, still a little high from my carjacking. "Yeah, no particular reason." I grinned at her as I shoved his keys into my front jeans pocket. Throughout my shift, though, my joyride faded, and sadness over the scene I had unintentionally witnessed took over. It was one thing to hear one of Kellan's dates. It was quite another to see one. I was feeling pretty melancholy when the doors to Pete's angrily burst open about an hour later. I cringed and looked over to the door. Kellan was striding through, looking decidedly more put together than I had last seen him. He also looked pissed off. His fiery blue eyes locked onto mine instantly. Matt came in closely behind him and attempted to place a hand on his shoulder. Kellan snapped his head around to him, pulling back his body, and said something heated. Matt immediately held his hands up in the air, apparently backing off. My heart started racing and panicking. I backed up a couple of steps. Taking his car had not been a good idea. What was I thinking? Should I just toss him the keys and make a run for it? Irritation flashed through me, and I took a deep breath. No. He would never physically hurt me. If the jerk wants his keys, let him come over and get them. He strode over to my location. The people between us quickly scooted out of the way at the look on his face. His blazing eyes narrowed in anger, his lips compressed into a thin line, his hands clenched into fists, his chest noticeably rising and falling. He was strikingly attractive, angry. He walked right up to me and simply held out his hand. Expecting a more flagrant reaction, I snottily said, "What?" "Keys," he seethed. "What keys?" I wasn't sure why I was goading him. Maybe the sight I had witnessed had finally unhinged me. He took a deep, calming breath. "Kiera, my car is right over there." He pointed to where it was in the lot outside. "I heard you take it." "If you heard me take it, why didn't you try to stop me?" I quipped. I pushed a finger into his chest, cutting him off. "You were..." I raised my fingers into air quotation marks. "On a date?" His face noticeably paled. Apparently, he hadn't realized I had seen that. Scowling, his color returned. "So, that gives you the right to steal my car?" He was right, of course, not that I would ever admit that to him. "I borrowed. Friends borrow, right?" I asked haughtily. He took another deep breath and then shoved his hand into my front jeans pocket. "Hey!" I tried to beat him away, but he already had them. Holding them up in front of me, he seethed. "We're not friends, Kiera. We never were." Then he turned and stalked out of the bar. My face heated at his hurtful words, and turning, I fled to the hallway, then the safety of the bathroom. I collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily through my mouth, trying not to cry. I felt pale. I felt faint. My heart felt torn to pieces. The sound of the door opening entered my awareness as I sat there, inhaling and exhaling forcibly. "Kiera?" Jenny's soft voice asked. I couldn't answer her. I could only stare up at her blankly. She walked over and knelt down beside me. "What was that about? You okay?" I weakly shook my head. Then I started to sob, racking, tortured sobs. She immediately sat by my side, gently putting her arm around my shoulders. "Kiera, what's wrong?" In between sobs, I managed to choke out, "I made a horrible mistake." She stroked my hair and pulled me tight. "What is it?" Suddenly, I didn't just want to tell her about taking the car. I wanted to tell her everything. I choked up. How could I tell her? She would hate me. She wouldn't understand. She looked over at me. "You can tell me, Kiera. I won't say anything to Denny if you don't want him to know." My sobs eased as I blinked at her in surprise. Did she already know? It came out before I could stop it. "I slept with Kellan." I held my breath, shocked at myself. She sighed. "I was afraid of that." She hugged me with both arms. "It will be okay. Tell me what happened." I was so shocked I could only ask, "You knew?" She leaned back against the wall, putting her hand on her lap. "I suspected." She stared at her hand quietly for a second, twirling a ring on her finger. "I've seen things, Kiera. Looks you would give him when you thought no one was watching. Smiles he would give you. I've seen him touch you in discreet ways, like he didn't want anyone to notice. I've seen your face when he sings, your reaction to him at his party. I've wondered for a while." I closed my eyes. She really had seen way too much. Had anyone else? Quietly she asked, When did it happen? The sobs started again, and finally through my sobs I opened up to her and told her everything. It was such a relief to finally talk about it with someone. She listened in silence, occasionally nodding, smiling, or looking sympathetic. I told her about the first innocent touches, our drunken first time while Denny was gone, his coldness afterwards, my panicked reaction to him almost leaving, which led to our second time, our not-so-innocent flirtations. The club, although I left out what I did to Denny and what Kellan did with my sister, I just couldn't talk about that yet. The fight in the car, which made her gasp and say, "He said what?" My jealousy over his women. That last one was still burning through my mind. His last hurtful comment. Jenny drew me tight to her, both arms around me. "God, Kiera, I'm so sorry. I knew he was like that with women. Maybe I should have warned you earlier. He's just that kind of guy." I sagged against her, tired from the emotional night, and she held me until my sniffles stopped. "What are you going to do now?" she asked, pulling away. "Besides kill him?" I wasn't sure if I was joking or not. "I don't know. What can I do? I love Denny. I don't want him to ever know. I don't want to hurt him. But Kellan, I can't stand the women. It kills me. I feel—" "Do you love Kellan?" she asked. "No." "Are you sure, Kiera? If you weren't angry, what would your answer be?" I didn't answer her. I couldn't. I wasn't sure. Sometimes I felt something for him. Without warning, the bathroom door swung open. Kate stood in the doorway looking down at us on the floor. "Oh, hey, there you are. It's getting crazy out there. Are you guys coming back? Please?" Jenny piped up. "Yeah, we're coming. Just give us another couple minutes." Kate gave me a sympathetic look as a few tears escaped my eyes, and I hurriedly wiped them away. "Oh, okay. No problem." She smiled sweetly at me, then left the room. "Thank you, Jenny." I looked over at her, grateful for her listening to me without judging me. More tears dropped on my cheeks, and she wiped them away. "It will be okay, Kiera. Have faith." I was pretty quiet for the rest of my shift and absorbed myself in helping to solve my customers' simple problems. That helped. By closing time, I at least no longer felt like sobbing. I also didn't feel like going home. I didn't know if Kellan had had enough dating for one day. Who knows, maybe he ran out of milk and went to the store only to pick up another hussy there. I was pretty sure that for people who looked like him, those kinds of things were stocked items, tucked right in between the deli meats and the day-old bread rack. Yes, I'll take a pound of ham and the busty brunette. I sighed and approached the bar where Kate and Jenny were talking to Rita. Pete had ducked out early. He usually was the very last one to leave, probably hours after the rest of us. But tonight he grabbed his coat right at closing and told Rita to lock up. She was taking advantage of his absence by pouring drinks for us girls. She set a shot of something dark in front of me as I came over to stand beside Jenny. I sighed again. At least it wasn't tequila. "Okay, ladies," she said, holding her glass high. "One for the road." We all raised ours, clinking them together, and then downed them quickly. Kate and Jenny giggled as I made a horrid face. Whatever it had been, it burned. Rita made no face at all and began pouring us all another. "Okay, one more." Kate and Jenny made a face at each other, but let her pour one more. I didn't care. I wasn't driving, and it had been one heck of a long day. I glanced over at Jenny, who smiled reassuringly, her pale blue eyes sparkling warmly at me. She truly was the nicest person. She offered me a ride home every night, and even though I felt bad about accepting, She wouldn't take no for an answer if I had no one else to take me. She insisted that she drove past my street anyway, so it really was no big deal. That made me feel a little better about the whole thing. Rita finished pouring everyone's second shot and looked at each of us with a sneaky half grin. If you had one night with any man, no strings attached, no complications, who would it be? She looked at me pointedly. And you can't pick your own boyfriend. She looked at each of us while Kate and Jenny started giggling again. Thinking of my answer, even though I really didn't want to, I started blushing. Rita sighed. Okay, well, it's an easy one for me. Kellan. She sighed dreamily while I paled. God, I'd do that boy again in a heartbeat. Kate giggled and then gave me an odd look. I wondered for a split second if she suspected what Jenny had suspected, and paled even more. She daintily shook her head and shrugged. Kellan, definitely. She and Rita shared a knowing glance and turned to stare at me, waiting for my answer. My throat went dry and I felt ill. I tried to think of someone else, anyone else, someone innocuous, but my mind went completely blank and only one name was shouting through my head. And it was the one name I dared not utter. Not here. Jenny popped up beside me. Denny, she said cheerily. Kate and Rita both turned to stare at her, then at me, and then back to her like she had just committed the act she had spoken of. I could have kissed her. With one simple word, she had shifted all of the focus off of me and my stupid answer, which was, of course, also Kellan. They were still staring at her in disbelief. Well, Kate's look was of disbelief. Rita looked more amused and possibly impressed, while I forced a fake frown. Cheers, Jenny said in her still bubbly voice, and we all did our second shot, everyone forgetting that I never actually answered Rita's stupid question. Ready to go, Kiera? She calmly asked. Yeah, I said in a displeased voice, even though I wanted to hug her. Rita laughed while Kate gave me a quick consolatory hug. Out the door and out of earshot, I thanked Jenny profusely. I came downstairs a few heartbeats before Denny the next morning. Our house had been quiet last night. Apparently, once a day was enough for Kellan. Well, at least he had his limits. The quiet hadn't helped the hurt in my heart, though. I frowned when I saw him sitting at the table with an elbow propped on it and his fingers tangled in his hair. He was staring at the table and looked deep in thought. He glanced over at me when he noticed my entrance and opened his mouth like he was going to say something. He immediately shut his mouth when Denny followed me a few seconds later. His latest hurtful comment stung in my brain, and, feeling a little snotty, I turned to face Denny. I know you're dressed already. I ran a hand down his shirt and rested my fingers on his belt. But do you want to run up and take a shower? I angled my face so that Kellan could see me raise my eyebrows suggestively and bite my lip. I flicked a glance at Kellan while Denny chuckled. Kellan didn't look happy as he concentrated a little too hard on the tabletop. Good. Denny kissed me softly. I wish I could, babe, but I can't be late today. Max is on a rampage with the holiday coming. Oh. I exaggerated my disappointment. It could be a quick shower. I bit my lip again and flicked another glance at Kellan. His jaw clenched and I resisted the urge to smile. Denny grinned wider. I really can't. Tonight, though, okay? He whispered that last part, but I was completely sure Kellan heard him. I kissed him deeply, running my hands over every inch of his body. Denny seemed a little surprised at my enthusiasm, but kissed me back eagerly. I watched Kellan from the corner of my eye as we kissed. He stood and, not looking at me, sniffed once and stalked into the living room. I pulled away from Denny, smiling warmly at him as I heard Kellan's door close. Loudly. Inwardly, my smile was vindictive. Two could play at this game. Chapter 19. You're Mine. The Thanksgiving holiday came and went, with Denny making a truly fabulous meal and Kellan ducking out with a "have a nice dinner," not even bothering to join us for it. We didn't see him again for the rest of the evening. Denny had made a small turkey with some glaze he saw on a cooking show, cranberry stuffing, and mashed potatoes. I made the salad, which was all he would let me help with. I sat on the counter and kept him company throughout the day while he cooked, though. He smiled a lot and kissed me a lot and seemed genuinely happy. I tried to match his good spirits. I tried not to worry about where Kellan had taken off to, and who he might possibly be with. While Denny cleaned up after dinner, really, how great of a boyfriend was he? I called my family, wishing them lots of love, and avoiding any direct conversation with my sister. I still couldn't deal with that yet. I knew it was ridiculous. Eventually, I would have to speak to her again, but not now. Not when things were so odd between Kellan and me. My parents wanted to know if I was coming up for Christmas. They had already bought our tickets, hint, hint, and had my room all ready for the both of us. That surprised me a lot. They had never let us both stay under their roof before. They must have really missed me. With a heavy heart, I told them that Denny wanted me to go home with him and that I hadn't decided yet. And knowing Denny, he had probably already bought those tickets as well, just in case. They were clearly upset at hearing that, and although the conversation drifted to other things, I knew what they would all be discussing over the next several days. It hurt my heart as I hung up the phone with them. I hadn't answered Denny either on what I wanted to do, and he had asked me again on several occasions. I still didn't know. I didn't know which path to choose, whom to hurt. I hated these kinds of decisions. There was no winning, and someone would be hurt, either my parents or Denny. And then Kellan, although his latest cruelty toward me was sure making the thought of leaving him easier, that still hurt my heart too. My irritation toward him was escalating just as surely as our flirtation had been escalating none too long ago. Just a few weeks ago, Kellan and I had been nearly inseparable, but now he was inseparable with nearly half of Seattle. And Candy. She had taken me up on my stupid suggestion, and shortly after Thanksgiving she'd showed up at Pete's. Recognizing her and throwing me a look that clearly said, "I know you recognize her too," Kellan stayed attached at the hip with her all evening. And by all evening, I mean all evening. I had to listen to her appreciation of Kellan's talent over and over through our agonizingly thin walls. Her smug look when I ran into her in the halls Monday morning was what finally broke me, I think. That one look screamed at me, "I just took what I know you secretly want, and I loved every damn second of it." I was done. That very evening, I finally snapped. Pete, and I'm assuming either Griffin or Kellan, had decided to make Monday night ladies' night with $2 shots till midnight. As a result, the bar was jam-packed full of college-age women getting drunker by the minute. The band was there, of course, and having a wondrous time with their expanded, inebriated harem. Kellan was being blatant. Some pixie-haired harlot was nestled provocatively in his lap, sucking on his neck. He was immensely enjoying it, stroking her thigh. None of the other guys paid them any attention. They all had women of their own. She pointed suggestively to the back room. Kellan smiled and shook his head at her. Well, of course not. Why would he want the hussy now when he could take her home and march her upstairs later, driving me crazy all night long? The thought incensed me. Why did this bother me so much? I was angrily scrubbing a clean table when I noticed him walking by me. Too late, the words slipped out. "Want to try keeping it in your pants, Kyle?" He had walked a few steps past me before what I had just stupidly said registered in his mind. He turned around, his eyes suddenly intensely angry. "That's rich." He laughed once, rather haughtily, I thought. "What?" I said flatly. He walked over to where I was standing at the empty table and leaned in close, pressing his body against mine. He grabbed my arm and pulled me tight against him. My heart sped at his touch. It had been a long time since he had actually touched me, and the unexpectedness caught my breath. He leaned even closer to whisper in my ear, "Is the woman with the live-in boyfriend, the one whom I've had sex with on not fewer than 2 occasions, really lecturing me on abstinence?" My face heated in anger. I glared daggers at him and tried to pull away, but he firmly held my arm, and the table behind me allowed no escape. His sudden anger not quite finished, he put his lips directly on my ear. "If you actually marry him, will I still get to fuck you?" The following incident became known as the slap heard round the bar. Acting on its own, my hand came around and smacked his face shockingly hard, 10 times harder than I had ever hit him. He staggered back slightly and inhaled a sharp breath. Red marks appeared on his skin instantly where my hand had connected with him. He looked completely stunned. "You stupid son of a bitch!" I yelled at him, momentarily forgetting that we were in a jam-packed bar full of witnesses. Despite how badly my hand was stinging, it felt good to release my long pent-up frustrations. I brought my hand around for another hit, but he caught my wrist and twisted it painfully. His eyes snapped to mine. They were filled with an anger to match my own. I struggled in his painful, tight grasp, desperate to hit him again, wanting so much to hurt him. "What the hell, Kiera? What the fucking hell?" He yelled back. He grabbed my other hand so I couldn't hit him, so I made a move with my knee, hoping to drop him. He saw it coming, though, and shoved me to the side away from him. My hand throbbed as blood finally rushed back into it. My pent-up anger beyond reasoning, I immediately sprang back and leapt at him again. A strong set of arms around my waist held me back, and, irritated and confused, I struggled against them. "Calm down, Kiera." Evan's gentle voice broke through my fog of anger. He was holding me from behind and pulling me away from Kellan. Sam had his hand on Kellan's chest. Kellan was seething in anger, glaring viciously at me. Matt and Griffin had moved behind Kellan. Matt looked concerned. Griffin looked wildly amused. Jenny was in between Kellan and me, both arms outstretched like somehow her tiny body could keep us apart if we were going to attack each other again. Aside from Griffin's chuckling, the entire bar was deathly quiet. Sam looked unsure what to do. Normally, he would just kick the troublemakers out, but we both worked here, and were friends. Eventually, it was Jenny who, looking around at the full bar of bystanders, grabbed Kellan's hand and then mine. Furrowing her brow and not directly looking at either of us, she muttered, "Come on," and dragged us to the back room. Kellan and I studiously ignored each other and the mass of people as we allowed Jenny to pull us along. I noticed Evan nod his head at Matt, who nodded back and forcibly made a very disgruntled Griffin stay where he was. Then Evan followed closely behind us. Once in the hallway, Evan passed our unhappy trio and opened the door to the back room to usher us all inside. Taking a final look up and down the hallway, he closed the door behind us and stood in front of it, keeping us in the room and also keeping any curious bar patrons out. He crossed his tattooed arms across his chest as he barred the door with the still-broken lock, and a pair of flames lined up perfectly on his forearms. My mood matched those flames. "Okay," Jenny said, releasing her hands. "What's up?" He... Kellan and I both started speaking at the same time, and Jenny, still standing between us, held up her hands. One at a time. "We don't need a mediator, Jenny," Kellan snapped, turning his glare to her. Not intimidated by his fierce look, she calmly said, "No? Well, I think you do." She pointed back to the bar. "Half the people in there think you do." She eyed him up and down warily. "I happen to know a thing or two about your fights. I'm not leaving you alone with her." Kellan gaped at her, then looked over her shoulder to glare at me. "You told her? She knows?" I shrugged and cast a glance at Evan. He still looked confused and concerned. "Everything?" Kellan asked, still stunned. I shrugged again. Kellan grunted and ran a hand through his hair. Well, isn't that interesting? And here I thought we weren't talking about it. He looked over at Evan. Well, since the cat's out of the bag, why don't we all get on the same page? He dramatically flung his hands out to me while keeping his focus on Evan. I fucked Kiera, even though you warned me not to. Then, for good measure, I did it again. Everyone said something at once. Jenny scolded Kellan for his language. Evan cursed at him, and I yelled at him to shut up. Kellan glared at everyone and added, Oh, and I called her a whore. You're such a prick, I said, looking away from him. Tears of rage stung my eyes and my face heated from embarrassment. Evan hadn't known any of that. He really didn't need to know either. Kellan looked incredulous as I glanced back at him. A prick? I'm a prick? He angrily took a step toward me and Jenny put a hand on his chest. You're the one who hit me. He gestured to his face where red streaks were still visible. Again. Evan butted in, looking peeved at Kellan. Jesus, man, what were you thinking? Or were you? Kellan's angry eyes snapped to him. She begged me. I'm only human. I made an affronted noise, unable to speak coherently. Did the whole room need to know such intimate details? I was astonished at how he was making me sound, like he was some innocent and I had seduced him. Yeah, right. His eyes flashed back to me. You begged me, Kiera. Both times. Remember? He irritably gestured at me, and Jenny pushed him back. All I did was what you asked. That's all I've ever done. What you've asked. He held his hands out to the side, looking exasperated. That loosened my tongue as anger and embarrassment shot through me. He rarely did anything I asked. I had a long list in my head, but foremost in my mind was the word he had spoken, just moments ago. I didn't ask to be called a whore. He stepped toward me and Jenny put 2 hands on his chest. And I didn't ask to be hit again. Quit fucking hitting me. Jenny muttered, Watch your language, which Kellan ignored. Evan told him to calm down, which Kellan also ignored. You did ask for it, prick. No woman would have let the things he had spat at me slide. He had practically engraved me an invitation. Since we're sharing, I angrily emphasized the word, why don't you tell them what you said to me? I stepped toward him and Jenny put one of her hands on my shoulder. The only thing keeping our anger apart was this pretty little blonde girl. If you'd given me 2 seconds, I was going to apologize for that. But you know what? Now I don't. He shrugged and shook his head. I'm not sorry I said it. He angrily pointed at me. You were out of line. You just don't like that I'm dating. My eyes blazed with fury. Dating? Screwing everything that walks isn't dating, Kellan. You don't even bother learning their names. That's not okay. I shook my head. You are a dog. I growled. Evan butted in again before Kellan could respond. She has a point, Kellan. What? Kellan and I both gaped at him. You got something else to say to me, Evan? Kellan snapped at him, backing away from Jenny, who lowered her hand from his chest. Evan's normally jovial face darkened. Maybe I do. Maybe she's right, and maybe, just maybe, you know it too. Kellan blanched but said nothing. Why don't you tell her why you're so free with yourself? She might understand. Kellan got really pissed and took a step toward Evan. What the fuck do you know about it? Evan suddenly looked sympathetic and quietly replied, More than you think I do, Kellan. Kellan stopped moving. His face paled. Back off, Evan. I'm not asking. Back the fuck off. His voice was low and icy cold. He really wasn't joking. Kellan? Language. Jenny scolded him again. At the same time, I snapped, What are you talking about? I was highly irritated at their confusing exchange. Kellan ignored both of us and gave Evan an icy glare. Evan stared back, then resignedly sighed. Whatever, man. Your call. Kellan sniffed. Damn right it is. He pointed at all of us. How I date is none of your concern. If I want to screw this whole bar, you all... You practically have, I shouted, cutting him off. No. I screwed you. He shouted back, and in the sudden quiet that followed the statement, I heard Evan curse again and Jenny softly sigh. And you feel bad about cheating on Denny. He leaned in over Jenny's head, and she brought her hand back to his chest and pushed against him. You feel guilty about having an affair, but you... I interrupted him. We are not having an affair. We made a mistake. Twice. That's it. He exhaled in a rush. Oh, come on, Kiera. God, you are naive. We may have only had sex twice, but we've most definitely been having an affair the entire time. That makes no sense, I yelled back at him. Really? Then why did you so desperately want to hide it from Denny, huh? If it really was all so harmless and innocent, then why weren't we open about our relationship to anyone? He raised his arm to the door to indicate the outside world. He was right. We only let others see a fraction of how close we really were with each other. I couldn't answer him. Why can't we even touch anymore? My breath stopped. I didn't like his question or the huskiness of his voice. What happens to you when I touch you, Kiera? His tone, almost a low growl, was getting as suggestive as his words, and Jenny took a step away from him, dropping her hand from his chest again. He ran a hand down his shirt as he answered his own question. Your pulse races. Your breath quickens. He bit his lip and started simulating heavy breathing, keeping his eyes locked on mine. Your body trembles. Your lips part. Your eyes burn. He closed his eyes and exhaled with a soft groan, then reopened his eyes and suggestively inhaled through his teeth. With a purposely strained voice, he continued antagonizing me. Your body aches everywhere. He closed his eyes again and exactly mimicked a low moan that I had made with him on several occasions. He tangled a hand back through his own hair in a way that I had done time and again, and ran his other hand back up his chest in a way that was only too familiar to me. He had a decidedly intimate look on his face, and the overall effect was so shockingly erotic and familiar that I blushed deeply. He swallowed and made a horribly enticing noise as he let his mouth fall open in a pant. Oh, God, please. He mimicked in a low groan as his hand started running down his body towards his jeans. Enough! I spat out. Thoroughly embarrassed, I glanced at Jenny. She looked as pale as I was red. She glanced back at me, and her hand on my shoulder became sympathetic rather than restraining. From the door, I heard Evan mutter, Jesus, Kellan. Kellan's angry eyes flashed open, and he snapped, That's what I thought. Does that sound innocent to you? He looked around the room. To any of you? He glared at me again. You made your choice, remember? Denny. We ended this. He indicated himself and me. You had no feelings for me. You didn't want to be with me, but now you don't want anyone else to be with me, right? He shook his head. Is that what you want? For me to be completely alone? His voice broke on the end of that sentence in his anger. My face, still red with embarrassment, heated in rage. I never said that. I said if you were to see someone, I would understand. But God, Kellan, Evan's right. Show some restraint. Silence filled the room, with everyone glaring at everyone else. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. Are you trying to hurt me? Do you have something to prove? He eyed me up and down. To you? No. Nothing. He backed away from Jenny a little, and I pushed into her. She brought both her hands to my shoulders to hold me back. You're not trying to purposely hurt me? I snarled at him. No. He ran his hand through his hair again and shook his head. I actually saw red. I was so infuriated with him. Of course he was trying to hurt me. Why else would he be whoring himself all over town? Why else would he have broken his promise? Then what about my sister? He groaned and looked up at the ceiling. God, not that again. Evan took a step to help Jenny, who was beginning to struggle with me. I was really pissed off and pushing against her. Jenny looked over at Evan and, not saying anything, shook her head. He stayed where he was by the door. Yes, that. Again. You promised. I yelled, pointing at him. Obviously, I lied, Kiera. He yelled back. If you haven't noticed, I do that. And what does it matter anyway? She wanted me. You didn't. What do you care if I... Because you're mine. I yelled back at him, quite unintentionally. Of course he wasn't actually mine. The immediate silence after that was deafening. Kellan's face paled, and then slowly got very, very angry. No. No, I'm not. That's the whole fucking point. Kellan! Jenny scolded him again, and he finally glared at her. My face heated even more in embarrassment at my unthinking declaration. Is that why you did it? Is that why you slept with her, you son of a bitch? To prove a point? My voice cracked in my anger. Jenny finally interrupted. He didn't, Kiera. She calmly stated. Kellan gave her an icy glare. Jenny? What? I asked her, and she dropped her hands from my shoulders. Ignoring Kellan's cold stare, she again very calmly said, Kellan wasn't the one who slept with her. Kellan took a menacing step toward Jenny, and Evan took a step toward Kellan. Glancing up at Evan, Kellan stopped. This doesn't concern you, Jenny. Butt out. He snapped. Slightly irritated with him now, she coolly met his gaze. Now it does. Why are you lying to her, Kellan? Tell her the truth. For once, tell her the truth. He shut his mouth and clenched his jaw. Evan scowled at him, and Jenny frowned. Not able to stand it any longer, I shouted, Will someone please tell me something? Jenny looked back at me. Don't you ever listen to Griffin? She asked softly. Irritated, Kellan said, No, she avoids conversations with him if she can help it. Quieter, he added, I counted on that. I furrowed my brow, confused. Wait, Griffin? My sister slept with Griffin? Jenny nodded, rolling her eyes. He hasn't shut up about it, Kiera. He keeps telling everyone. Best O of my life. She made a disgusted face. Kellan clenched his jaw again. That's enough, Jenny. I stared at her, disbelieving, and then looked over at Evan. He shrugged, nodded, and looked curiously at Kellan. So did Jenny. And then so did I. You lied to me? I whispered. He shrugged noncommittally. You assumed. I simply encouraged that thought. Anger flashed through me. You lied to me! I yelled. I told you I do that. He snapped back. Why? I demanded. Kellan looked away from all of us and didn't answer.
Answer her, Kellan,
Jenny said. He looked back to her and she raised an eyebrow at him. Kellan frowned but remained silent. Memories flooded me. The whole fight in the car. The rain. All of that started because I was so angry about you and her. Why would you let me think? He glared over at me.
Why did you automatically assume?
She told me. Well, she made it sound like... I closed my eyes. I hadn't wanted to hear it. I had never let her fully explain what had happened that night. All she had said about Kellan was that she wanted me to thank him for her. I had assumed she wanted me to thank him for... that. Maybe she had just meant for showing her a good time, for dancing with her all night, for taking her to Griffin's house, for giving her a ride home, or... God, it could have been anything, really. Reopening my eyes, I looked at him and softened my gaze and my voice. I'm sorry I assumed. But why would you let me think that for so long? His gaze and voice softened too.
I wanted to hurt you.
Why? I whispered and took a step toward him. Jenny, seeing us both calmer, let me pass. Kellan looked away and didn't answer. I walked over to him and put a hand on his cheek. He closed his eyes at my touch. Why, Kellan? Without opening his eyes, he whispered, Because you hurt me so many times. I wanted to hurt you back. My anger extinguished. Kellan, his anger sapped as well, slowly opened his eyes, pain clearly visible in his features. He stared back at me silently. Somewhere in the back of my head, I heard Jenny walk over to Evan and tell him that they should give us a moment. Then I heard the door open and close, and Kellan and I were alone. I never wanted to hurt you, Kellan. Either of you. The silence of the space reverberated back to me, and I sank to my knees, right there in the middle of the room. The roller coaster of emotions was wearing me down. The guilt, the excitement, the pain, the thrill, and the anger. I could barely remember how perfect I had thought things were in the beginning, before I had ruined everything. Kellan knelt down on the ground across from me and took my hands in his. It doesn't matter now, Kiera. Things are how they're supposed to be. You're with Denny, and I'm... He swallowed. I just so missed how things used to be, how sweet our relationship used to be before Kellan got cold, then hot, then whatever it was he was being now. It slipped out before I could think about it. I miss you, I whispered to him. His breath caught, and I heard him swallow loudly.
Kiera.
The tears started coming, and I just wanted my friend back. Surprisingly, Kellan pulled me into an embrace, like he used to so long ago. I clutched him tight, needing his nearness. He stroked my back while I started sobbing into his shoulder. I just wanted to stop feeling so much. My head was spinning with guilt and anger and heat and pain. He mumbled something into my shoulder that almost sounded like, I'm sorry, baby. My heart sped at the thought of those tender words coming from him. He sat back on his heels, keeping me tight to him so that I was sitting on his lap, my knees on either side of him. He started stroking my hair and I started relaxing into him. He held me that way for a long time. My tears slowly stopped, and I turned my head to look at him. Surprisingly, his eyes were closed and his head was down. He looked sad. I tried to move off of him, but keeping his eyes closed, he pulled me tighter to him.
No, please.
Stay, he whispered. Instantly I was aware of how dangerous our position was. But for our breathing, how silent the room was, how tight he embraced me, how long it had been since we had really held each other. He slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at me, and I could see that he was aware of the danger too. His lips parted, his breath quickened. I could see the wistful pain of wanting me in his eyes. Kellan was right. There was a reason we should never touch. Thinking only of telling him that I couldn't do this anymore to Denny, I whispered, "I miss you so much." That wasn't what I had been going to say at all. What was wrong with me? He closed his eyes and lowered his forehead to rest on mine. I could clearly see how difficult I was making this for him, and I really didn't mean to.
Kiera, I can't.
He swallowed again.
This is wrong. You're not mine.
I thrilled at the word mine coming from his lips and hated myself for it. Mentally agreeing with him, I whispered, "I am yours." Wait, no, that's not what I meant to say either. He made an odd noise and drew a ragged breath.
Are you?
He whispered so softly I barely heard him. He looked up at me and the passion was burning in his eyes again.
I want you so much.
I felt such sorrow for the loss of the easy friendship we once had, such guilt over what I constantly did to betray Denny, and such a painful need being in Kellan's arms. And the latter was winning. I had missed him so much, and now that he was with me, I suddenly didn't want him to leave me ever again. "I want you too," I whispered, and for the first time it was what I meant to say. He rolled then so that I was lying on the floor and he was pressing into me. Breathing softly, he paused, almost touching my lips. He held himself there and I could see the struggle in his eyes. He wasn't sure if I really wanted this. Before I knew what I was saying, it all spilled out in a rush. "I've missed you so much. I've wanted to touch you for so long. I've wanted to hold you for so long. I've wanted you for so long. I do need you, Kellan. I always have." He still held himself, hovering over my lips, his eyes frantically searching my face, looking for a lie in my words.
I won't be led on again, Kiera. I would rather end this than be hurt by you again. I can't.
I searched myself for the truth, but all I could find in my body was an aching loneliness for him. I couldn't take another day of him being with another woman. I couldn't handle another second of his lips on anyone's but mine. I wasn't even thinking about what that meant for Denny and me. I was only thinking that I needed Kellan to be mine. Only mine. I gently grabbed his face with my hands. "Don't leave me. You are mine, and I'm yours. I want you, and you can have me. Just stop being with all those—" He pulled away from me.
"No, I won't be with you because you're jealous."
I brought his face close to mine again and borrowed one of his moves that so long ago had driven me mad. I lightly slid my tongue under and along his upper lip. It had the same effect on him that it had on me. He closed his eyes and shuddered, inhaling quickly.
"Kiera, no. Don't do this to me again."
I paused. "I'm not, Kellan. I'm sorry I pushed you away before, but I'm not saying no anymore." I brought my tongue back to his intoxicatingly delicious skin. I only made it halfway along his lip when he brought his mouth down to mine. He paused while kissing me and pulled back, his breath shallow and fast. He stared at me, suddenly looking very nervous.
"I'm in love with you,"
he whispered, searching my eyes. He looked very pale and very scared and a little hopeful.
Kellan, I didn't know what to say. My eyes were starting to tear up again. He didn't let me even attempt to finish. He brought a hand up to stroke my cheek and kissed me again, but tenderly, sweetly. The kiss was full of emotion. I'm so in love with you, Kiera. I've missed you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I say awful things to you. I'm sorry I lied about your sister. I never touched her. I promised you I wouldn't. I couldn't let you know how much I adore you, how much you hurt me. It was as if finally telling me what he really felt released all the rest of his bottled-up emotions, and he couldn't stop himself. He spoke rapidly in between his tender kisses. I love you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The women... I was so scared to touch you. You didn't want me. I couldn't take the pain. I tried to get over you. Every time with them, I was with you. I'm so sorry. I love you. Tears flowed freely down my cheeks as I listened in shocked silence. His heartfelt words, his tender lips, it made me even weaker, made my heart race. His lips never stopped moving over mine. His words never stopped flowing between them. Forgive me. Please. I tried to forget you. It didn't work. I just wanted you more. God, I've missed you. I'm sorry I hurt you. I never wanted anyone like I want you. Every girl is you to me. You're all I see. You're all I want. I want you so much. I want you forever. Forgive me. I love you so much. I still couldn't process what he was saying. The look of fear and hope in his eyes. It made me want him even more, though. It made my breath heavy and ragged. His kiss picked up intensity in response. God, I love you. I need you. Forgive me. Stay with me. Say you need me too. Say you want me to. Please, be mine. He instantly stopped kissing me and froze, staring at me terrified again, like he finally just realized exactly what it was he had been saying. Kiera? His voice was shaky. His eyes glistened while he searched mine. I realized that I hadn't said anything in a really long time. He had been pouring his heart out to me, and I hadn't said a word. Of course, he hadn't really left me an opportunity to speak, but from the terror in his eyes, I don't think he realized that. All he could see were my tears and my silence. Emotion locked up my throat, and I closed my eyes, giving myself a minute to absorb everything. He loved me? He adored me? He loved me. He wanted me forever. He loved me. He wanted me to be with him. He loved me. Feelings for him that I had struggled so hard to push back flooded through me. Everything we had gone through, every tear, every joy, every jealousy. Had he loved me the whole time? I felt him pull away from me, and I realized I was still lying silent with my eyes closed. I opened them and looked up to his sad, terrified face. I grabbed his arm and stopped him from moving away from me. He met my gaze, the tear in his eye finally rolling down his face. I brushed it away with my thumb and cupped his cheek. I pulled him closer and tenderly kissed him. Kiera, he muttered between my lips, pulling away slightly. I swallowed the lump in my throat. You were always right. We're not friends. We're so much more. I want to be with you, Kellan. I want to be yours. I am yours. It was all I felt in that moment, all I could think to say. In that instant, he was my entire world.
Nothing else even existed to me besides him, and I didn't want to resist him any more. I was tired of fighting this. I wanted to be his, in every way. He rolled back on top of me and brought his mouth back to mine. He let out a soft exhale and kissed me deeply, as if we hadn't kissed in years. The passion I felt coming from him was almost overwhelming. His whole body trembled with it. He shifted his weight and pushed against me, making a noise deep in his throat that thrilled me. I ran my hands down his back and he shuddered. I felt the edge of his shirt and, grabbing it, ran my fingers up his bare skin, taking the shirt with me. Gently, I pulled it off of him, gazing at his amazing perfection for a second, before his lips came back down to mine. He shifted his weight again and brought his hands slowly down my neck, across my chest and up under my shirt. His hands were shaking as he pushed my shirt up and pulled it off of me. His body was still shaking as he kissed me. He was holding back, I realized, forcing himself to go slowly, forcing himself to remain in control in case I changed my mind. The thought of how much he wanted me and how unsure he was of me filled my body with fire. I ran my hands back down his bare back, feeling every muscle, every defined line. He lightly groaned as I brought my hands around to his chest and ran my fingers along the faint scar on his ribs, the scar he had gotten because of me, because he loved me. His lips never leaving mine, his hands brushed over my shoulders, down my arms, over my bra, down to my waist. I sighed at how good it felt to feel his touch again. It had been so achingly long. He shifted again and, his shaking hands lowered to my jeans. His fingers played with the waistband on them, almost considering if he should. I pulled away from his lips and whispered in his ear, "I'm yours. Don't stop." I shifted my weight under him suggestively. Exhaling and relaxing, Kellan listened to me. He didn't stop. He started unbuttoning my jeans and, biting my lip, I moved to unbutton his. He pulled back to watch me intently. He stopped shaking. He seemed to finally believe that I wasn't going to stop this. I finished undoing his jeans as he was starting to pull mine down. Gazing at me with such love in his face, he softly said, "Kiera, I love you," and started kissing my neck. His face, his words, hit me with such intensity that I stopped breathing. Suddenly this felt wrong, dirty. It didn't match his tender words, and I couldn't go through with it. "Kellan, wait. Just a minute," I said tentatively. "Kiera." He stopped tugging at my jeans and groaned heavily. His entire body sagged against mine, his head resting on my shoulder. "Oh my God. Are you serious?" He rocked his head back and forth on my shoulder. "Please don't do this again. I can't take it." "No, I'm not. But..." "But?" He pulled back to look at me breathlessly, his blue eyes blazing with desire and, now, irritation. "You do realize that if you keep doing this to my body, I will never be able to have children." He snipped. I laughed at his unintentionally amusing remark. He pulled back more and frowned at me. "I'm glad you find that funny." Still chuckling, I ran a finger down his cheek, eventually making him smile. "If we are going to do this, if I'm going to be with you..." I looked around at the dirty floor we were lying on. "It's not going to be on the floor in the back room of Pete's." He frowned, then immediately reversed it and softly kissed me. "Now you object to being with me on a dirty floor?" he whispered. I laughed again at his reference to our tryst in the coffee stand and at hearing his humor return. It had been a long time since I had heard that, too. He kissed me again then, pulling back, forced a frown on his face. "Did you Did you just get me to pour my heart out to you so you could get me naked again? He raised an eyebrow at me charmingly. I laughed again and gently grabbed his face in my hands. God, I missed you. I missed that. Missed what? He asked quietly, gazing back at me and softly stroking my bare stomach. You. Your humor, your smile, your touch, your everything. I gazed back at him warmly. His face got serious. I missed you so much, Kiera. I nodded, swallowing the emotion in my throat, and he kissed me again. Suddenly he pulled back and, eyeing me half-naked beneath him, bit his lip and raised an eyebrow. You know, there are other options for this room besides the floor. Really? I asked, enjoying his playfulness. Yeah. He looked around the room, smiling. Table, chair, shelf. He looked down at me, his grin suddenly devilish. Wall. I laughed and stroked my hand down his chest, marveling at how quickly my emotions around Kellan could change. Here we'd just been at each other's throats, and now we were intimately joking around. Just kiss me. I shook my head at him. Yes, ma'am. He smiled and started kissing me deeply. Tease, he muttered, moving his lips to my neck. Whore, I muttered back, grinning and kissing the cheek I had ruthlessly slapped earlier. He laughed huskily in response and moved his lips to the base of my throat. A persistent soft knock drifted through the room, but Kellan and I both ignored it. I closed my eyes as he lightly ran his tongue up my throat. God, I loved that. He was bringing his tongue up and over my chin when the annoying knocking that we had both been ignoring suddenly became a door swinging open. I gasped and tilted my head up, my heart racing. Kellan raised his head to look at the door. Jesus, Evan, you scared the shit out of me, Kellan said, laughing. I didn't feel like laughing. This was not how I wanted someone to walk in on me. To his credit, Evan was covering his eyes. He immediately closed the door behind him and looked away. Sorry, man. I know you two are, I need to talk to you, Kellan. Evan seemed really embarrassed, but he couldn't be any more embarrassed than me. Kellan lay over me, protectively, shielding me from Evan's view, not that he was looking in our direction. Your timing kinda stinks, man. He frowned at him. Unintentionally, Evan flicked a glance at us and immediately looked away again. I clutched Kellan tighter, wanting to be anywhere but here. Sorry, but you're going to thank my timing in about 10 seconds. Kellan smiled widely. Really, Evan? Can't this wait, like 10? I nudged him in the ribs and he looked down at me, then back up at him. 20 minutes? I giggled. Denny's here, Evan stated. I stopped giggling. What? I asked quietly. Kellan sat up, straddling me. Shit. He handed me my shirt and I quickly slipped it on. He stayed on my lap, thinking. Evan finally looked over at us without looking away. Unless you want tonight to get even more interesting, Kiera needs to leave and you need to stay and talk to me. Kellan started nodding and, finding his shirt, slipped it back on. Thank you, he said, looking back up at Evan. Evan half smiled. See? I knew you'd thank me. I felt ice cold as Kellan finally got off my lap and helped me get up. We adjusted our clothes and I started having trouble breathing. Kellan put a hand on my shoulder. It's fine. It will be fine. Panic flared through me. But the whole bar. They all saw that. They'll be talking. He'll know something. Kellan shook his head. He'll know we had a fight. That's it. He looked over at Evan, who looked impatient for me to leave. You should go before he comes back here looking for you. Okay. Kiera. He grabbed my arm as I turned to leave, then he pulled me in for one long last kiss. I was breathless when I went out into the hallway. Chapter 20. Confessions. Luckily, the hallway was empty. I quickly ducked into the ladies' room, which was also empty. The panic abated, and I sank to the floor and put my head on my arms. That had been too close. What if that had been Denny and not Evan? My stomach clenched at the thought. If I was going to leave Denny, it wasn't going to be with him finding out like that. Was I really going to leave Denny for Kellan? I loved Denny. I didn't want to leave him, but Kellan's arms had felt so good around me again. I knew that I wasn't going to say no to him anymore. I needed him too much. Maybe it could work with both of them. I smiled and held my fingers to my lips, remembering Kellan's tender kiss. Did Kellan really love me? Did I love him? That thought thrilled and terrified me. Could I really handle having an irrefutable affair? Could Kellan? Could Denny? Opening the door, I peered down the hall. Still empty. Good. I glanced over at the mirror and decided I didn't look like I had almost been with Kellan. Again. And, sighing, turned and left the small room. My eyes instinctively went over to the band's table as I re-entered the bar. I frowned. No Kellan. Was he still in the back room with Evan? I couldn't worry about it as I was getting icy stares from several customers who looked none too happy about my prolonged absence. Also, Denny was approaching me, a little cautiously. I hoped for a moment that maybe no one had told Denny anything yet, but over the low rumble of voices in the bar, I heard Griffin loudly yell, "Yeah, Kiera! Woo! Nice bitch slap!" I saw Matt smack him hard in the chest and heard him mutter, "What? Fucker probably deserved it." I closed my eyes and cursed the stupid, loud-mouthed ass. Seriously, what did my sister see in him? Kiera? Denny's soft accent made me open my eyes. Everything okay? The whole bar's been going on and on about you hitting Kellan. His brow was scrunched in concern, his eyes reflecting the same. Walking by him, I grabbed his hand and made my way to the bar, stalling for time. What do I tell him? Kellan never told me what to say. My earlier irritation at Griffin actually sparked an idea, and without carefully thinking it over, I spit out, "The jerk slept with Anna when she was here, then never called her again. Broke her heart." Denny stopped walking alongside me, and I stopped walking, and breathing. "Oh," was all he said. His brow didn't soften, though, and I had no idea if he believed me or not. I couldn't take him using her like that, and then all the women he's been bringing home, it was just so disrespectful to her. And tonight he was practically getting a lap dance, and I guess I just lost it. I defended her honor, in a way. "Oh," he said again. Then his brow softened and he smiled softly. "Why didn't you tell me that earlier? I would have talked to him about that." I relaxed and started breathing regularly again. I told her I wouldn't tell anybody." "Really?" he asked, suddenly curious. The way she was hanging all over him, I figured she'd spray paint it on the walls. He shrugged. "Your sister is quite the character." He leaned over and kissed my cheek. "Can you please let me do the fighting from now on?" I giggled nervously and squeezed his hand tighter. Was he really going to buy that? Yeah, no problem." I gave him a swift kiss. "My customers probably aren't happy with me. I should get back to work." Denny laughed. "They probably love the dinner with a show. Speaking of dinner, I'm starving. I think I'll grab something here." He laughed again and hugged me tight. "I love you, Kiera." He was still chuckling as he made his way to a table. The band's table. I felt like I might be sick. I didn't know what Evan was talking to Kellan about in the back room, but he was in there for over an hour. When they did eventually come out, Kellan kept his head down and quite sheepishly left the bar. He never so much as glanced at me. I was offended by that at first, but as I noticed the gossiping whispers around me, I decided that if we had just had the major fight that the bar patrons thought we had, and I suppose in a way we had, then his reaction was probably the correct one. Kellan stayed away the remainder of the night. Luckily, Denny accepted my version of the story and didn't ask the band about it. When I gave him his dinner later, they were all happily chatting about some game that was on last night. Denny smiled at me and leaned in for a kiss, which I immediately gave him. I couldn't help but look at Evan when I did that, the compromising position that he had walked in on still blazing in my mind. Apparently, it was in his as well. He glanced over at me, too, and blushed a little bit. I avoided looking at him for the rest of the evening. Denny left shortly after his dinner, and I had to endure a few more hours of huddled whispers that quickly silenced at my approach as I finished out my shift. I hoped none of them were piecing things together too accurately. I didn't need anyone letting something slip to Denny. Jenny offered me a ride home. I thanked her for always doing that, and also for her help with Kellan earlier. We were walking across the lot to her car when I stopped in my tracks, my heart suddenly in my throat. Jenny noticed and stared over at what had my rapt attention. Kellan's car was parked across the street, and he was outside of it, leaning against the door with his arms crossed on his chest. A smile spread over his face when he saw me notice him. My heartbeat doubled at seeing him. Jenny sighed, and I looked over at her pleadingly. "All right, go. If anyone asks, I'll say we went for a late coffee and lost track of time or something." I grinned and hugged her tight. "Thank you, Jenny." She grabbed my arm as I started to leave. "But I'm only doing this once, Kiera." She shook her head, her pale blue eyes narrowing a bit. "I won't be involved in hiding an affair." I swallowed and nodded, feeling horribly guilty. "I'm so sorry. I never should have dragged you into all of this." She looked at me thoughtfully as she released my arm. "You should pick one, Kiera. Pick one and release the other. You can't keep them both." I nodded and swallowed the painful lump in my throat at that thought. I watched Jenny for a second as she waved briefly at Kellan and then made her way to her car. Then I nearly sprinted across the street to him. He smiled warmly at my approach and, taking my hand, led me to the other side of the car, where he sweetly helped me inside. I was glad to see his departure from the bar was just an act, and he didn't seem to have any problems being around me. As I watched him cross the front of the car, our horrid fight much earlier in the evening started replaying itself in my head, and a certain section of it just wasn't leaving me. I forced a frown on my face as he slid into the car, closing the door gently behind him. Kellan eyed me curiously. "What?" "I haven't been around you for hours." He smiled wryly. "What could I have possibly done?" He purred. Keeping my face frozen in disapproval, I stated, "I've been dwelling on something you did earlier. For hours." He cocked his head charmingly to the side. "I did quite a bit. Can you be more specific?" The corners of my mouth started to rise, and then true irritation made me scowl. "Oh, God, please?" I smacked him on the arm. "How could you mock me like that in front of Evan and Jenny?" I smacked him repeatedly on the arm. "That was so embarrassing." He leaned away from me and laughed. "Ow! Sorry." He smiled wickedly. "I was making a point." I smacked him a final time. "I think you made it, asshole." He laughed again. "I think I'm a bad influence. You're starting to swear as much as I do." I smirked at him and snuggled up close to his side. He looked down at me. "You can mimic me sometime if you like." He seemed entirely too excited by that prospect, and I couldn't help but laugh at him. I blushed, remembering his performance. "You were quite good at that." He laughed again. "Not my first time." I gaped in disbelief at his answer, and he chuckled at the look on my face. Then suddenly he got an odd glint in his eyes. It made my heart quicken. He cocked his head to the side and smiled crookedly. You are right. That wasn't very fair of me. He grinned fully, and my heart skipped a beat. Here, I'll do me. I was about to protest that it wasn't nearly the same thing, the two of us locked in a car with only me to hear him, when he snuck his arms around me and held me tight against his body, bringing his lips directly to my ear. My argument left me. My conscious thought left me. Increasing his breath in my ear, he lightly groaned. I shut my eyes, my own breath increasing. The warm air passing his lips tickled my neck, giving me shivers as he let those soft lips brush my ear. Oh. He elongated the word enticingly, then inhaled noisily. I was shocked at my body's reaction. Electricity shot through me instantly. God. He strained his voice intimately and ran his hand up my thigh. I shifted on the seat, my breath embarrassingly fast. Yes. He whispered the word and added a noise on the end that made me lose all pretense of control. I spun to face him, grabbing his neck and pulling him into me, kissing him hard. Excitement and surprise coursed through me as our kiss deepened. He smelled so good. He tasted so good. He would feel so good. Maybe a car wasn't as bad as a dirty floor. Abruptly, he pulled away from me. Can we do something? He calmly asked, his eyes sparkling playfully. Yes. I practically moaned the word. God, he could do anything he wanted to me. He pulled back a little farther and grinned. Do you need a minute? The smile on his face turned a little smug, and he laughed as I smacked him on the arm again. He started the car as I frowned at him, my face heating embarrassingly. Damn, he was good. What did you have in mind? I said a little grumpily. He laughed at my look and shook his head a little. Sorry, I didn't mean to get you all riled up. I raised an eyebrow at him and he laughed again. Okay, yeah, maybe I did. He winked and I blushed even more. But right now, I want to show you something. He smiled breathtakingly at me, and I could only nod as we pulled away from the street. I sighed contently and relaxed into him, his arms slung over my shoulders, holding me tight. I was gazing into his amazing eyes, watching the streetlights alter the color, when I noticed that we were driving towards Seattle Center. Where are you taking me? I asked him curiously. Well, I did promise you that we'd go up the Space Needle. Kellan, it's 2 a.m. It's closed. He smiled at me. It's okay. I know people. He winked. We parked, and, like the first time we came here, he grabbed my hand. A man who obviously worked there met us and let us in. I looked up at Kellan, curious. The man had been expecting us. What had Kellan been up to this evening? He handed the man more than a few large bills, and, smiling, the man led us to the elevators at the Needle. As the doors closed in front of us, I leaned over and whispered to Kellan, "How much did you give him?" He smiled and whispered back, "Don't worry about it. The house wasn't the only thing my parents left me." He winked at me, and I was going to ask him another question, but the elevator was rising. Through the front of the glass doors, I could see the city quickly dropping below us. I gasped and pressed against the far wall. Heights weren't my favorite, and the elevator suddenly felt tiny and very breakable. Noticing my pallor, Kellan turned my chin so that I was looking at him. "You're completely safe, Kiera," he said. Then he kissed me gently, and I completely forgot about the fragile-looking elevator. We arrived at the top just as my hands were coming up to tangle in his hair, his arms slipping around my waist, our kiss now quite intense. The man Kellan knew cleared his throat quite loudly, and we both looked over at him. I blushed, and Kellan laughed. I guess we're here. He chuckled, leading me out of the elevator. He patted the man on the back and, grabbing both of my hands, walked backwards toward the edge of the inside observatory overlooking the city. It was dark in the building since it was closed. Only a couple of emergency lights were on, and they did little to illuminate the room, but it seemed every light was on outside, and the city glowed beneath us. Kellan, wow, it's beautiful, I said softly, stopping to look out over all the sparkling lights. Yes, it is, he said, just as softly, but he was leaning against the railing with his back to the view, staring at me, not the city below us. Come here. He held his arms out to me. We were on the inside of the needle and a safe distance from the edge, so I felt okay enough to walk over to his embrace and lean against the railing with him. He turned his head to look outside at the city, but now all I could see was him. I studied his features in the half-light. He was more breathtaking than the view. I couldn't see why this perfect creature was enamored with me. Why me? I whispered to him. He turned to look back at me, and, as expected, my breath caught when he smiled. You have no idea how attractive you are to me. I kind of like that. He cocked his head to the side as he watched my cheeks fill with color. He was thoughtful for a second, then added quietly, It was you and Denny. Your relationship. I ran my fingers through his hair above his ear and frowned. What do you mean? He looked back over the city but didn't say anything. I grabbed his cheek and made him look back at me. What do you mean, Kellan? I repeated. He sighed and looked down. I can't explain this properly without clarifying something Evan said. I frowned again and thought back over our earlier fight. It seemed a lifetime ago, so much had changed. When you told him, quite rudely by the way, to back off, he looked like he'd rather not talk about it. Yeah. I don't understand. What does that have to do with me? He smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Everything. I half smiled at him. Eventually you're going to start making sense, right? He laughed and looked over the city again. Yeah, just give me a minute. I embraced him tightly, putting my head on his shoulder. He could have all the time in the world if I could keep holding him like this. The city twinkled mesmerizingly, and I deeply inhaled his intoxicating scent as I snuggled further into his leather jacket. He held me back just as tightly, rubbing my back with one hand, the other hand holding the back of my head. Finally, he slowly said, You and Evan were right about the women. I've been using them for years. I pulled back a little to look at him. For years? Not just because of me? I felt oddly hurt by that. He tucked some hair behind my ear. No, although that certainly made it worse. I frowned, slightly uncomfortable by the conversation. You shouldn't use people, Kellan, for any reason. He raised an eyebrow at me and smiled. You didn't use me to block out Denny our first time? I looked away. Of course I had used him. He grabbed my chin and made me look back at him. It's okay, Kiera. I suspected that. He sighed and looked out over the water on our other side. It didn't stop me from believing we might have had a chance, though. I spent that whole damn day wandering around the city, trying to figure out how to tell you how much I loved you without sounding like an idiot. Kellan. I had always wondered where he went that day. He looked back at me. God, when you went right back to him, like we were nothing at all, that killed me. I knew it. He shook his head, almost angrily. The minute I finally came home and heard you two upstairs, I knew we didn't have a chance.
I blinked in surprise. You heard us? I was confused. Kellan had come home much later, and drunker. He looked down like he hadn't meant to mention that.
Oh, yeah. I came back and heard you guys in your room getting reacquainted. That pretty much sucked. I grabbed a fifth, headed to Sam's, and, well, you know how that turned out.
An odd guilt washed through me. Kellan, God, I'm sorry. I didn't know. He faced me again.
You didn't do anything wrong, Kiera.
He looked away for a second.
I was such a dick to you afterwards. I'm sorry about that.
He grinned sheepishly at me, and I grimaced at the memory. He had been a jerk.
I'm sorry, I tend to lose the filter on my mouth when I'm angry, and no one seems to be able to make me angrier than you.
He smiled apologetically at me. I laughed once and raised an eyebrow at him. I've noticed that. I thought back over some of our more colorful fights. He laughed softly, and guilt washed through me. You were always right, though, and I did kind of deserve your harshness. He stopped laughing and grabbed my cheek.
No, you didn't. You never deserved the things I said to you.
I was horribly misleading to you.
You didn't know I loved you,
he said softly, stroking my cheek. I looked up into his loving blue eyes and knew I didn't deserve his kindness. I knew you cared for me. I was callous. He half smiled and kissed me.
True,
he whispered.
But we seem to have gotten off track.
He smiled warmly, changing where our conversation had been going.
I believe we were talking about my messed up psyche.
I laughed and looked over his shoulder, shaking off my bad mood. Right, you're whoring. He laughed. Ouch. I laughed and ran a hand over his chest while he gazed at me for a moment.
I suppose I should start with the whole tortured childhood speech.
We've already talked about that. You don't have to bring it up again. I gazed at him sadly, not wanting him to reopen that painful subject unnecessarily.
Kiera, we only scratched the very tip of that very deep wound, he said softly. There is so much more that I don't talk about to anyone.
You don't have to tell me, Kellan. I don't want to hurt you by... He looked past me, his eyes haunted.
I want to, in a weird way. I want you to understand. I want you to know me.
Feeling melancholy sweep over him, I met his eye and suggestively raised an eyebrow at that. It worked. He laughed.
Not just biblically,
he muttered playfully. I twirled my fingers around the hair, brushing his neck. Okay, if you want to. I'll listen to whatever you want to tell me, and I'll respect anything you don't want to tell me. I smiled encouragingly, hoping this wasn't going to hurt him even more. But he surprised me by laughing.
You're going to find it funny.
I froze and gaped at him. Nothing about his childhood that he had told me so far was even remotely funny. I don't see how that's possible, I whispered, searching his eyes.
He sighed. Well, okay, maybe not funny. Coincidental, then.
He half smiled at me sadly as I scrunched my face in confusion.
It seems that my mother was enamored with my father's best friend.
My face paled. Coincidental, indeed. Kellan smiled at my reaction and continued.
So when dear old Dad had to leave town for several months, some family emergency thing back east, He shook his head. You can imagine his surprise when he came back home to find his blushing bride pregnant. My mouth dropped open, and Kellan grinned sarcastically. Surprise, honey. What did your dad do? I asked quietly. Ah. He nodded his head, looking away, and his smile left him. Well, here is the part where my mother showed her true brilliance. He looked over at me as I looked at him, confused again. His gaze intensely serious, he calmly said, She told him that she was raped while he was gone. And he believed her. My face felt like it had just lost all the color from it as I stared at him, disbelieving his completely true story. What kind of a person would do that? His face paled too as he softly said, He looked at me as the seed of a monster from day one. He hated me before I was even born. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. I kissed his cheek, wishing I could do more. I'm so sorry, Kellan. He nodded and continued gazing at me thoughtfully. Why would your mom do that? He shrugged. She didn't want to lose everything, I guess. He laughed once, humorlessly. Once she played that card, though, man, she committed to it. There's even a police report somewhere blaming some generic white guy. He laughed humorlessly again. My birth certificate even says John Doe under the father. Dad wouldn't claim me. He whispered that last part. God, Kellan. A tear dripped down my cheek. And they told you all this? He looked out over the water. Repeatedly. It was practically my bedtime story. Good night, boy. By the way, you ruined our lives. Another tear dripped down my cheek. How do you know about the best friend? Kellan looked back at me and sighed. Mom. She told me the truth. He brushed a tear off my cheek. I guess my sperm donor dad bagged out when she told him she was pregnant. She never saw him again. It broke her heart, and she hated me for it. He cocked his head as he watched the horror on my face. I think she hated me even more than Dad did, he whispered. More tears fell as I hugged him and kissed his cheek again. He hugged me back loosely. You never told your father the truth? Maybe he would have been... He cut me off. He would have never believed me over her, Kiera. He hated me. I only would have gotten brutally hurt, and I generally tried to avoid that. I pulled back to look at him and brushed some hair off of his forehead while he continued. He had to have known anyway. I blinked, surprised. Why? He half smiled sadly again. I look just like Dad's best friend. Spitting image. Who knows? Maybe that's why he really hated me. Mom, too. Anger welled in me over these people who had grudgingly raised him. You were innocent. It wasn't your fault. I couldn't stop my seething tone. He ran both hands down my hair to my cheeks. I know that, Kiera. He kissed me. I've never told anyone that before. Not Evan, not Denny. No one. I was moved that he would confide something so personal to me, but I didn't really understand what this had to do with all the women, and me. Why did you tell me? I asked softly, hoping that didn't sound rude. He only gave me a warm smile, though. I want you to understand. He looked down and quietly said, Can you imagine growing up in a home filled with such loathing? He looked back up at me with a sad smile and ran a finger down my cheek again. No, I'd imagine you were surrounded by love. Not being able to stand his painful smile, I leaned in and kissed him. He lovingly smiled back at me and then stood up straight and took my hand. Come on. He nodded toward the railing and we started walking along it, looking out over more of the beautiful city. My eyes were mainly on his, though, as he blankly stared out the windows. He was obviously still in thought. There was more he wanted to tell me. After a few silent paces, he finally did. I was quiet as a child. I kept to myself. I had no real friends to speak of. He smiled wryly. I had my guitar. That was my closest relationship. He shook his head and laughed once. God, I was pathetic. I squeezed his hand and stopped walking, grabbing his cheek with my other to make him look at me. Kellan, you were not... No, I was, Kiera. He interrupted, kissing my hand after removing it from his cheek. Starting to walk again, he said, Let me clarify. I was pathetically lonely. He smiled down on me as I frowned. And then, quite by accident on my part, I assure you, he looked thoughtfully out the windows, now almost completely showing a view of the dark Sound. I discovered something that made me feel, for the first time ever, wanted, cared for, almost loved. He said the last part quietly. Sex? I whispered. Mm-hmm. He nodded in agreement. Sex. I was young that first time. He grinned and shook his head, which you've probably already pieced together. I blushed a little at that remembered conversation on his bed. Probably way too young, but I didn't know it wasn't okay. It just felt like someone finally cared. He looked away from me. I started repeating that feeling as often as I could. Even back then, it was shockingly easy for me. There was always someone, and I didn't care who would want to be with me. I kind of got obsessed with it, with feeling that connection. Who knows, maybe I still... He stopped walking and looked back at me, a worried expression suddenly on his face. Do you think less of me? I didn't see how he could be blamed for seeking out any kind of love, living the life forced upon him. I put my hand on his arm. Kellan, I couldn't possibly think any less of you. He laughed, and I realized how bad that statement sounded. I looked away, embarrassed. You know what I mean. He laughed softly. You really are truly adorable. How old were you? I asked, mainly to cover my embarrassment. He sighed and then admitted, I was 12. In her defense, I told her I was 14. She bought that. I don't think she really cared, though. I looked back at him, my mouth open again. I forced myself to shut it and smile at him. The thought of how desperately he must have wanted some tenderness brought tears to my eyes. He searched my face, a slight crease of worry on his perfect brow. Needing to comfort him, I leaned over and tenderly gave him a brief kiss. He smiled and relaxed, gazing at me for a few minutes. So you use the women to feel love? I asked quietly. He looked down, embarrassed again. I didn't realize it at the time. I really didn't even think about it until you. I couldn't figure out why you were so different to me. But now I know that it's not right. He looked back up at me. But it was something. It made me feel less lonely. I felt another of my tears drop at that, and he brushed it away. Anyway, What no one seems to consider is the fact that they use me too. They don't care about me. We started walking again, and he looked out over the sparkling city, showing itself again on the other side of the water. I searched his thoughtful face and couldn't help the wave of guilt that I had also, at one point, used him. But surely not every encounter he'd had been an empty one. "You've never been in love?" I asked timidly. He looked back at me with a half-smile that doubled my heartbeat. "Until you? No. And no one has loved me either." Continuing to watch him as we walked in silence, I tried to see how this impossibly gorgeous man in front of me could never have felt real love. That made no sense. Surely this beautiful, talented, funny, seductive, and just amazing man had known love before. Surely some girl... "No." He cut me off. "Just sex. Never love." "A high school sweetheart?" "No. I tended to associate with older women. They weren't really looking for love." He smiled wryly, and I wasn't sure I wanted to know what he meant by that. "Some naive waitress?" He smiled at me. "Again, before you, no. No one who cared for me." "Oh, well, one of your fans then," I said meekly. I knew from experience just how much he had been loved by them. He laughed genuinely. "Definitely no. That is the fakest sex of them all. They could care less who I actually am. They're not even with me when they're with me. They're with this rock star image that they have of me, but that's not who I am. Well, it's not all I am." I smiled and kissed him softly on his jaw. No, he was so much more. Pulling back, I hesitantly asked, "Roommates?" I also knew full well that I wasn't the only one he'd bedded. I wasn't sure if I wanted to hear about him and Joey, but I was curious. He looked over at me with the corner of his eye and smiled sheepishly. "I really wish Griffin hadn't mentioned that one. You must have thought I was horrible. Sometimes I don't know why you ever touched me at all." I frowned and tried to shake my head, but he sighed and started explaining. "No, there was never anything between Joey and me but sex." He looked up like he was trying to think of how to put it for me. Joey liked being worshipped. When it was clear to her that her body wasn't my only temple, well, she was also overly dramatic. He grimaced and shrugged. She ran off in a huff with boy toy number 3, I think. He stopped walking again and turned to look at me, grabbing both of my hands in his. "I know I've overdone it with women, but I've never felt for anyone what I feel for you, and I've never felt from anyone what I am feeling from you now," he whispered. I swallowed the emotion in my throat and kissed him softly again. Pulling back, I gazed into his love-filled eyes. "So, Denny and me, our relationship?" I asked, starting to get lost in his amazing blue depths. "Right. That." We continued walking along the circular railing, and he lightly swung my hand as he regained his original train of thought. "Well, I guess at first I was just intrigued by it. I'd never seen anything like that. So warm and tender and real. And the fact that you moved across the country to be with this guy, I can't think of anyone who would do that for me. The people that I know don't have relationships like that, and my parents certainly never." "Right," I said, watching his face momentarily darken. He bit his lip and looked out the windows. "Living with you, watching you with Denny day after day, I started to want what the two of you had. I stopped..." He looked over at me and grinned, as you put it, whoring. I smiled and he laughed, then frowned. But unfortunately, I started to care for you. I didn't understand it at first. I just knew it was wrong to think about you like that. You were clearly Denny's. People's relationships haven't always mattered to me, but Denny means a lot to me. That year he stayed with us, that was the best year of my life. He smiled warmly at me and whispered, well, maybe until this year. I smiled back at him and kissed him on the corner of his jaw. It gave me a small thrill of delight. It was so wonderful to be able to kiss him freely, whenever I wanted to. I squeezed his hand and cuddled into his side as I looked out over the skyline. When I fell in love with you, it was like nothing I'd ever known before. It was nearly instant. I think I started falling for you the moment you shook my hand. He chuckled at the memory and playfully nudged my shoulder while I blushed. It was so powerful. I knew it was wrong, but it was addicting. He stopped walking and spun me out away from him, then quickly drew me back in, slipping his arms around my waist and holding me tight. You are so addicting to me. He kissed me softly. He smiled at me, his eyes filled with love. Sometimes it felt like you cared for me too, and then everything in the world was perfect. He frowned, but most of the time you wanted him, and a part of me wanted to die. He paused, watching my startled reaction to that. I tried so hard to stay away from you, but I kept making excuses to touch you, to hold you. He smiled coyly and looked away. To nearly kiss you while watching porn. God, you have no idea how difficult that was to turn away from you. I giggled in remembered embarrassment. He closed his eyes and shook his head. That first time, I held you for hours afterwards, just feeling your warmth, your breath on my skin. He opened his eyes and looked at my again startled face. You said my name once while you slept. That made me feel, well, it was almost as good as the sex. He grinned devilishly, and I laughed, feeling my face heat. He sighed and looked away from me. I wish I had been strong enough to stay, but I wasn't. I chickened out. I couldn't tell you what I had just figured out. He looked back to me with wistful eyes. That I desperately loved you. I curled my fingers through the back of his hair, wishing I had something profound to say. Kellan, He continued, not letting me finish the thought that I didn't have anyway. I wanted to leave you when you went back to him. After having you, it was so hard to watch you with him. To watch you love him how I wanted you to love me. It made me so angry. I'm so sorry. I felt my eyes water as I remembered that time and hugged him tight against me. I hadn't known. I had assumed I was just another conquest to him. I had hurt him. Deeply. I'm the one who's sorry, Kellan. My voice trailed off. He sighed and, smiling, looked down. And then, when I finally got the strength to leave, you asked me to stay and I got my hopes up. I started to believe that maybe, at the very least, you cared for me. He looked at me crookedly for a second. You seemed to really want me to stay. My face heated in embarrassment at just how badly I had wanted him to stay. He smiled at my reaction, and then his face smoothed into seriousness. You probably didn't hear me, but I told you I loved you that night. I couldn't seem to stop it from slipping out. Kellan, He interrupted me. Then you cried for Denny, and I wanted to die again. I felt more tears drip down my cheeks at hurting him yet again. He watched my tears thoughtfully. That night was so intense for me. I wanted so badly to hold you after, but you were so upset. You looked ill. He swallowed a lump in his throat. I made you feel ill. You hated what we had done, and it had meant so much to me. He peered at me from the corner of his eye as he nearly looked away. I hated you after that, he whispered. More tears fell on my cheeks, and I sniffled a bit. He sighed and fully looked away. I almost left that night. I wanted to. He turned to look back at me and softly grabbed my cheeks with his hands. His expression softened and his eyes gazed into mine adoringly. I felt my tears dry as I watched his perfect face stare at me. I couldn't leave you. I remembered the look on your face when I told you I was leaving. No one's looked at me that way before. No one's ever cried for me before. No one's asked me to stay before. No one. I convinced myself that you cared for me. He shook his head and smiled. I knew then that I would stay with you, even if it killed me. He pulled me to him for a deep kiss. I eagerly kissed him back, wanting to make up for hurting him in some small way. When I was nearly breathless, he pulled away. Grabbing my hand, he started walking again. He looked over to me as we walked stories above the peaceful-looking city below. I am sorry about being so amorous with you. I never wanted to hurt you. I simply wanted you. He smiled crookedly at me, making me miss a step. He laughed softly and continued. When you asked, I did try to keep it. Well, you had to know on some level that we were never innocent, right? He looked over at me with an eyebrow raised, and I grudgingly nodded. He smiled. Well, I tried to keep it less sinful then. He glared down at me. You made that shockingly hard to do. Me? I asked, confused. He was the absurdly sensual one. Kellan shook his head in mock exasperation. Yes, you. If you weren't dressed provocatively or throwing yourself at me provocatively or... He grinned at me indecently, making very provocative noises. I blushed and he laughed. If you weren't doing all that, then you were simply just too adorable to resist. He glared at me again. I am only a man after all. I shook my head at him. I hadn't done any of those things. Well, except for the unfortunate noises part. You're absurd, Kellan. I rolled my eyes and he laughed charmingly. Again, you don't realize how attractive you are to me. He grinned mischievously. After all this time, I would think that was painfully obvious. He murmured, and I playfully elbowed him. He laughed and then more seriously said, I am sorry I took it too far. I looked up into his suddenly sad again eyes as we continued walking. I should have let you end it. You were right to stop it. Everything that happened later was my fault. I should have let you go. I just couldn't. Kellan, no, He interrupted me again. The club. That was... intense. I wanted you so bad, and you wanted me too. I considered pulling you into a bathroom and taking you right there. I think you might have even let me. He looked down at me, and I could only nod speechlessly. He could have taken me anywhere. He started to smile, but frowned instead. I saw Denny coming. I couldn't do it. I pushed you away, praying desperately that you would tell him you wanted me, that you would choose to leave with me. You didn't, and it killed me. I stopped walking again, and he took a step, then slowly turned to look back at me. He looked hurt again. I stepped up to him and put a hand on his cheek. How badly had I repeatedly hurt him? I felt horrible inside. He gazed at me, lost in the memory. I couldn't even come home. I took your sister to Griffin's. I think I bored her. I wasn't much fun moping on the couch all night like I did. Eventually, she gave up on me and turned her attention to Griffin. He shrugged. And, well, you know how that ended. I swallowed roughly. I had assumed so much that was not true about that night. I am really freaked out about what happened. In the car. He said quietly. What I said, what I did. I didn't know you thought I slept with Anna until that moment, and I was so angry at you for... Denny, I let you believe it. I embellished it. He looked down, embarrassed. Being angry with you almost made me want you even more. I had to swallow 3 times before I could speak. Kellan, you have no idea how difficult that was for me, how hard that was to ask you to stop when my whole body was begging for you not to. I stroked his cheek and considered kissing him. He swallowed roughly. You have no idea how hard it was to stop myself. I wasn't lying about what I had been thinking. I swallowed noisily at the look on his face and remembered what he had crassly said to me. He intensely watched my face. Do you think less of me now? Stubbornly, I shook my head, and he sighed and looked away. I'm so sorry I yelled at you, Kiera. His eyes glistened as he faced me again, and I ran my hand back through his hair. Swallowing loudly, I found my voice again. I know you are sorry. I remember. Ah, yes, me sobbing like a baby. Not my finest hour. He tried to look away again, but I brought my hand back to his cheek and made him look at me. I disagree. If I hadn't seen that remorse, I probably would never have spoken to you again. It wasn't just remorse. True, I felt horrible for speaking to you like that, but mostly, I was sure that I had just completely severed the only loving relationship I've ever had. I knew I'd lost you. I knew you were completely Denny's then. I saw it in your eyes, and I knew I'd never have a chance with you. None. A tear did finally escape his eye then, and I brushed it aside with my thumb. I never expected you to comfort me. No one's ever done that. Ever. You don't know how much that meant to me. He swallowed roughly again, and again I thought to kiss him, but he pulled back a little and stared at me intently. I was so scared to be near you after that. I allowed myself one last goodbye with you in the kitchen, but I didn't want to touch you anymore. He scanned my eyes like he was searching for forgiveness in them. I'm sorry that I hurt you, but I needed to be distracted from you, to make sure I never took things so far again. He pulled my hand off his cheek and looked away, out over the city again. The light sparkled in his still overly moist eyes. I'm so sorry about all the women, Kiera. I never should have hurt you like that. I didn't want to. Well, maybe a part of me did. I interrupted him. You don't. You already apologized for that, Kellan. I know. He looked back to me, another tear threatening to spill. I just really feel like I messed up. But you didn't want me, not in the same way that I wanted you.
And I couldn't bring myself to leave you anymore. I did the only thing I knew, that I've ever known, for blocking out the pain.
He shook his head remorsefully, and the tear fell down his cheek.
To feel wanted, he whispered.
Women, I stated, watching pain flash through his features.
Yeah.
His face looked bleak and desolate, like he had just confessed to multiple murders, rather than to being a single guy who slept around with perfectly willing women. Lots and lots of women. I added a note of sarcasm, hoping to lighten his mood.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
He did fractionally raise his lips in a smile. It's okay. Well, it's not okay. You still shouldn't use people, but I think I understand. He looked up at me from under his eyebrows, an adorable expression of hope on his face. I couldn't resist anymore. I leaned up and kissed him for a moment.
So?
He asked, pulling away all too soon. What? I asked, confused and mildly irritated. I wasn't done kissing him. I didn't think I'd ever be done kissing him. He half smiled in a charming way.
Was I right? Did you use me?
Kellan. Guilt flashed through me, and I looked away. His smile left him, and he very seriously said,
It's okay if you did, Kiera. I would like to know.
I sighed. I've always felt something for you, but yes, the first time I did use you, and I'm so sorry. That was incredibly wrong of me. If I'd have known that you loved me, I never would have.
It's okay, Kiera.
No, it's not, I whispered, and then softly added, the second time I didn't. That had nothing to do with Denny. That was about us. That was real. Every touch after that was real.
That's surprisingly good to hear,
he whispered, not looking at me, but smiling softly, and then suddenly he frowned.
You should be with Denny, not me. He's a good man.
You're a good man too, I said, searching his perfect but still frowning face. He shook his head, and I ran my fingers through his hair and sighed. Don't let our relationship make you think that you're a bad person. You and I are complicated.
Complicated,
he repeated, cupping my cheek and running his thumb along my cheekbone.
I suppose we are.
He dropped his hand.
That's my fault.
Don't, Kellan. I'm just as culpable as you. I've made mistakes.
But,
he started to interrupt. No, we both messed this up, Kellan. It takes two to, you know. I wanted you just as badly as you wanted me. I needed you as much. I wanted to be near you just as much. I wanted to touch you as much. I care for you. I couldn't quite finish that thought, and I let it hang in the air between us, unfinished. Tears welled in his eyes again.
I've never been very clear with you. Maybe if I had just told you that I loved you from the beginning. I'm so sorry, Kiera. I hurt you so many times. There's so much I wish I could take back. I
stopped him with a deep kiss. I understood better now. It still hurt, but I could see just how badly I had hurt him as well. He did the only thing he knew how to do to cope with his pain. Right or wrong, it was all he knew. He brought his hand to my cheek again and returned my kiss just as deeply, both of us forgetting, for a moment, our emotional conversation. After an eternity that was entirely too short, he pulled back and quietly said,
We should get going. Wait, you brought me all the way up to this highly romantic, vacant spot, and all you wanted to do was talk? I raised an eyebrow at him suggestively. He grinned and shook his head. My, look how I've corrupted you. I smirked and laughed. Come on, I'll take us home. He started leading me to the elevators while I pouted. Noticing my expression, he said, Kiera, it's getting late. Well, early, and you don't want to be late from your ball. He frowned as he looked at me. It's not your carriage that will turn into a pumpkin. I rolled my eyes at his analogy, but he was right. I did need to get home. I pushed aside my disappointment and my surprise that I actually was disappointed. I had kind of expected... I blushed and didn't bother finishing that thought. We finished our circular walk back to the elevators, and I took one last look at the spectacular city below us and the spectacular man before me. I smiled as he pushed the button and we waited for the doors to open. Fine. You're lost, though. I pulled him through the now open elevator door by his t-shirt. I've been told that we're amazing. I teased. He grinned wickedly and pulled me in for a deep kiss as the doors closed behind us and we descended. On our way out of the Needle, he looked over to me with a somber expression. I looked back at him curiously, and butterflies tickled my stomach. He stopped as we stepped up to his car and cocked his head to the side as he regarded me. There is one more thing I wanted to talk to you about. The butterflies tickling my stomach were doing somersaults now. What? The word was barely more than a whisper. Abruptly, his grim expression changed to a wry grin and a cocked eyebrow. I can't believe you stole my car. Really? I laughed at my remembered joyride. Then I remembered why I had taken it and gave him a sour face. You kind of deserved it at the time. I poked him in the chest. You're lucky it came back to you in one piece. He frowned as he opened my door. In the future, could you just slap me again and leave my baby alone? I grabbed his chin as I put my foot in the car. In the future, could you not go on any more dates? His look was somber again, until he grinned and lightly kissed me. Yes, ma'am. He shook his head at me as I sat down. I smiled to myself as he closed the door and walked around to his side of the car. I snuggled into his shoulder as we silently drove home. The comfort of our silence was as palpable to me as the warmth of his skin as he held my hand in his. It was only now, freely touching him, freely giving myself over to him, that I could fully comprehend how much I had missed him, how severe my addiction had been. I smiled inwardly at the memory of him saying that I was his addiction. It pleased me tremendously that we felt the same draw toward each other, although I still didn't see what he saw in me. Even after we pulled into the driveway and he turned the engine off, we stayed locked together in the car, my head on his shoulder and his arm around my waist, pulling me in tight. Neither one of us wanted to face the cold reality of life outside this cozy vehicle. Kissing my head, Kellan broke our comfortable silence. I dream about you sometimes, about what it would have been like if Denny hadn't come back, if you were mine, holding your hand, walking into the bar with you on my arm, not having to hide anything anymore, telling the world that I love you. I smiled and looked up at him. You mentioned that you dreamed about me once. You never said about what, though. I kissed his cheek and smiled warmly at him. I dream about you too sometimes. I immediately blushed, remembering some of my steamier dreams of him. Really? We're kind of pathetic, aren't we? He laughed then, noticing my blush. He half smiled adorably at me. And what are your dreams about? I giggled like an idiot. Honestly, I mostly dream about sleeping with you.
He laughed for a good minute while I blushed and laughed with him. God, is that all I am to you? He teased, grabbing my hand and lacing our fingers together. I stopped laughing and gazed at him. No, you're so much more. My tone got serious on me. He nodded, not laughing anymore as well. Good, because you mean everything to me. Feelings for him flooded through me, and I snuggled closer and clutched his hand tightly in mine. I never wanted to leave this car. I never wanted Kellan to leave this car. But I knew we couldn't stay like this forever. Kellan broke through my thoughts with a question I did not want him to ask. What did you tell Denny? I cringed a bit, knowing my lie probably wasn't as good as what he would have come up with, and the thought of him being the better liar didn't entirely thrill me. That you slept with my sister and broke her heart. That's believable. Everyone saw you at the bar together. Denny seemed to buy it. Kellan was looking at me with his brow furrowed. That won't work, Kiera, he said slowly. My heart rate started increasing. Yes, it will. I'll talk to Anna. She'll back me up. I've had to lie for her before. I won't tell her why, of course. And Denny probably will never ask her about it anyway. His brow still furrowed. He shook his head. I wasn't thinking of your sister. That's not why that won't work. I looked at him confused until a sudden realization hit me. Oh, God. Griffin. His brow furrowed more and he nodded. Yeah, Griffin. He really does tell everyone. His brow relaxed and he looked at me amused. I don't know how you managed to miss that. You've gotten good at tuning him out. His amusement didn't last long and he frowned. When Denny hears that it isn't true. What was I supposed to tell him, Kellan? I had to come up with something. I looked down at my hands. You know, it's possible that you both... No. I looked back up to where he was smiling warmly at me. It's not possible. His frown returned. Griffin is very specific about what he tells people. It's not just that he slept with her. It's that he slept with her and I didn't, like he stole her away from me or something. He's got this weird competitive thing. I cut him off. I've noticed that. I sighed and laid my head back on the seat. God, I didn't even think about that. Kellan sighed. I can't guarantee you anything, but I could try talking to Griffin. Maybe get him to alter the story. I'll probably have to threaten to kick him out of the band. Actually, I may just do that anyway. No! I exclaimed a little loudly, and I slapped a hand over my mouth and looked fearfully at the door. Kellan looked at me oddly. You want me to keep him in the band? I looked at him wryly, a faint smile coming to my lips, until I remembered my real objection. No, I don't want him to know. Ever. He won't stay silent about that. He'd tell everyone in horrifying detail. He'd tell Denny. Please, don't ever... Okay. He put his hands on my shoulders as I was starting to panic. It's okay. I won't tell him anything, Kiera. I breathed out in relief, and he sighed again. It wouldn't matter anyway. He's told too many people already. He looked at me sadly as he brushed a lock of hair behind my ear. I'm sorry, but Denny will find out that you lied to him, and then he'll start to wonder why. I gazed up at him, swallowing roughly. And then what? After he knows I lied, how long do you think we have? I asked quietly. How long before Denny figures out that we've slept together? He grabbed my hand and interlaced our fingers. Well, if you stay out here with me all night, he'll probably have it figured out by morning. He chuckled and rested his cheek against my head. Sighing, he said, I don't know, Kiera. A few hours, maybe? A couple of days at the most. I pulled back and looked up at him, alarmed.
Hours? But he has no real proof. He couldn't possibly think...
Kiera. He released my hand and stroked my cheek. He has all the proof he needs, right here. He brushed a lock of hair behind my ear again.
What do we do, Kellan?
I whispered, suddenly afraid that Denny could somehow hear us all the way out here in the car. He looked at me thoughtfully for a moment. I can start the car and we can be in Oregon before the sun comes up.
Run away? He wants to run away with me?
My insides tightened. I could imagine it, running off into the night with him and never looking back, giving up school, work, friends, everything. Everything but leaving Denny. A sharp pain wrenched through me, and I thought I might get sick right there in the car. The thought of never seeing him again, of never seeing those warm brown eyes sparkling at me. Hey. Kellan's hand stroked my hair. Breathe, Kiera. It's okay. Breathe. He cupped my cheek as I struggled to do what he asked. Look at me. Breathe. I stared into his deep blue eyes and focused only on my breathing. I hadn't realized I was starting to hyperventilate. I shook my head as tears started to fall. Not like that. He's too much a part of me. I need time. I can't talk about this yet. He nodded and his eyes started to glisten. I'm so sorry, Kellan. Don't be, he whispered. Don't be sorry for loving someone. He pulled me into his shoulder and kissed the top of my head. Don't worry, Kiera. I'll think of something. I'll fix this. I promise.
Chapter 21. I Love You. He held me in his arms in his chilly car, our breath making small clouds of steam, but neither of us was willing to leave the safety and solitude of that vehicle. Eventually, the first morning rays did poke through the sky. There was a fog in the air that hovered just above the pavement, making the entire world seem ethereal and dreamlike. I wanted this moment to be a dream, one I would never have to wake up from. But those golden morning rays brought more than just light to my world. They brought reality as well. You should go inside, he whispered, hugging me tight. I pulled back and looked at him. What about you? Aren't you coming? I tried to keep the panic from my voice when I said that. He looked at me calmly. There's something I need to do first. What? He smiled but didn't answer my question. Go on. It will be okay. He placed a soft kiss on my lips and then leaned way over me to unlatch the door. As I got out, he whispered, I love you. Then he slid over to my side and tilted his head up, wanting me to kiss him again. I nodded and bent down to press my lips to his, unable to speak through the lump in my throat. Then he slid back over, started the car, and pulled away. I brushed a couple of tears off of my cheeks. Denny was sound asleep when I came into our room. Guilt flooded through me as I grabbed a change of clothes and quietly went to the bathroom to freshen up. I glanced at Kellan's door as I finished and had an odd desire to lay on his bed. I didn't. That would be a little unexplainable if Denny woke up and found me there. I made my way downstairs to make some coffee and sat at the table, processing everything that had happened in the past several hours. What a difference one day can make. I sipped my coffee and stared at the empty chair where Kellan usually sat. Where was he? Why wouldn't he want to spend today with me? Denny tenderly kissed me goodbye when he came down a while later, all ready for his normal day of work.
Guilt washed through me again as his lips brushed mine. I had an odd feeling of betrayal flash through me, and not betrayal for being with Kellan. No, betrayal for being with Denny. I'd felt guilty before, but nothing quite as strong as pure betrayal. It took me by surprise, but I firmly pushed it back. I couldn't think about that yet. For right now, Denny was my boyfriend, but, I supposed, Kellan was too. What do I do? This decision suddenly overwhelmed my now simple-seeming question of where to spend winter break. Couldn't I just go back to worrying about that instead? I lay down on the couch to ponder it, and didn't wake up until it was time to catch the bus for work. Oops. So much for school today. I needed to be more careful or I was going to lose my precious scholarship. Luckily, I was still very good at schoolwork, even if I was slacking off on attendance. Jenny pulled me aside as I came into Pete's a while later.
So? You and Kellan?
I smiled and wiped away a sudden tear. He hadn't come home in time to give me a ride to work, and I already missed him. He's in love with me, Jenny. Deeply in love. To the bottom of his soul deep. I've never felt this for anyone deep. It was overwhelming to think about. She hugged me. I'm glad he told you. You should know the truth. You should make an informed decision. I pulled back and stared at her, terrified. What do I do? I love Denny. I can't bear hurting him. I can't bear hurting Kellan either. I don't know what to do. She sighed and patted my arm. I can't tell you that, Kiera. You have to figure it out on your own. She looked over at some customers just sitting down in her section and made a step toward them before stopping and looking back at me. You do have to choose, though. She smiled reassuringly and patted my back as she walked away. Kellan didn't come in that night. He didn't come home that night. That was when worry settled in on me. When that cycle repeated the next night, that was when panic settled in on me. When the cycle repeated yet again the next night, that was when despair settled in on me. 4 achingly long days went by without a trace of him. Every morning I came downstairs expecting to find Kellan sitting at the table, looking flawless and drinking his coffee, greeting me with a sexy half smile and a "mornin'." But every morning he wasn't there, and tears filled my eyes at his absence. Before school I would grab his band's t-shirt, that I still never wore, and hold it tight to me, breathing in his scent, wondering where he was and what he was doing. Every night that I worked, I waited impatiently for the band to stroll in, and every night Matt and Griffin would walk in, disagreeing about something, but never with Kellan. At night, I would get up after Denny fell asleep and lie on Kellan's empty bed, clutching his pillow. Panic flared in me. Did he leave? Was that his solution? To just skip town and run away without me? I couldn't even ask the band where he was. I couldn't form the words around them, and they never talked about him. Not once. I felt empty without him. Every day I sank more and more into a depression. I was cooler to Denny. He tried to cheer me up, but it didn't work. He tried to get me to talk to him, but that didn't work either. He tried to kiss me, and I'd turn away after a brief, obligatory peck. Eventually my mood seeped into him, and he stopped trying to please me. There was no point to trying anyway. Nothing was going to please me. Denny never directly asked the reason for my mood, though. Not once. It was almost like he was afraid to ask, which was good because I was afraid of him asking. It was a dreary Friday morning when I glumly kissed Denny goodbye before work. My kiss was automatic and had no feeling behind it. He looked at me sadly and swallowed. I tensed, waiting for the questioning words that would slice me open. Kiera, I love you. He tenderly ran a finger down my cheek, and I could see his eyes glisten. I knew he felt our distance. I felt it too. "I love you too, Denny," I whispered, begging my eyes not to well up. He leaned in and kissed me tenderly, running his fingers back through my hair. I brought my hands along his jaw, trying to ignore my disappointment that his had light stubble and wasn't smooth like Kellan's. I ran my hands through his hair, trying not to care that his was shorter and I couldn't curl it around my fingers like Kellan's. I intensified our kiss, willing my breath to quicken, willing for his lips, so different from Kellan's, to thrill me, willing our old passion to spark. It didn't. He pulled away after a moment, his breath as slow and relaxed as mine. "I have to go. I'm sorry." His sad eyes watched me for a second, and then he turned and left. I couldn't hold back the few tears that spilt down my cheeks. Was it too late for us? Kellan had been gone for so long, my need for him was so great, my grief so strong, that it felt like a hole had been punched straight through my stomach. I knew it was wrong. I knew it was choking the life out of Denny's and my relationship. I just didn't know how to stop it. He had just left. Disappeared. I'd had no time to prepare, no final goodbye, no closure. It was killing me. I sullenly made my way upstairs to the bathroom to get ready for school. My world might have been ending, but life drudgingly continued. I dressed, I brushed my hair, I put on makeup. I did all the things expected of me to look normal for a normal day of school, and I hated every second of it. I wanted to curl up on my bed and sob for hours, sob over missing Kellan, sob over what Denny and I had become. I exhaled loudly and swallowed back the threatening tears. Yes, he was gone. Deal with it, I berated myself. He was right to leave. Eventually things will get easier. Maybe Denny will never ask, if Kellan never comes back. I slowly opened the door with that painful thought in my head, and then stopped breathing. Kellan was just climbing up the top step, his eyes on the floor. He looked up when he heard the door and slowly smiled a heart-stopping half grin. He was spectacular. Nearly a week without seeing him had softened my memory of just how attractive he was. His hair, wavy and wild, was just begging for my fingers to run through it. The enticing way his long-sleeved t-shirt clung to his body was just asking for my fingers to trace every amazing line. His smooth, strong jaw was an open invitation for my lips, and his full lips, curled in a smile, were still keeping my breath at bay. But most amazing of all were his impossibly deep blue eyes, glowing with love and adoration. For me. "Mornin'," he said softly, in his typical greeting. I ran over to him as he started walking toward me and threw my arms around him. I buried my head in the crook of his neck and let the tears I had been holding back flow. "I thought you left," I managed between sobs while he pulled me tight against him. "I thought I'd never see you again." He rubbed my back while I cried. "I'm sorry, Kiera. I didn't mean to hurt you. I needed to take care of something," he whispered comfortingly. Pulling back, I smacked him in the chest. "Don't ever do that again." He smiled and put a hand on my cheek. "Don't leave me like that." I let the thought trail off as I gazed at his suddenly pained eyes. "I wouldn't, Kiera. I wouldn't just disappear," he said, stroking my cheek. Without thinking of the consequences, I blurted out what I had been holding back for so long. "I love you." His eyes watered instantly. He closed them, and twin tears ran down his cheeks. I brushed them away with my fingertips. He probably had never heard anyone say that, and truly mean it. And I did. With every part of my soul, I meant it. I love you so much. He opened his eyes, more tears falling. Thank you. You don't know how much I've wanted, how long I've waited. He couldn't finish his thought as I leaned in and kissed him warmly, tenderly. He immediately returned my soft kiss, bringing his other hand up to cup my other cheek. Still tenderly kissing him, I pulled him gently by his neck into his bedroom. Our lips barely pausing, we undressed each other silently. As I stood naked before him, he pulled back to look at me, his eyes overflowing with warmth and love. You are so beautiful, he whispered, running his hand through my hair. He brought his lips back to my smiling ones and gently eased me down to his bed. We explored each other's bodies in unhurried and unpressured ways like we'd never been together before. There were no walls between us, no barriers to hold us back. We both finally knew how the other felt. We both knew that this time, this was about love. We took our time, our fingers and lips tracing and teasing and discovering new ways to touch each other. I listened to the sounds he made when I kissed him in the soft spot below his ear, when my fingers moved over the scar along his ribs, the delightful groan he made when my tongue trailed along the deep V of his abdomen. He studied the noises I made as he kissed my collarbone, as he gently tugged at a nipple with his teeth, my cries as he ran his tongue over my sensitive flesh, tasting what he was about to be taking. When we could both endure no more, he moved over me and slowly adjusted my thigh up his hip. His gaze lingered along my skin, following the lines and curves, followed shortly after by his hand. When his eyes met mine again, they were filled with such love and passion that I had to painfully bite my lip. Not out of desire, although I surely felt that too, but to assure myself that this moment was no vivid dream, that this perfection before me was real, and mine. Never taking his glorious eyes from mine, he slid into me, almost painfully slowly. We both closed our eyes, overwhelmed by the magnitude of emotion and sensation at finally being together again. I reopened my eyes first and lightly grabbed his cheek. I love you, I whispered. He opened his eyes to gaze at me again. I love you so much, he whispered back. And then we did something that we had never done before, something that maybe Kellan had never done before. We made love. It wasn't a drunken rollick. It wasn't burning passion and hot, fiery need. It was so much more. He clenched my hand the entire time as we experienced something wondrous and intense together. He whispered how much he loved me when he could speak through the emotion of it. I whispered it to him whenever I could. There was no doubt. There was no fear. And there was no guilt. Our hips rocked together and apart in perfect unison, speeding and slowing at the same precise moment, like we were one person and not two. And even though I could tell he was ready before me, he held off his climax until we could come together. When we did, it was glorious and intense and perfect. He cried out my name, and I found myself responding with his. Afterwards, he pulled me to his chest, his whole body shaking. I listened to his heartbeat gently slow in rhythm with mine as a few tears rolled down my cheek. Not tears of guilt this time, but tears of joy for the immense love I felt for him, mixed with tears of sorrow that our time together wouldn't last, that we had only a few more precious moments together. He knew it too. Looking up at his face, I saw the exact same look of joy and sorrow reflected in his glistening eyes. "I love you," he said quietly. "I love you too," I said right back, kissing him softly. He closed his eyes and a tear escaped, trickling down his cheek. I wiped it away. "What are you thinking about?" I asked timidly. "Nothing," he replied, keeping his eyes closed. I lifted my head higher to look at him more closely. He opened his eyes and gazed back at me. "I'm trying not to think about anything," he said softly. "It hurts too much when I think." I bit my lip and nodded, very sorry that I had even asked. "I love you," I said again. He nodded sadly. "Just not enough. Not enough to leave him?" I closed my eyes and choked back a sob. I had hoped he wouldn't ask me that, wouldn't ever ask me that. He ran his hand down my hair. "It's okay, Kiera. I shouldn't have said that." "Kellan, I'm so sorry," I started to say, but he put a finger on my lips. "Not today." He smiled warmly and pulled me in for a kiss. "Not today. Okay?" I nodded, then kissed him back. I pulled away after a moment. "Do you think, if we had never, that first time, would the three of us just be close friends?" He smiled as he interpreted what I was trying to say. "If you and I had never gotten drunk and had sex, would we all be living happily ever after right now?" I nodded, and he thought for a second, tucking a lock of hair behind my ear. "No. You and I were always more than just friends." He stroked my cheek lovingly with his thumb. "One way or another, we would have ended up right here anyway." I nodded and looked down at his chest beneath me. He stroked my arm for a while, watching me, and then softly asked, "Do you regret it?" I looked back up at his pained eyes. "I regret being horrible to Denny." He nodded and looked away from me. I gently placed a hand on his cheek and forced him to look at me again. "I don't regret a single second that I spent with you." I smiled wryly at him. "No time spent with you is wasted." He smiled at his line repeated back to him and pulled me in for a kiss that quickly became deeper and deeper. I didn't go to school that day. I didn't leave his bed that day. I couldn't. There was nowhere else I needed to be. Kellan said goodbye to me an hour before Denny was to be home from work. My eyes instantly watered, and he cupped both of my cheeks in his hands and kissed my eyelids. "I'll be at Pete's tonight. I'll see you there, okay?" I nodded wordlessly, and he gave me a final tender kiss before walking out the door. My heart ached as I watched him leave. Our afternoon together had been beyond words. My heart was more torn than ever. Jenny's words came back to me. "You should pick one. You can't keep them both." I just didn't know how to let either one go. Denny came home a bit earlier than usual, looking very tired. He came over to where I was sitting on the couch, staring blankly at a show on TV. He sat down beside me, and I looked over to his sad, beautiful face. I instantly felt a wave of guilt. It overcame me, and I broke down in sobs. He put his arms around me. "Come here." He lay down on the couch with me sideways, facing each other, his arms around me, clutching me tight. My head on his chest, my hands clutching his shirt, I sobbed until I could barely breathe. It's okay, Kiera. Whatever it is, it's okay. His voice was shaky, his accent thick with emotion, and I knew he was close to tears. He choked as he whispered, "Baby, you're my heart." My sobs gained in strength. I knew I was hurting him, but I couldn't stop. The tears were relentless. Eventually they subsided, and I felt the pull of slumber as he held me close and rubbed my back. He pulled away and stared at my half-open, tired eyes. "Kiera?" Panic and fear sent my eyes flying wide open. Was this it? Was he finally going to ask me about Kellan? I couldn't speak to answer him. "Do you—" He closed his mouth for a second and looked away. Looking pained, he started again. "Do you want a ride to work? You're going to be late." He looked back at me, and I visibly relaxed. I still couldn't speak. I only nodded. "Okay." He stood up and held out his hand. "Let's go then." We were silent on the ride over. Denny didn't ask me about my breakdown, and I didn't volunteer any information. There was nothing I could share with him anyway. There were so many secrets between us now, it was hard remembering a time when things had been simple and easy, when it had felt like pure puppy love. I suppose all love eventually comes back down to earth. Denny decided to stay for a while at the bar. He kept looking over at me like he was expecting me to lose it again. My reaction earlier had brought out the caretaker in him, and I quickly realized that he was going to watch over me all night, while Kellan was here. I sighed as I went about my duties. I should have swallowed back my grief. I shouldn't have let Denny see that. He didn't need to, and I couldn't explain why I had completely broken down. It was cruel to him to keep him in the dark, and I had been cruel enough to him while Kellan was away, constantly pushing him back from me, constantly withdrawing into my hard shell of loneliness. Kellan came in a bit before his band, and Denny met him at the door. Kellan smoothly gave him a guy hug, and they seemed to casually chat on their way to the guy's usual table. But I caught a glimpse Kellan directed at me when Denny turned his head to check out a loud sound on the other side of the bar. The look of wistful passion in Kellan's eyes in that one brief glance almost had me running across the room to throw myself in his arms. I didn't, though. I had at least enough willpower not to do that. Once there, they sat next to each other, bent over in what looked to be a serious conversation. My heart sped a little at what they might be talking about. Then Kellan nodded and Denny clapped a hand on his shoulder. I understood. Denny was talking to him about my sister. My heart warmed as I thought of that. Kellan hadn't touched my sister. He had been faithful to me. Well, okay, he hadn't exactly been faithful. He had done about half of Seattle while he was getting over me. But she was the one he had promised about, and he had kept that promise, and it warmed my heart. It was a little surprising to watch the two of them converse throughout the night. Not just that Kellan could be so carefree with the man whose girlfriend he had just bedded, repeatedly. No, it was that their friendship didn't seem to suffer one tiny bit after the fight Kellan and I had had, the slap incident. I was sure Denny had chided him about it, and I was equally sure that Kellan had taken it stoically and completely backed up my story. But neither one seemed to let the incident interfere with their easy friendship. I swallowed, knowing that my choice, the one Jenny was correct in telling me I had to make, most definitely would affect their friendship. I would be the one to break them apart. That thought killed me a little. The rest of the band finally did show up, and Kellan quite skillfully kept Griffin away from Denny for the remainder of the evening. The two friends drank their beers, played some pool, and chatted with Matt. Evan seemed a little uncomfortable about the whole thing, and mainly spent the night flirting with a group of nearby fans. Kellan and Denny kept up their night of bonding until, eventually, the guys went on stage to play. For the remainder of my shift, I endured wistful glances from Kellan and concerned glances from Denny, who apparently still thought I was going to break down again. Did I still look sad? Denny stayed until the final moment of my shift and dutifully gave me a ride home. Kellan was still there chatting, a little animatedly, with Jenny when Denny and I left. I hoped she was being nice to him. I thought about Kellan's wistful, passionate glances all the way up the stairs. I thought about his warm hands as I got undressed. I thought about his hard body as I put my pajamas on. I thought about his intoxicating smell as I brushed my teeth. I thought about his insanely wonderful hair and how amazing it felt wrapped in my fingers as I slipped under the covers with Denny. But what kept me awake and in a state of anxious longing were his lips, repeating over and over that he loved me. I stayed in my room much longer than most women in my position would have. Well, that's what I convinced myself of anyway. But eventually, the draw of my addiction was too strong, and I slipped out of my bed. Denny didn't move. He was sound asleep as I quietly shut our door. I opened Kellan's, and he sat up on his elbows at the sound. Moonlight filtered through his window, and I could see his perfect face watching me curiously. No trace of exhaustion was in his liquid blue eyes. He hadn't been able to sleep either. That thought thrilled me, emboldened me. I slid into his bed and under his covers and immediately wrapped my legs around his. Lacing my arms around his neck, I threw all of my body weight on his chest, knocking him back down to the pillows. "Am I dreaming?" he whispered, before my lips lowered to his. He ran his hands up my back and tangled his fingers in my hair. He pulled me into him even tighter, deepening our kiss. "I missed you," he muttered around my lips. "I missed you too," I muttered back. "So much." I kissed him for as long as I could before my breath started to increase too much, and then I pulled away. I stripped off my tank top, and he eyed me, running a hand gently down my chest. With a heavy, reluctant sigh, he said, "What are you doing, Kiera?" I pressed myself against him and kissed his neck softly in answer. He glanced up at the door. "Kiera, Denny is right." "I love you," I interrupted him, "and I missed you. Make love to me." I gazed lovingly at his impossibly glorious face, then pulled off the rest of my clothes. "Kiera." I kissed him again and pressed my naked body against the entire length of his. He groaned softly and eagerly returned my affections. I ran my hands down the length of his incredible body and started to tug at his boxers. "I love you. Make love to me," I whispered again in his ear. His breath quicker, passion in his eyes. He glanced back at the door again and then at me. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," I interrupted, breathlessly, and then kissed him hungrily. Our kiss was deepening when he abruptly pulled away from my lips. "Wait." He looked at me wistfully. "I can't." Surprised, I said, "Oh, well, I can." I timidly ran my hand down inside his shorts. He felt fine to me. More than fine, actually. "Ah," he groaned. "You're killing me, Kiera." He pulled my hand away and quietly laughed once. "That's not what I meant. I can, obviously, but..." He looked at me intently. "I don't think we should." "But this afternoon? That was... Didn't you... Don't you want me?" I asked, confused and a little hurt.
Of course I do.
He eyed me, looked down at himself pointedly, and then looked back to me.
You should know that.
I blushed as he continued.
This afternoon was the most... I've never had anything like that. I didn't even know it could be like that, which for me is saying a lot.
He grinned sheepishly, and I smiled at him.
Don't you want that again?
I asked, stroking his cheek.
More than anything.
He whispered huskily.
Then take me.
I kissed him breathlessly. He groaned softly.
God, Kiera, why do you make everything so... hard?
I whispered, then blushed again as he laughed quietly. I love you, Kellan. I feel like time is slipping away from us. I searched his eyes. I don't want to miss a minute. He sighed softly, and I smiled, knowing I had just won.
For the record, this is a really bad idea.
I smiled wider and kissed him as he rolled over on top of me.
You will be the death of me,
he muttered, as I finally pulled off his shorts. Making love to Kellan soundlessly was extremely difficult. It involved a lot of skin clutching. Actually, we clutched each other so hard I was pretty sure we'd both have bruises. And well-timed, deep kisses, holding our mouths together to contain the intensity of it. At one point, near the end, Kellan had to clamp his hand over my mouth. The slowness and restraint required in our conscious attempt at quietness seemed to make everything more intense, and the experience lasted longer than I ever would have believed possible. That was fine by me. It could have lasted forever. Afterwards, we lay facing each other with our bodies pressed close together. Every breath he took pushed against my body, and every breath I took pressed against his. We didn't speak. We simply gazed at each other. He stroked my hair and occasionally gave me a soft kiss. I ran a finger along his cheek, then his jaw, and then his lips, feeling lost in his tranquil blue eyes. We stayed nearly motionless, completely silent, and soul-bearingly naked with each other until Kellan finally sighed.
You should go back to your room,
he whispered. No. I didn't want to move away from his warmth.
It's nearly morning, Kiera.
I glanced over at the clock and startled when I realized he was right. It was nearly dawn. I stubbornly clutched him tighter. He kissed me.
Wait in bed an hour, then come downstairs and have coffee with me, like we always used to.
He kissed me again, then gently pushed me away from him. I pouted as he started handing me my clothes. I refused to move, and, shaking his head at me, he began dressing me. When he finished, he made me sit up and then stand up.
Kiera.
He stroked my cheek.
You have to go. Before it's too late. We got lucky. Don't push it.
He kissed my nose, and I resignedly sighed, ignoring his double entendre. Okay, fine. I'll see you in an hour then. I couldn't stop myself from one last lingering gaze down his naked body. Then, sighing again, I left his room. I stealthily crept back to my room and closed the door behind me. Denny didn't move. He was still deeply asleep, rolled on his side away from me in his typical slumber. I watched him sleep in oblivious peacefulness for a moment before I crawled into bed with him. I turned on my side to face him and gazed at his t-shirt rising and falling with his even breath. I didn't feel like crying as I had earlier. Guilt washed through me, but it wasn't nearly as bad as before. This was getting easier. I hated that it was.
I lightly ran my fingers through the shorter hair near his neck, and he sighed contentedly. I swallowed the sudden lump in my throat and slipped my arms around him, snuggling firmly into his back. He stirred and interlocked our fingers, then fell back asleep. I kissed the back of his neck and rested my head against his shoulder. And then the tears did come. This was easier, but it wasn't easy. Chapter 22. Choices. Kellan looked different when I made my way downstairs in the morning. Not physically. Physically, he was still achingly perfect. Well, maybe his deep blue eyes were more tired than usual, but neither one of us had slept at all last night. No, he looked different emotionally. He didn't look up when I entered the room. He gave me no cheery greeting, just kept staring blankly into his coffee mug, seemingly lost in thought. I walked over to him and grabbed his still full cup, setting it on the counter and breaking his focus. He turned his head and looked at me wistfully. Then he lightly kissed me and slipped his arms around my waist. I laced my arms around his neck and laid my head on his shoulder, pulling him into a tight embrace.
"I can't believe I'm going to say this," he whispered, and I automatically tensed. "Last night can't happen again, Kiera." I pulled back and looked at him, hurt, confused, and a little scared. He looked over the emotions on my face and sighed. "I love you, and you understand what that phrase means to me. I don't say it to anyone, ever." Gently removing my arm from around his neck, he grabbed my hand and laced our fingers together. "There was a time when I would have been fine with this. I would have taken any part of you that you wanted to give me and found a way to deal with the rest." He ran our laced fingers over my cheek. My face softened at his words, but I was still confused and scared. He sighed as he looked me over. "I want to be the kind of man you deserve to have." I started to interrupt him, and he put our fingers over my lips. "I want to be honorable." "You are," I interrupted, pulling our fingers from my lips. "You are a good man, Kellan." "I want to be the better man, Kiera, and I'm not." He sighed again and looked up to where Denny was still sleeping, then back down to me. "Last night wasn't the honorable thing to do, Kiera. Not under Denny's nose like that." I frowned and felt tears of guilt and shame sting my eyes. He recognized my look and instantly understood. "No, I didn't mean... You're not... I wasn't trying to insult you, Kiera." He held me close as a couple of tears escaped my eyes. "Then what are you trying to say, Kellan?" He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "I want you to leave him and stay with me." He slowly opened his eyes. They were suddenly very fearful. I gaped at him, at a complete loss for words. Was he giving me an ultimatum? Making me finally choose? "I'm sorry. I was going to be stoic and say nothing for as long as you wanted me, but then we made love, and I've never had that. And I just can't go back to being who I was before. I want you and only you, and I can't bear the thought of sharing you. I'm sorry." He looked down sadly. "I want to be with you in the right way, in the open. I want to walk into Pete's with you on my arm. I want to kiss you every time I see you, no matter who's looking. I want to make love to you without fear of someone finding out. I want to fall asleep with you in my arms every night. I don't want to feel guilty about something that makes me feel so whole. I'm sorry, Kiera, but I'm asking you to choose." I continued to gape at him as tears rolled down my cheeks. The picture he painted was so wonderful. I could see it. A future with him, a life with him. A part of me, a large part of me, wanted that. But the rest of me saw warm, sparkling brown eyes and a goofy grin. You're asking me to destroy him, Kellan. He closed his eyes and swallowed. I know, he whispered. When he reopened his eyes, they were glistening. I know. I can't share you. The thought of you with him, it kills me, now more than it ever did before. I need you, all of you. Panic flared through me at the thought of losing one of them. What if I don't choose you, Kellan? What will you do? He looked away, a tear rolling down his cheek. I'll leave, Kiera. I'll leave, and you and Denny can have your happily ever after. He looked back at me. You wouldn't even need to tell him about me. Eventually, the two of you... His voice broke and another tear fell on his cheek. The two of you would get married and have children and have a great life. I fought back a sob. And you? What happens to you in that scenario? I get by. And I miss you every day, he whispered. Finally, a sob did break free, and to reassure myself that he was still here in front of me, that the horror he had described hadn't yet happened, I grabbed his face and intensely kissed him. I felt more of his tears land on my skin as he returned my kiss just as intensely. We broke apart, breathless, and rested our foreheads together as our tears continued to fall. Kiera, we could be amazing together, he whispered. I need more time, Kellan. Please. I whispered back. He kissed me softly. Okay, Kiera. I can give you time, but not forever. He kissed me again, and I finally felt my heart start to slow to normal, the ice in my belly melting. I don't want to hang around the house with him today. I'm going over to Evan's. I clutched at him, my heart racing again. Seeing my panic, he soothingly said, I'll see you at Pete's tonight. I'll be there. He kissed me again and started to pull away from me. Wait, now? You're leaving now? I asked in a near whine. He ran his hands down my hair, then brought them to my cheeks. Spend the day with Denny. Think about what I said. Maybe you'll be able to... Decide? Decide which heart I would break? I didn't see how I could ever decide that. He didn't finish his thought. He simply brought his lips to mine and kissed me for what felt like hours, but when he pulled away, it suddenly felt like mere seconds. Smiling wistfully at me, he turned and left the room, and then, a few moments later, the house. I turned to stare at his full cup of coffee on the counter and wondered what I was going to do. In the end, I laid myself down on the couch and sobbed until sleep took me. Hours later, I woke up feeling completely unrefreshed. Kellan's words tumbled through my mind as I went into the kitchen to reheat the coffee he had made earlier, before he'd abruptly left. I looked up from pouring the coffee into my mug when I heard Denny enter the room. My heartbeat doubled at the look on his face. I had never seen such a look on his face before. He was grief-stricken, tortured and defeated. His normally sparkling brown eyes were dead and flat. He was dressed and freshly showered, but it did nothing to make him look well and rested. He looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. Then he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and, smiling half-heartedly, entered the room. I froze at the counter watching him. What made him so sad? Did he know that I wasn't with him last night? Did he know where I went? Were Kellan and I not as quiet as I thought? He walked over to me and almost reached out to me before he stopped himself. There was an odd feeling in the room. My breath started increasing in my nervousness. I knew it was odd for me not to ask him what was wrong. His crushed look would have never gone unquestioned by me before, but I just couldn't get enough air to speak, and I was terrified to ask him. Finally, he spoke. "You disappeared on me," he whispered. My heartbeat tripled, my vision swam. Oh God, I was going to pass out right here in front of him. "What?" I unintentionally squeaked out. "This morning." He nodded over to the couch. "I came down earlier and you were sleeping on the couch. I didn't want to wake you." My heartbeat slowed fractionally. "Oh." His crushed look returned as he reached out for my hand. "Did I do something, Kiera?" I immediately started shaking my head and had to swallow twice before I could speak. No, of course not." "Really? Because I feel like there's this wall between us. We used to talk about everything. I knew almost every single thought in your head, and now I have no clue what you're thinking half the time." I swallowed back the tears again. "Will you talk to me?" His sad brown eyes searched my face for a moment, and then he gently pulled my arm, leading me into the living room. I begged myself not to start sobbing again like yesterday. We sat down close beside each other on the couch. He leaned over, his knees on his elbows. Then, running a hand halfway through his hair, he looked over to me. "Are you happy here?" he asked, his accent thick with controlled emotion. I shook my head no, but said, "Yes." His face looked just as confused as I felt by my odd answer. "Is it Kellan?" he whispered, and I felt my stomach lurch like I might be sick. Was he finally asking me? I knew my face was as white as a ghost, and I felt like any second I might hyperventilate again. "Does his lifestyle bother you that much? Do you not like being here with him as a roommate anymore?" I relaxed. He wasn't asking me about an affair. He was asking me about Kellan's women. That was the last thing Denny knew of that had made me unhappy, that slap in the bar. But so much had changed since then. Kellan loved me, deeply loved me, and I... "No, he's fine. I barely see him anyway," I said quietly, my thoughts still spinning. "No, he hasn't been around lately, has he?" He looked at me oddly when he said that, and I cringed that I had placed that realization in his head. I waited for the next question that could only rationally come. Were you desperately sad all week because he was gone? Did you have a breakdown yesterday because he came back? Because you made love to him and then felt guilty in my arms? The question he did ask, though, hurt worse than any of my imagined questions. "Is it me, then? Are you not happy with me?" He asked so quietly I barely heard him. I threw my arms around him and tried to choke back a sob. "No, I love you." My voice broke anyway. "I'm happy with you. Don't ask any more questions. Don't find out what I've done. Don't leave me." He returned my hug, clutching me to him as if I were pulling away instead of pressing into him. "Then move to Brisbane with me." I pulled back and gazed, confused at his still flat eyes. "What?" "When your school ends, come to Australia with me." He almost frantically searched my face, trying to gauge my reaction. I blinked at him in disbelief. We had never talked about moving to his homeland, merely visiting over winter break.
Why? I've made some phone calls. There's a really great job waiting for me there, whenever I want it. We could move there. It's near my parents. They would love having us close. His accent started thickening as he talked about his family and his home. It's so far away, Denny. Physically about as far away from Kellan as he could get me. What about my family? We'll visit as often as you want, Kiera. Holidays, vacations, whatever you want, whenever you want. He softly stroked my cheek as he spoke. I could hear the slight desperation in his tone. He really wanted this. Australia? I didn't know you wanted to go back there. It's a great offer. He looked down at the floor before looking back up to me. We could get married there, he whispered. My heart started pounding. We had never talked about marriage before either. I couldn't say anything. A million thoughts went through my head at the same time, some about a life here with Kellan, some about a life thousands of miles away with Denny. He ran his hand through my hair as I stared at his beautiful, sad face. We could be happy. There. He swallowed. I could be a great husband to you. Maybe someday a father. His voice trailed off as my eyes started to water. I could see the picture he was painting, too, and it was just as wonderful as Kellan's. I didn't know how to choose. He stroked my cheek again and brought me in for a tender kiss. I closed my eyes, melted into his touch, and considered his proposal. Both of them. He brought both of his hands to my cheeks and kissed me deeply. I returned it just as deeply. Abruptly, he stood, then leaned over and picked me up. He had no problems carrying me. He was very strong. And he kissed me the entire time it took to carry me upstairs to our room. I purposely kept my eyes closed as we passed Kellan's. For the first time ever in our relationship, being with Denny was odd. There was a frenzied desperation to our lovemaking that had never been there before. It was heartfelt. It was heartbreaking. It was extreme joy. It was bone-crushing grief. It was fiery hot. It was icy cold. It was true love sprouting. It was true love dying. It was like we were both trying to hold on to something that was slipping through our fingers, and we just didn't understand why. I understood more than he did, of course, but just barely. I would never fully understand how I could have ever strayed from such a warm, sensitive, and caring soul. Afterwards, he stroked my hair as I nestled into his shoulder. Guilt washed through me. This would kill Kellan. He had to have known when he left this morning that there was at least a possibility Denny would want to. That thought made me feel worse. Then I felt guilty for not completely loving being with Denny. I angrily brushed aside a tear. I was tired of feeling guilty. Kellan was right. One way or another, I needed to make a choice. Are you all right, Kiera? I closed my eyes and tensed. Was he finally asking me? Yes. He kissed my head. You've been so sad, and yesterday you seemed so... I sighed. He was going to ask. Just a bad day. No big deal. Oh. I could tell from his timbre that he didn't believe me. Do you want to talk about it? His accent was getting thicker. It usually did when he was getting emotional. I needed to end this conversation. I looked up at him and forced a smile. No. I want to go to Australia with you. I hated to say it, but I needed more time. He smiled widely and kissed me, all traces of our conversation forgotten.
Denny drove me to work that evening and decided to stay for the night. He had an odd happiness about him which only made me feel worse. I had given him hope for us, and it could possibly be a false hope. I wasn't sure yet. I set Denny up with some food and a beer at the band's table. My stomach was already tense at the idea of Kellan and Denny sitting down together. All too soon, the band strolled into the bar. Evan and Matt came in together. Evan spotted Denny at their table and eyed me curiously, making me look down and blush. I missed seeing Griffin's entrance, but I heard it. He yelled upon entering the bar, "The stud is here. This party can start now." I rolled my eyes and looked over right as Kellan came walking through the door. I held my breath at seeing him. He still stopped my heart with his perfection. He ran his hand through his perfectly messy hair as his absurdly blue eyes locked onto mine. I mouthed a "hi," and he half grinned at me sexily and nodded his head. He started to walk toward me until I slightly shook my head. He cocked his head confused, and then, following my line of sight as I looked back at their table, he understood. His smile left and his eyes darkened. He looked back at me wistfully and then turned to join the guys at the table. I watched Kellan discreetly as I went about my night. It was difficult to do. I wanted to go over and hold him, kiss him, snuggle in his lap. But I couldn't. Even if Denny were not sitting directly across the table from him, I couldn't. We didn't have that type of relationship, and that was what he wanted from me. He didn't want to hide anymore. I didn't either, but I shifted my focus to Denny at the table. I didn't want to hurt him. I couldn't. I loved him too. Denny was smiling, happier than I'd seen him in days. My melancholy during Kellan's absence had affected him more than I had realized. He was excited that we had a future plan now. He was currently engaged in a conversation with Matt, so I shifted my focus back to Kellan. Kellan glanced over at me, making eye contact for just a fraction of a second, then looking pointedly at the hallway for only the briefest moment. Anyone looking at him wouldn't have thought twice about the movement. He was simply scanning the room. But I knew better. He wanted to talk to me. He calmly finished his beer, then got up and made his way to the hallway. Denny watched him leave for half a second, then turned back to his conversation with Matt. I swiftly walked over to Jenny. I didn't have much time. "Jenny, can you—" She looked at the guy's table and, noticing Kellan's absence, immediately said, "I'm not lying for you, Kiera." I shook my head. "No, I'm not asking you to. Just come find me if Denny asks anything." She sighed resignedly. "Fine, make it a quickie." I smirked at her, then smiled. "Thank you." She nodded and went back to her work. Then, making sure no one, particularly Denny, noticed, I followed Kellan to the hallway. My heartbeat increased when I saw him. He was leaning against the wall in the space between the two bathrooms, his foot against the wall, his hands in his pockets, his head turned in my direction. He smiled softly at me when he saw me, and I smiled back. He reached out for my hand as I approached and, with the other, opened the women's bathroom door. I noticed an out-of-order sign from the back room taped on the door. I pointed at it. "Did you?" He smiled and led me inside. Then his smile left him. "Are you going to Australia with Denny?" He asked me as soon as the door swung closed. My stomach clenched. "What? Where did you hear that?" "Denny. He's telling everyone, Kiera. What did you tell him?" His blue eyes bored into mine. I closed my eyes and leaned against the wall. "I'm sorry. He was asking the wrong questions. I just needed time." I opened my eyes, feeling very stupid. "So you told him you would leave the country with him?" "Kiera. God!" He ran a hand through his hair, then pinched his nose with his fingers. Can't you ever stop and think before you just spit things out?
I know it was stupid, but in the moment, it seemed like the right thing to say. I mumbled feebly.
God, Kiera. Did you agree to marry him too?
He asked sarcastically. I didn't say anything, and the sudden silence spoke volumes. Kellan raised his eyebrows at the stillness crashing around us.
Did he ask you?
I didn't say yes,
I whispered. But you didn't say no.
He whispered back, dropping his hand from his face. Seeing his hurt, I tried to explain. He never really asked. He just said that when we were there, we could, like eventually, years from now. He swallowed and looked at me warily.
Are you considering it?
I took a step toward him. I need time, Kellan.
Did you sleep with him?
He whispered. I stopped moving and blinked rapidly several times. Kellan, don't ask that. He nodded and looked away, scowling.
So, until you decide, how exactly does this work? Should Denny and I draw up a schedule?
He looked back at me, his face and voice suddenly heated.
Do I get you during the week and he gets weekends, or should we just do the week on, week off thing? Or how about we all fuck together? Would you prefer that?
He snapped. I calmly walked over to him and put a hand on his cheek. Kellan, filter. He blinked at me and then smiled sheepishly.
Right. Sorry, I'm not okay with this, Kiera.
I kissed him softly and a tear fell from his eye. I'm not either, Kellan. I don't want this anymore. I don't want to feel guilty. I don't want to lie. I don't want to hurt people. I just don't know how to choose. He gazed at me silently for an achingly long time, and then whispered,
Can I plead my case?
He gently grabbed my head in his hands and gave me a heart-stopping kiss. A light knocking filtered through the door. Guys? It's me. Jenny. We both ignored her as Kellan's case got more intense. She slowly swung open the door, and we still didn't stop kissing. He even exhaled softly and kissed me deeper. Jenny sounded a bit uncomfortable. Kiera, sorry, but you wanted me to find you? I nodded around Kellan's lips and ran my fingers through his hair while he smiled through his kisses. Okay, can you guys stop doing that? She sounded a little irritated now. Kellan mumbled a no, and I laughed once, the sound lost in his mouth. Jenny sighed. Okay, then. Well, two things, actually. One, Kellan, you're up. Kellan raised his hand to her, thumb up, but never stopped voraciously kissing me. I was pretty sure Jenny was seeing way more of Kellan's tongue than she probably wanted to, since when I smiled and laughed at his movement, he ran it across the roof of my mouth before closing his lips around mine. Jenny sighed again. Second, Denny talked to Griffin. Kellan and I broke apart at the same time and looked at her. What? We both said together, our momentary good humor gone. Jenny shrugged, looking apologetic. I tried to sideline Griffin, but Denny was talking about you having a hard time leaving your family. She gave me an icy look. Apparently she didn't like what I had done either. Denny casually mentioned Anna, so naturally Griffin told him every gory detail of their time together while she was here. She made a face like she had repeatedly heard every detail. My own face paled. Denny, of course, brought up Kellan and Anna and the fight between you and Kellan in the bar. She shook her head.
Griffin got all bent out of shape. He vehemently denied that Kellan had ever slept with her, that he actually took Anna out from under Kellan, and that... She glanced at Kellan, who looked equally as pale as I did. Kellan was a prick for trying to, and I'm quoting here, nab his score. She made another face, then looked at me sympathetically. I'm sorry, Kiera, but Denny knows that you lied. I clutched at Kellan, not wanting to hear any of this. Thank you, Jenny, Kellan said calmly. Yeah. I'm sorry. She smiled sadly, then turned and left us alone in the room. My breathing became labored as I clutched Kellan's shoulders. What do we do? I searched his face, hoping to find an answer there. My mind started spinning as Kellan silently watched me. Okay, it's not so bad. I'll just tell him that you lied to me, and Anna lied to me, and... I looked away, thinking through the various lies to tell Denny. Kiera, that won't work. He'll just be even more suspicious if you start saying that everyone else is lying. No lies will work, baby. I looked up at him when he called me that, a small smile on my lips as his tender word fractionally lifted my spirits. It didn't last, though. I immediately frowned. Then what do we do? He sighed and ran a finger down my cheek. We do the only thing we can. I go on stage, and you go back to work. Kellan, that wasn't going to solve anything. It will be fine, Kiera. I need to go. I need to talk to Evan before we start. Then he kissed me softly on the forehead and left me alone in the room, my head still spinning. Things were starting to crash down around me. I put a hand on my stomach and struggled to maintain my breath. Kellan was near the stage having a deep conversation with Evan when I re-entered the bar. Evan did not look happy about whatever Kellan was telling him. Evan flicked a glance at me, then, scowling, looked back at Kellan, who never turned to look at me. Eventually, Kellan said something that, from his stance, looked like an order. Evan finally seemed to accept it, and with one last flick of a glance at Denny, he hopped on stage. The rest of the guys followed shortly after. Kellan ran his hand through his hair and, glancing at Denny, who happened to also look back at him with an odd expression on his face, hopped on the stage as well. The crowd went nuts for their stars, but I didn't hear any of it. I was too busy wondering what all that had been about. I was making my way back to my section to start helping customers when I met Denny's eye. He was still sitting at the band's table, which was now filling up with female fans, and he was openly scowling at me. My breath caught. He knew I'd lied. He was thinking right now about why. I intentionally kept my eyes from the stage. I tried to smile at Denny, but only managed a feeble grin. He didn't smile back. His eyes narrowed, and I forcefully pulled my gaze away. Mentally, I thanked the packed bar of thirsty customers for giving me an excuse to not have to go near his table for a while. The band's music started playing, but I never glanced back to the stage. I may have pulled my gaze from Denny, but I could feel Denny's gaze burning into me. Toward the end of the night, I started relaxing. Not that my stomach wasn't churning and my head wasn't spinning, but Denny never approached me. I eventually had to go to his table to serve some of the females, and he only ordered another beer from me. He asked me nothing, but his eyes said everything. He was suspicious. Highly suspicious. Later, Kellan announced that they had one more song, and it was a new one. It started with just Matt and Evan. Then a few beats later, Griffin came in, and Kellan started singing. His voice was low and husky. The lyrics were sad, and I discreetly watched him for a moment before I turned to help a customer. Hi, what can I couldn't finish my question. A phrase Kellan had just sung seeped into my brain and froze me in place, blocking out all other thoughts. You're everything that I need, but I'm nothing that you need. I failed you, I betrayed you, over and over, but you'll be all right when he holds you tight. My jaw dropped as I stared back up at the stage. This was a new song he'd been working on, and it was about him and me. Miss, I said I ignored the customer. Kellan's voice had picked up strength, and it was all I could focus on. It's better to never say goodbye, just move on to end the lie. But he was saying goodbye. In song, in front of the entire bar, in front of Denny. Kellan wasn't looking my way. He was staring out over the crowd, not noticing any of them, focusing solely on the words. I stood where I was, completely in shock, at the table of a customer who was still trying to get my attention. I was only a few feet away from Denny, and he had to be watching me stare at Kellan on stage, terror in my eyes and my mouth open in disbelief. Evan hadn't wanted him to sing this, most likely because Denny was here. What was Kellan thinking? On the second verse, I stopped caring who was watching as tears filled my eyes. I couldn't possibly have stopped the reaction as Kellan's voice burned through me. We had what we had. We did what we did, and it was amazing, something I'll never forget. It will hurt me. It will hurt you too, but everything ends, so save your tears. This won't break you. With him by your side, you'll be just fine. But I promise you, my love for you will never die. His words were beautiful and heartbreaking. He was saying goodbye, for real this time. On the second, I failed you, I betrayed you, over and over. I felt the tears spill down my cheeks. Finally, Kellan looked straight at me. He locked his intense gaze to mine and repeated the chorus. It's better to never say goodbye, to just move on, to end the lie. I could see a tear, which he completely ignored, fall on his cheek. His voice held steady and strong. I felt my breath choke. I felt pain rip through my stomach. I felt my heart seize, and I felt the few tears that had escaped turn into streams running down my face. Miss? Vague voices buzzed around me, but Kellan's words were piercing straight through me, and they weren't stopping. The next line, every single day I'll keep you with me, no matter how far from me you are, followed immediately by another goodbye section, had me clutching my gut and holding a hand to my mouth, desperately trying to hold in a sob. As the music and Kellan's voice picked up even more, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Not here, Kiera. Jenny's soft voice whispered in my ear. I couldn't even break myself away from staring at Kellan to look at her. Another tear fell down his cheek as he stared at me, unabashed. I didn't know who was watching us. I didn't know if Denny was watching us. Kellan's face was all I could see, his heart-wrenching words all I could hear. A sob broke free. Jenny started tugging my arm. I stubbornly resisted her. Not here, Kiera. Denny's watching. Not here. I stopped resisting and let her pull me into the kitchen as Kellan sang the last few bars. I promise you, my love for you will never die. His heartbreaking eyes watched me leave. His voice cracked just once as I disappeared through the kitchen doors with Jenny. Immediately I started sobbing, and Jenny put her arms around me. It's okay, Kiera. It will be okay. Have faith. She repeated it over and over while she rubbed my back, and I sobbed mercilessly on her shoulder. He was leaving. When my crying spell was over, Jenny fixed my face and brought me a drink. It was not water. I sat up at the bar and downed it. Kellan watched me wistfully from the edge of the stage. I desperately wanted to run over to him, to throw my arms around his neck and kiss him, to beg him not to leave. I couldn't do anything, though, not with Denny still here watching. For the first time in my life, I wished Denny would leave. Denny approached Kellan after his set and asked him a serious-looking question. Kellan flicked a glance over to me, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Then Kellan smiled casually and shook his head, clapping Denny on the shoulder. With a blank face, Denny watched Kellan shove his guitar back in his case and quickly leave the bar, risking one final glance at me as he opened the doors. I watched his fingers go to the bridge of his nose as he walked through them. Denny sat and solemnly waited at the table until my shift was over. When I grabbed my things, he finally approached me. Ice flooded my veins, but he said nothing. He simply held out his hand, and we walked in silence out of the bar. Kellan was already home when Denny and I got there. His light was off when I slyly glanced at his room as we walked by, but I could hear soft music playing and knew he was awake. Denny undressed silently, occasionally giving me odd, sad glances. He hadn't asked about catching me in my lie. He hadn't asked about my meltdown during Kellan's last song. But combined with my melancholy all week, Kellan's sudden reappearance last night at the bar, and the heartfelt glances Kellan and I gave each other at the end of the night, I could feel the unasked questions in Denny's uneasy eyes. I was terrified for the questions I felt coming closer each minute. I changed into my pajamas, equally silent, and then softly excused myself to the bathroom. Denny slipped under the covers and watched me leave. I left the door open, hoping to ease any suspicions he might have. That didn't stop me from glancing longingly at Kellan's door. He was leaving, and I couldn't bear it. I had to find a way to stop him. Somehow. I took my time in the bathroom. I let the cold water drench my face repeatedly, hoping to wash away my fears. Kellan was leaving. Denny was horribly suspicious. My world was crashing inward. Taking a last deep breath that did nothing to calm me, I opened the door and walked back to Denny. He was still awake, still watching the door, waiting for me to return to him. I searched his eyes for a moment, wondering what he thought, what he felt, how much he was hurting, why he didn't ask me anything. He held his arms out for me, and I crawled into them, grateful for at least some comfort from the continual assault on my emotions. It wasn't what I wanted, though. His arms weren't the ones I was craving. That thought made my throat tight, and I was glad Denny wasn't talking. I closed my eyes and waited. Each second felt like minutes. Each minute felt like hours. I strained my hearing to listen to Denny's breathing. Was it slow and steady? Was he asleep? Then he would shift and sigh, and I knew he was still awake. I feigned sleep the best I could, hoping he would relax and give in to slumber. I felt frustrated tears building, but I shoved them back. I wanted out of this room, but I needed to be patient. To pass the time, I imagined what Kellan was doing over in his room. I couldn't hear his music anymore. Was he asleep? Was he awake, staring at his ceiling, wondering if I was asleep in Denny's arms? Was he wishing he had never said anything this morning? Was he waiting for me to crawl into bed with him? Was he planning his departure? Eventually, Denny's breathing became slow and regular in true slumber. I opened my eyes and cautiously raised my head to look at him. His beautiful face was calm and peaceful for the first time since he'd caught the lie. I sighed softly, then carefully moved his arm off of me. Still asleep, he rolled over to his normal sleeping side, away from me. I waited for an achingly long time just to be sure, and then I quietly got up. I ran through a list of excuses in my head just in case Denny looked over at me leaving, but he didn't, and I soundlessly slipped out the door. My heart was thudding as I opened Kellan's. I was suddenly really nervous. Kellan was sitting on the edge of the bed, away from the door with his back to me when I quietly entered his room. He was still dressed and was intently looking at something in his hand. He was lost in thought and didn't hear me approach him. "Kellan?" I whispered. He startled and clenched his hand, hiding whatever he had been looking at. He turned to look at me and, at the same time, shoved his hand under the mattress. "What are you doing here? We talked about this. You shouldn't be here." His face was pale and he looked dreadfully sad. "How could you do that?" "What?" he asked, looking both tired and confused. "Sing that song to me. In front of everyone. You killed me." My voice broke and I sat heavily on the edge of the bed. He looked away from me. "It's what needs to happen, Kiera." "You wrote that days ago, when you were gone?" He didn't answer me for several seconds. "Yes. I know where this is going, Kiera. I know who you'll choose, who you've always chosen." Suddenly, not knowing what else to say, I blurted out, "Sleep with me tonight." My voice was thick with my churning emotions. "Kiera, we can't." He looked over at me wistfully. "No, literally, just hold me, please." He sighed and then laid back on his bed, holding his arms open for me. I snuggled into his side, wrapping my leg around his, my arm over his chest, and nestling my head in his shoulder. I breathed in his dizzyingly amazing scent, and raptured in his warmth and comfort. The overwhelming joy of being close to him brought with it the heartbreaking sadness that he was leaving me. I sniffled back a tear, and he held me tighter. I felt him sigh brokenly beneath me, and I knew he was on the verge of tears, the same as me. It slipped out in my grief. "Don't leave me." He exhaled brokenly and clutched at me, kissing my head. "Kiera," he whispered. I looked up into his torn face, his eyes shining with tears waiting to spill. Mine already were. "Please stay. Stay with me. Don't go." He closed his eyes, squeezing out the tears. "It's the right thing to do, Kiera." "Baby, we're finally together. Don't end this." His eyes opened at my tender word, and he lovingly ran a finger down my cheek. "That's just it. We're not together." "Don't say that. We are. I just need time, and I need you to stay. I can't bear the thought of you leaving." I kissed him deeply, bringing my hands to his cheeks. He pulled away. "You won't leave him, Kiera, and I can't share you. Where does that leave us? He's going to figure it out if I stay. That leaves us with one option. I go." He swallowed back his emotion as another tear fell on his cheek. "I wish things were different. I wish I'd known you first. I wish I was your first. I wish you would choose me." "I do," I blurted out. We both froze and stared at each other. Another tear dripped from his eye as he stared at me with a look of such pain and hope that I instantly regretted coming into his room. My panic at the thought of him leaving again had made me blurt out something that I knew would make him stay. And I did want him to stay. I desperately wanted him to stay. I wanted to walk into Pete's on his arm. I wanted to kiss him every time I saw him. I wanted to make love without worry. I wanted to sleep in his arms every single night. Oh God. I suddenly realized I wanted to be with him.
I do choose you, Kellan, I said again, surprised at my decision, but happy I had finally made one. He was looking at me like any second I might light him on fire. Do you understand me? I whispered, getting concerned at his odd reaction. Finally, he rolled over and pressed into me, grabbing my face and kissing me intensely. I could barely breathe through his enthusiasm. I ran my fingers through his hair and clutched him tight to me. His hands started pulling at my clothes. He pulled off my tank top, but before I could ask a question, his lips were back on mine. He pulled off his shirt, and again his lips were back on mine before I could speak. He deftly slipped off my pants and was working on his jeans when I finally pushed him away. Breathless, I gaped at him. What happened to your rules?
I never was good at following rules.
He smiled and moved in to kiss me.
And I never could say no to your begging anyway.
He finished softly, kissing my neck. He slipped off his jeans and kissed me again. Wait. I pushed him back again. I thought you didn't want to do this. I looked over at the door. Here. He slid his hand into my underwear and I gasped.
If I'm yours and you're mine, then I will take you wherever and whenever I can.
He growled into my ear, his intensity making me moan. I love you, Kellan, I whispered, bringing his face back to mine.
I love you, Kiera. I will make you so happy,
he whispered seriously. I bit my lip and started pulling off his boxers. Yes, I know you will. Chapter 23. Consequences. I shifted on his bed for the 100th time. Kellan's arm was around me and he was sleeping soundly, his cheek resting on his other arm, his face turned toward me. All the doubt and worry had been erased from his perfect features. I wasn't quite so sure they were erased from mine. I'd finally chosen, and in the heat of the moment, I'd chosen Kellan. It all still felt a little surreal to me. I snuggled into Kellan's side, and he sighed contentedly. I tried to imagine being with him like this every night, having the open relationship with him that he wanted, that we wanted. It had been such a taboo idea for so long that I couldn't quite envision it at the moment. I shifted again on the bed. There was one final hurdle to tackle before I could really picture going forward with Kellan, and it was one that was tearing my heart apart. Denny. I should get up now and sneak back into our room. I shouldn't risk him finding out this way. I shouldn't have risked making love to Kellan last night. Again. I seemed to not always have the best judgment when it came to that amazing man. But Kellan was right. It was a bad idea. Denny should never catch the two of us being intimate like that. I remembered his reaction in my dream. I couldn't even begin to imagine his real reaction if he walked in on us, especially now that he knew I had lied, now that he was suspicious. I should tell him. I should finally tell him everything. I just had no idea how. Sighing, I lifted Kellan's arm off of me. He mumbled something in his sleep and started to reach out for me again. I smiled and, brushing a lock of hair off his forehead, kissing him softly, I grabbed my hastily flung clothes and slipped them back on. Then I opened his door and, with a final glance at his peaceful body, the sheet half-heartedly draped over his physical perfection, I shut it and headed back to my room. I slipped into my bed as stealthily as I could. Denny didn't stir when I carefully lay down next to him, and I didn't look at him this time. I kept my back to him and carefully breathed in and out. I waited for him to move, for him to roll me over and demand to know where I'd been. He didn't. He slept as soundly as Kellan had been sleeping. Eventually, exhaustion took me and I gave in to slumber,
intimate thoughts of Kellan on my mind. I awoke a short while later from a particularly good dream, anxious to see Kellan again. Denny was still sleeping, but I was positive Kellan would not be. I quickly darted to the bathroom to freshen up, and then quietly dashed downstairs. As predicted, Kellan was leaning against the counter, a fresh pot of coffee brewing behind him, smiling over at me, looking completely perfect, dressed in my favorite bright blue shirt that made his eyes seem inhumanly blue. More? He didn't get a chance to finish his greeting before my lips were locked on his, and my hands were twisted in that fabulous hair. He returned my kiss eagerly, his hands cupping my cheeks. Between our lips I muttered, "I missed you." "I missed you too," he muttered back. "I hated waking up with you gone." You would think we hadn't seen each other in days instead of hours. I luxuriated in the smell of him, the feel of him, the taste of him. I reveled in his warmth, in his tender hands traveling down my shoulders, in the feel of his hair between my fingertips and his tongue brushing against mine. I never wanted him to stop kissing me. That was when he suddenly pulled away from me, taking a few steps toward the table. "We should talk about Denny, Kiera." Just then, Denny walked into the kitchen. "What about me?" he asked curtly. Kellan and I had luckily been a few paces apart when Denny had unexpectedly appeared in the entryway, but my heart shifted instantly into triple time. Kellan was more composed and smoothly said, "I was just asking Kiera if you'd be interested in hanging with me and the guys today. There's this thing at EMP. Denny cut him off while I gaped at him. Did he just come up with that on the fly, or was that really his plan for today? "No, we'll stay here." I didn't miss Denny's inflection on the word "we'll," and neither did Kellan. His face paler, he said, "Okay. Come by if you change your mind. We'll be there all day." An odd tension built up in the kitchen, and Kellan finally broke the silence. "I'd better go. Pick up the guys." And with a final meaningful glance at me behind Denny's back, he left the two of us alone in the suddenly too quiet kitchen. A few moments later, I heard the door close. Kellan's car growled to life and drove away, and just like that, he was gone, and my heart dropped a little. By his final look, I knew he was giving me time to talk to Denny, and I wasn't ready yet. I wasn't even sure if I could do it. I mean, how do you tear someone that you still care for to pieces? And I did. Even throughout everything, I still loved him. Love doesn't exactly come with an off switch. I spent the bulk of the afternoon lying on the couch, sleeping, or pretending to, while Denny watched me over from the chair, the TV playing in the background purely a distraction for the overwhelming silence between us. I wasn't ready to destroy him yet. I wasn't sure if I would ever be ready for that. I didn't know how to tell someone who had been everything to me for so long that it was over. I could feel his dark eyes resting on me all day, thinking. Denny was brilliant. The only reason he hadn't put it all together yet was pure devotion to me. He refused to see my flaws, and he hated to cause me pain. Acknowledging my betrayal would force him to do both. He might have been avoiding the words, but I saw it in his eyes. The fear, the doubt. I knew that eventually he would gather the courage to ask me that dreaded question. Are you in love with someone else? Every look he gave me, every time he touched me, every conversation he started with me, I was sure he was going to ask me. Ask me if I was leaving him. Ask me if I was in love with Kellan. I tensed in anticipation every time. I didn't know what I would say if he did ask, but the questions never came. He never once asked me about the lie he had caught me in last night. He never once asked me for the real reason for the awful slap I had given Kellan. The few times we did speak, that horridly long afternoon, he seemed to purposefully avoid any topic of conversation that might lead to Kellan. By the end of the day, his expression was darker, his mood introspective. Eventually, all conversation dried up, and I began avoiding his dark, accusatory glances. Kellan did eventually come back, late, hours after the sun set on our chilly little home. He walked into the kitchen and saw Denny and me finishing a silent dinner. Kellan glanced over to me, probably wondering if I had talked to him at all. I could only shake my head nearly imperceptibly, no. He understood. His face was torn, and I thought he might turn around and leave again. But, calming himself, he put his keys on the counter and grabbed a beer from the fridge. His disheartened eyes haunted me, though, and I couldn't help but stare at him, even though I knew Denny was intently watching me. I so wanted to go over to him and explain, but I knew I couldn't. His eyes not leaving mine, Denny spoke to Kellan. "Hey, mate. I think we should all go out. How about the shack? We could go dancing again." His accent inflected oddly on the word dancing. My heart jumped. Why would he want to go back there? I forced my eyes back to my plate. I could hear Kellan shifting uncomfortably. "Yeah, sure," he said quietly. My heart started to race, and I kept my head down, concentrating on my food and my breathing. This was not good. Not good at all. Kellan turned and took his beer to his room. Denny and I finished our awkward meal in silence, his eyes never straying far from mine. Finishing before him, I mumbled something about getting ready and stumbled upstairs to prepare for a night that I felt would be as horrific as the last time we had all gone there together. Kellan's door was closed as I passed it, and I briefly wondered if I should pop in and explain why I had chickened out about talking to Denny today. I couldn't, though. I wasn't ready for that conversation either. I sighed and went to the bathroom to rearrange my hair, redo my makeup, anything to keep my mind from spinning. Finally, during the car ride over, Denny broke his hours of long silence. "Have you decided what you want to do for winter break?" he asked, an oddly flat tone in his accented voice. He looked over to me and his expression softened for the first time all day, moisture glistening in his eyes. "I'd really like to take you home with me, over the holidays. Will you think about it, Kiera?" His voice wavered a bit on my name. I clearly heard the real question he was asking me. Will you choose me? I could only nod at him, moisture stinging my own eyes as well. I turned to look out the window at the city flying by me. That was how my insides felt, that I was flying towards something and it was too late to stop it. Denny and I beat Kellan there. He seemed to be delaying the inevitable weirdness. I wished I could. Denny pulled us straight through the bar to the doors leading to the beer garden and back. I noticed a sign on the door as he opened it. Winterfest, beat the chill. Apparently we were celebrating the iciness in the air. Even though the weather was really too chilly to just sit around and drink beer, there were a lot of people outside, and Denny led me to the same table where we had sat the last fateful time we were here. I had no idea if he did that deliberately or not. My eyes flicked back to the gate, back to the espresso stand. Did he know about that night? I tried to force my stomach to stop turning. He ordered drinks for the three of us, and we sipped our beers in silence, Denny looking thoughtful. My breath inadvertently caught when Kellan walked out of the bar. I hadn't meant for it to happen. I prayed Denny didn't see it happen. He was just so breathtaking. He walked smoothly to our table, his eyes oddly at peace. He even smiled over at Denny while he took a seat by me. My heart sped a little, partly from nerves, partly from his nearness. The bar was busy. Loud music came from speakers all around the beer garden, and several people were out on the makeshift dance floor having a good time in the approaching frigid air. I hoped Denny wasn't serious about the dancing. I didn't think I could fake that right now, not with the way my heart and stomach were flopping around. I watched the drunken people warming their bodies with physical movement and started to shiver a bit from the cold. Again, I wondered why Denny sat us out here and not inside the warm bar. I put my cold hands in my lap, resisting the instinct to reach under the table and grab Kellan's. I don't know how long we sat there in silence, Kellan and I watching the crowd but studiously ignoring each other, Denny watching me intently, but eventually Denny's work phone rang. Startled, I looked over at him while he smoothly picked it up. He spoke a few sentences, then closed it. Sighing, he looked over to me. "I'm sorry. They need me to come in." Looking over me to Kellan, he said, "Can you take her home? I have to go." Kellan simply nodded and Denny stood to leave. I was too shocked by the turn of events to speak properly. Denny leaned down to me. "Will you think about what I asked?" he said quietly. I mumbled an okay, and, grabbing my cheeks in both hands, he kissed me so deeply that I groaned and instinctively brought my hands up to his neck. My heart raced and I was slightly breathless as he pulled away. Kellan shifted noisily in his chair and, for a second, I had a horrifying image of Kellan starting something with Denny. He cleared his throat and shifted in his chair again as Denny said goodbye to both of us and, turning, left the bar. I watched him leave, my heart still racing. His beautiful face turned once at the door to give me a final glance goodbye. He nodded a little and smiled fractionally when he saw me still watching him, and then he entered the bar to leave out the front doors. I numbly turned my head to look over at Kellan. Would he be mad at me for that? Would he be mad at me for not talking to Denny today? Surely he could understand how hard this was for me. Meeting his gaze, however, I only saw love in his eyes. He grabbed my hand under the table and started talking as if we had been on a date the entire evening and my boyfriend had not just thoroughly kissed me and left the bar. "I was wondering, since you probably don't want to take me home to your parents yet." He paused and looked at me meaningfully, which I completely understand. He smiled. "Maybe you'd like to spend winter break with me here. Or we could go up to Whistler. Canada is beautiful and—" He stopped and looked at me curiously. "Do you ski?" He shook his head, not waiting for a response from me, which was good since I couldn't form words yet. "Well, if not, we don't have to leave our room." He grinned wickedly at me. I was staring at his blue eyes, and I was hearing his words, but I wasn't seeing him, and I wasn't absorbing what he was saying, other than that he wanted to spend winter break with me. Unknowingly, he was asking me the same thing Denny just had. Kellan continued going on and on about what we could do in Canada, and I tuned him out. My mind started thinking about what Denny had asked in the car. Denny wanted to take me home with him to meet his parents before we moved over there. Only that wasn't the plan anymore. We would be over by then. We would be over soon, and he would go home alone. I swallowed painfully, and my mind tortured me by allowing every memory I had of him to flood through me. I remembered our first meeting. He had been smiling at all the students as they walked in, and my breath caught when I saw him. I looked down when his smile turned to me. The professor had him pass out some papers to the class, and as I was sitting on the edge of the row, he handed me a large stack to pass down to the others. "Hello. Enjoying the class so far?" he said quietly, and the surprise over hearing his delightful accent and, honestly, having his attractive face so close to mine had caused me to clumsily drop the entire stack of papers to the floor. "I'm so sorry," I said as I knelt down beside him to help him pick them up. My face was surely bright red. "It's okay," he said sweetly. When we were all finished, he stuck his hand out. "My name's Denny Harris." I shook his hand. "Kiera. Alan," I mumbled. He helped me stand up and carefully re-handed me the stack. "It's nice to meet you, Kiera." He had said it warmly, and even now I remembered the thrill of hearing his accent curl around my name that first time. I hadn't been able to take my eyes off of him after that day. I'd had to work extra hard paying attention in that class. I remembered our first date. He had asked me one afternoon in the quad. I had been completely surprised and definitely eager. I tried to keep a smooth face, though, as I'd casually said, "Sure." He picked me up that night, and we went to a very nice restaurant overlooking the river. He suggested something good to eat, but let me make my own choice. He never even let me see the bill, and we had an amazingly easy conversation all throughout dinner. Afterwards, he held my hand, and we walked down the sidewalk, talking casually, neither one of us wanting the evening to end. When it did end, he walked me to my door and gave me the softest, sweetest kiss that anyone had ever given me. I think I fell for him on that night. My awareness jerked me back to the present when Kellan asked me a question and I didn't respond right away. I finally heard the question on his second attempt. "Kiera, did I lose you?" I blushed, realizing I had no idea what he'd been talking about. He was still sweetly stroking my hand with his thumb, but he was looking at me with a concerned expression. "Are you all right? Do you want to go home?" I nodded, still feeling unable to speak. We stood and he led me with a hand comfortingly on my back to the side exit in the gate. Immediately upon seeing the parking lot, I looked for Denny's car. It was gone. He was really gone. Unintentionally, I glanced over to the fateful espresso stand. Kellan noticed my gaze and, squeezing my hand, looked down on me, smiling softly as the gate closed behind us. But seeing the stand didn't take my mind back to Kellan and our night of tortured bliss. It took me back to a simpler, purer time, with Denny. I remembered our first time together, my first time ever. We had been dating for 2 months. For a guy in his early 20s, that was an eternity, but he never pushed me. We would kiss and do other things for as long as I wanted, but the second I pushed him away, he happily retreated. He never once made me feel guilty about it, which had only made me want him more. He knew it was my first time, and he made it special for me. He rented a cabin, and we spent a long winter weekend there. Our first time had been the stuff of movie magic. Warm fireplace, soft blankets, and quiet music. He took his time with me, making sure I was completely comfortable with every step, which I was. He had been so amazingly gentle and tender it hadn't even hurt. Afterwards, he'd held me tight to his chest and told me for the first time that he loved me, and I, of course, started to cry and told him that I loved him too, which promptly led to our second time. Back in the real world, Kellan was leading me to his car. He was still talking softly to me. His topic had changed to what we could do this summer. "After high school, I hitchhiked down the Oregon coast. That's actually how I met Evan. Anyway, we should go. You would love it. There are these caves." I tuned him out. Step after step was barraging me with more heartfelt memories of Denny. We took 2 steps toward the car, memories of birthdays, the latest being my 21st, when he had taken me to a local bar and sweetly held my hair back when I got very, very ill. Memories of Christmases past at my parents' house, snuggled on his lap watching my family exchange gifts. Memories of a dozen red roses given to me on Valentine's Day, and my birthday, and our anniversary, all with the sweetest, goofy grin on his face. Another step. Memories of getting food poisoning and having him wipe my forehead with a cold rag and bring me water. Memories of him trying out new recipes on me, most of them really good, a couple astoundingly bad. Memories of snuggling in his bed and watching a movie. Memories of studying together for school and making out instead. Another few steps. More current memories of traveling across the country in his beat-up car, tossing fries at each other, playing the license plate alphabet game for hours, singing along with the radio and thoroughly enjoying the twangy country songs through the Midwest, taking a quick dip in an ice-cold river to freshen up, making love in his car at an empty rest stop. One more step. Walking along the pier, falling asleep with him on the couch, dancing together at the bar, him sappily calling me his heart. Another step, the soft hair along his jawline, his warm brown eyes, running my fingers through his dark hair, his soft lips, his alluring accent, his gentle words, his goofy grin, his good humor, his good nature, his good soul. He was my comfort. He was my solace. Nearly everything I had faced in my young life I had gotten through because of him, because he was always there for me with soft words and a tender heart. Would I have that with Kellan? I remembered all of our heated fights, the words we used to hurt each other. Denny and I rarely said unkind things to one another. But with Kellan, what would happen in a relationship with him? Surely we'd eventually have disagreements, and they might be very vocal. I thought back over the course of our entire relationship, and what flooded my brain was an image of a roller coaster, up and down, flying from one extreme to the next. Was that what being with him would be like? Always shifting from high to low, low to high? Could I live a life happily that way? I liked constant. I liked safe. It was one of the reasons Denny and I clicked so well. He was a cooling lake, supportive, refreshing, and most of all, never changing. Kellan was fire, passionate, emotional, and searing to the core. But fire didn't last. Passion eventually fades, and then what? Kellan had so many options available to him. Surely one day when that passion faded, and no matter how much he loved me, he would cave to one of the beautiful women always flocking to him. I mean, gorgeous girls were constantly throwing themselves at him. I wasn't physically special, even if he insisted I was beautiful. And he was talented. He could really make it big one day. Then what? The number of women already flocking would quadruple. How could he possibly resist them all forever? That would never happen with Denny. Of that I was sure, but with Kellan, I knew he would hate himself, but it seemed possible. I stopped walking. I yanked my hand away from Kellan, and he stopped walking too. I couldn't do it. I couldn't leave the man who had been my life for so long that I couldn't even contemplate my life without him in it. At least, I couldn't yet. I needed more time. I needed to be sure that Kellan and I had something that could work before I threw away a promising future with a good man that I did love deeply. Kellan took a step and then turned to face me. His face was gorgeous in the moonlight, composed and yet, at the same time, achingly sad. His eyes nearly broke my heart, and I had to look away. It wasn't just that they suddenly glistened too much, the deep blue crystallizing into what could very easily become tears. It was the calm resignation in them that tore my heart. He regarded my expression for a minute, and then quietly he said, "I did lose you, didn't I?" I looked up at his calm face, surprised. Had he known me better than I knew myself? Had he known that I would do this to him all along? Kellan, I can't do this. Not yet. I can't leave him. I need more time. His calm face broke with a touch of anger behind his eyes. Time? Kiera, nothing is going to change here. What good is time to you? He shook his head and nodded it in the direction of our home. Now that he knows you lied, time will only hurt him more. He meant my indecision would hurt Denny, but as his eyes glistened even more, I was sure he was also talking about himself. Kellan, I'm so sorry. Please don't hate me, I whispered, my own eyes brimming as well. He ran both hands back through his hair and left them in the tangled mess for a moment before bringing them back to his sides. No, Kiera. No.
His voice was quiet with restraint, and a shot of fear went right through me. What do you mean? No, you don't hate me, or no, you do. My voice broke on the end, and I swallowed painfully. Seeing my pained face, he brought a hand up to my cheek. In a tight voice, he softly said, "No, I can't give you any more time. I can't do this. It's killing me." I shook my head as tears finally dropped to my cheeks. "Please, Kellan, don't make me."
Kiera.
He brought his other hand to my cheek and gripped me harshly, cutting off my objection.
Choose right now. Don't even think, just choose. Me or him.
His thumbs brushed aside the tears that were spilling over them.
Me or him, Kiera.
Thoughtless, I blurted out, "Him." The very air around us seemed to vibrate with the sudden silence between us. He stopped breathing and his eyes widened in shock. I stopped breathing and my eyes widened in shock. Oh God, why would I say that? Was that what I wanted? It was too late to rethink my hasty choice. It was too late to take the word back. I watched as a tear dropped heavily to Kellan's cheek. That single tear seemed to solidify my word. The damage was done. I couldn't go back now if I wanted to.
Oh,
he finally whispered. He started to remove his hands and back away from me, and I clutched him tight and tried to pull him closer. "No, Kellan, wait. I didn't mean—" He narrowed his eyes.
Yes, you did. That was your instinct. That was your first thought, and first thoughts are usually the correct ones.
His tone got a little icy, and then he closed his eyes and swallowed.
That's what's really in your heart. He's what's in your heart.
I grabbed his hands and held them tight in front of us as he took a few calming breaths. I could see the struggle on his face to control his anger, and I feebly flipped through my head to come up with something to repair the damage I'd just carelessly caused. I had nothing. No burst of genius on how to fix this. When his face was calmer, he opened his eyes, and my heart broke at the sadness in them.
I told you I would walk away if that was your choice. And I will. I won't make trouble for you.
His gaze sad, but achingly full of love, he quietly added,
I always knew where your heart really was anyway. I never should have asked you to make a choice. There never was a choice to make. Last night I did hope that...
He sighed and looked down to the pavement.
I should have left ages ago. I was just being selfish.
I gaped at him, disbelieving. He thought he was being selfish? Here I was the one literally shuffling between the beds of two men, and he was selfish? I think I give new meaning to the word, Kellan. He smiled a little when he looked back up at me, and then his face got serious again.
You were scared, Kiera. I understand that. You're scared to let go. I am too. But everything will be fine.
Almost as if to convince himself, he repeated,
We will be fine.
He spoke so quietly that I could barely hear him over the loud music drifting over the fence from the beer garden. He swept me into his arms for a tight embrace. I threw my arms around his neck and curled one hand through his wonderfully thick hair. I inhaled the scent of his skin, mixed with his leather jacket, savoring every second with him. His arms pulled me in so tight that I could barely breathe. I didn't care. He could have compressed me into his body, and I wouldn't have cared. I ached for his closeness so badly. My mind was still spinning over my shifting choice. I wasn't sure what I wanted,
But maybe Kellan was right. Maybe first thoughts were the correct ones. In a voice thick with emotion, he whispered in my ear, "Don't ever tell Denny about us. He won't leave you. You can stay at my place for as long as you like. You can even rent out my room if you want. I don't care." I pulled back to look at him, tears streaming mercilessly down my face now. He answered my unasked question, another tear shimmering down his cheek in the moonlight as well. "I have to leave now, Kiera, while I can." He brushed multiple tears away from my cheeks. "I'll call Jenny and have her come and get you. She'll take you to him. She'll help you." "Who will help you?" I whispered, searching his achingly perfect face in the silver light. I knew how much he cared now. I knew what I meant to him, and how extremely difficult leaving me was for him. I knew how hard it was for me, and I felt like dying. Swallowing, he ignored my question. "You and Denny can go to Australia and be married. You can have a long, happy life together, the way it was supposed to be." His voice cracked on the end, and another tear rolled down his cheek. "I promise I won't interfere." I wasn't letting it go, though. "What about you? You'll be alone." I needed to know he would be okay. He smiled sadly. "Kiera, it was always supposed to be that way, too." I stared at his liquid blue eyes. I placed a hand on his cheek and held back a sob. He was willing to give up everything he had ever wanted in this world. A real, deep, to the bottom of his soul love, without a fight, to save Denny's and my relationship. His good heart broke mine. "I told you you were a good man," I whispered. "I think Denny would disagree," he whispered back. I threw my arms tightly around his neck again as a hauntingly slow beat drifted over the fence and pounded through my body. I ran my fingers back through his hair and choked back another sob as he rested his forehead against mine. "God, I'm going to miss you." His voice cracked at the end and he swallowed loudly. It was too much. It was too hard. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't let him slip away. I loved him too much. This was too hard. This felt wrong. All of this just felt wrong. I couldn't let him go. "Kellan, please don't." He immediately cut me off. "Don't, Kiera. Don't ask me that. It has to happen this way. We need to stop this cycle, and we both seem incapable of staying away from each other. So one of us needs to leave." He let out a heavy breath and spoke quickly, rocking his head back and forth against mine with his eyes tightly closed. "This is the way Denny doesn't get hurt. If I'm gone, he may not question your lie, but if you ask me to stay, I will, and he'll eventually find out and we'll destroy him. I know you don't want that." "I don't either, baby." He almost seemed to be willing himself to say the words that he clearly didn't want to say. Pain rocketed through my body, and I couldn't stop a sob. "But it hurts so much." He kissed me softly. "I know, baby. I know. We have to let it hurt. I need to leave, for good this time. If he's what you want, then we need to end this. It's the only way." He kissed me again and then pulled back to look at me. His eyes were as wet and pained as mine must have been. He reached a hand into his jacket pocket and grabbed something. Holding his fist out to me, he gently pried open my hand with his other one. Very slowly, he opened his fist and placed something in my palm. Through my blurry vision, I looked at what he'd given me. It was a very delicate silver chain. Attached to the chain was a silver guitar, and in the center of the guitar was a round diamond that had to be at least a carat. It was simple and stunning, perfect, just like him. I inhaled sharply and couldn't speak. My hand started to shake.
You don't have to wear it. I'll understand. I just wanted you to have something to remember me by.
He cocked his head to the side and gazed at my tear-streaked face.
I didn't want you to forget me. I'll never forget you.
I looked at him, barely able to speak through the pain. Forget you? The very idea was ludicrous, as if he wasn't seared into the very fabric of my soul. I could never. I grabbed his face in my hands, the necklace still laced in my fingers. I love you. Forever. He brought his lips to mine, kissing me deeply. The music behind us swelled along with my heart. Again, I doubted that I could do this, that I could let him leave me. It still felt so wrong. His leaving after everything we'd gone through felt completely wrong. How would I survive this? Surely the withdrawals of a permanent separation would break me into pieces. I missed him already, even with his lips pressed firmly to mine. I longed for him. We savored every second that we had together. I felt like the pain would bring me to my knees. A sob broke through my lips, and he clutched me tighter to his chest. He placed a hand on my cheek, and, a second later, a sob broke through his lips, and I deepened our heartbreaking final kiss. This was wrong. I couldn't watch him walk away from me. I needed to speak, find some magic words to get him to stay with me. I just didn't know how. I knew my life would never be the same once this kiss ended. I never wanted it to end. But of course, nothing lasts forever. The sound of the gate behind me smashing forcefully closed forever changed the way I would remember this last, tender moment with Kellan. Terrified, I immediately broke contact and stared at Kellan's wide eyes. He was looking past me, at the figure at the gate, but I could not make myself turn to look. I didn't need to look anyway. There was only one person on this earth who could have caused the intense look of fear, sorrow, and guilt on Kellan's face. My whole body started shaking.
I'm so sorry, Kiera.
Kellan whispered to me, never once taking his eyes from the gate. Denny had just entered our small circle of private hell, and there was no going back for him, for any of us.
Kiera?
Kellan. My name came out like a question. Kellan's like a curse. Denny moved closer to where Kellan and I were quickly stepping away from each other. His face was confused and, at the same time, livid. He had seen that all too tender moment. Denny! I tried to come up with something, but I couldn't. I suddenly realized that Denny had lied. He had never been called away. He had orchestrated this, tested us. We had failed. He ignored me and glared at Kellan.
What the hell is going on?
I ran through some excuses that Kellan could make in my head, but my mouth dropped open in shock as Kellan simply told Denny the truth.
I kissed her. I was saying goodbye. I'm leaving.
I fought back my despair at that statement as I watched anger flare in Denny's dark eyes.
You kissed her?
I thought for a moment that he would leave it at that, but then he blurted out, "Did you fuck her?" Shock again flared through me at Denny's conclusion to Kellan's simple statement. He had known, or at least suspected. I looked over at Kellan, silently pleading with him to lie. He didn't.
Yes,
he whispered, cringing a little at Denny's crudeness. Denny's mouth dropped wide open as he glared at Kellan. Both men seemed to have forgotten that I was even there.
When?
He whispered harshly. Kellan sighed.
The first time was the night you broke up.
Denny's eyebrows rose, along with his voice.
The first time? How many times were there?
I closed my eyes, hoping this was just a nightmare. Kellan answered very calmly.
Only twice.
My eyes flashed open at his statement. Why would he lie about that? But at a meaningful look from him, I understood. Our last few days together had in no way constituted what Denny had crudely asked him. It wasn't a lie, simply a half-truth. Even in my horror over the situation, my heart warmed a little at his admission. Kellan calmly finished his thought, looking back toward Denny.
But I wanted her. Every day.
The small warmth in my heart froze, and my heart squeezed painfully. My breath completely stopped. What was he doing? Why would he tell Denny that? I must be dreaming. This couldn't be real. It wasn't real. It happened so fast that I didn't have time to comprehend it. Denny's fist flew around and connected with Kellan's jaw, the blow staggering him backwards. Recovering slowly, Kellan stood straight and faced Denny again, blood trickling down his cut lip.
I won't fight you, Denny. I'm so sorry, but we never wanted to hurt you. We fought against... We tried so hard to resist this pull we feel toward each other.
Kellan's face cringed as he spoke, his emotional pain worse than his physical one.
You tried? You tried not to fuck her?
Denny yelled and hit him again. My mind wanted me to scream at Denny to stop. My body wanted me to pull him away. Aside from shaking with fear and an aching coldness that pierced me to my very bones, I couldn't move. Shock froze me in place. Gaping like an idiot, I stood there silently.
I gave up everything for her.
Denny struck him repeatedly. Kellan did nothing to block the blows and made no attempt to fight Denny back. In fact, after every hit, he turned to face Denny, intentionally or unintentionally giving him the best possible angle every time. Blood oozed from cuts on his cheek, his lip, and over his eye.
You promised me you wouldn't touch her.
I'm sorry, Denny. Kellan muttered between hits, barely audible to me and probably completely inaudible to Denny in his rage. I wanted Denny to yell at me, to blame me, to hit me, to at least look at me as being equally responsible for this mess, but all his rage was focused on Kellan. I had stopped existing to him. Inside, I was sobbing, screaming for it to end, but I just stood there silently. Eventually, Kellan's strength wore out, and he fell to his knees in a pant, his blue shirt stained with his blood. I trusted you! Denny screamed at him as a particularly brutal knee to Kellan's chin knocked him to his back. My mind couldn't comprehend it. I started rejecting this reality. I was dreaming. That had to be it. This was just a nightmare, my worst nightmare. Soon I would wake up. But still, like I was stuck in quicksand, I just stood there silently. Denny now began kicking him repeatedly with his heavy boots, screaming obscenities with every blow. A vicious kick landed on Kellan's arm, causing a sickening snap that I heard even in my stupor. Kellan cried out in pain, but Denny didn't stop.
You said you were my brother.
My stomach rose. My body shivered uncontrollably. Tears flowed down my cheeks. Reality was shifting to me. Was I going mad? Was that why I couldn't move? Couldn't shout for help? I desperately wanted to pull Denny away, hit him if I had to, but listening in horror, I just stood there silently. Another swift kick to Kellan's side, and another audible crack as a rib or two broke. Kellan again cried out in agony, spat out blood, but did nothing to defend his body, said nothing to defend his actions, only endlessly repeated, "I won't fight you. I won't hurt you. I'm sorry, Denny." If my sanity was slipping, Denny's was completely gone. He was a completely different person, viciously beating the life from Kellan's weakening body. Denny was beyond angry, beyond enraged. He was screaming ruthlessly at Kellan, a stream of vile things that I had never heard him utter. He seemed to have completely forgotten I was there, frozen in shock and horror as I was. "Your word is worthless. You are worthless." Kellan cringed and turned his head away from those hurtful words, and I had the horrid feeling that it was not the first time he'd heard them. It wasn't the first time he'd been called worthless. "I'm sorry, Denny." Denny didn't care about his apologies and was still kicking him viciously. "She is not one of your whores." Denny paused, panting in his fervor. Kellan weakly raised himself up on one elbow, his body crumpled and bruised in pain, blood stringing from his mouth and freely flowing from a cut above his eye and cheek. He looked up to meet Denny's enraged eyes, and I watched Kellan's face twist with pain. Kellan's next words filled me with an endless warmth and a bottomless fear. "I'm sorry I hurt you, Denny, but I love her," he panted. His eyes drifted back to mine, and contentment filled them. He seemed at peace with the fact that he'd finally done it. He'd finally openly declared his feelings for me to his best friend, his brother. Smiling warmly at me, he also added something on to his declaration that managed to push his friend over the breaking point. "And she loves me too." I could literally see Denny snap. Glaring wildly at Kellan, he shifted his weight and aligned his foot for what I could clearly see would be a disastrous blow to Kellan's head. Besides panting in pain, his eyes still fixed on mine, Kellan didn't move. Watching me, he wasn't paying attention to what Denny was about to do. His inhumanly blue eyes took me in, absorbing me like he was memorizing me. It was going to be the last thing he ever did. Without any conscious thought, I screamed, "No!" Finally able to move, I dove to the ground to shield Kellan. The surely fatal blow meant for him connected with my temple instead. I thought I heard Kellan shout my name, and then the whole world went black. Chapter 24. Guilt and Regret. I became aware of sounds first, an insistent beeping near my ear that wasn't stopping, and soft male voices echoing in my head, as if they were speaking through a tunnel. I tried to focus on those voices, to bring them closer to me so I could understand what they were saying. Bits and pieces fell to my ears, but not enough to make any sense. Now, leave, she'll, hurt, sorry, her, kill, you know. A light chuckle filled the room, and I thought it sounded familiar, but nothing in my mind or body really felt familiar at the moment. My head felt light and airy, like a balloon tethered to my body. Then I moved it, and a sharp pain screamed at me not to do that again. I listened and stayed still until that airy feeling returned to me. A dull ache in my head registered my body's relief at my decision. As I was wondering why my head hurt so much, memories started flooding my brain. Horrid memories that I wished I could block out, that I wished had fallen out of my head when the pain had entered it. Memories of my painful goodbye with Kellan. Memories of Denny's face when he discovered us. Memories of Denny beating up Kellan taking out all of his frustrations on him, trying to kill him, his foot lining up for a devastating blow to Kellan's waiting head. No! My memory of the attack invoked the action of what I'd foolishly done to stop it. I sat upright in my bed as I yelled, "No!" and immediately fell back in a heap against the pillow, tenderly clutching my head and gasping at the level of pain searing my body. Denny's concerned face filled my hazy eyes. He stroked his thumbs across my cheekbones and turned behind him to mutter something to someone else in the room. A response was muttered back, and I heard footsteps walking away as the pain in my head subsided to a throbbing ache. Denny turned back to me and continued stroking my cheeks, drying away some tears that had reached his fingers. "Shh, Kiera, you're okay. It's okay. Relax." I realized I was clutching the front of his t-shirt with a death-like grip and forced myself to calm down. My eyes went in and out of focus, and I blinked heavily several times to try and see him more clearly. "Denny?" My voice was scratchy and my throat raw and aching from thirst. "Where am I? What happened?" Denny exhaled and rested his forehead gently against mine. "What happened? What happened is, I thought I'd lost you. I thought I'd killed you. I can't believe what I—" His accent sounded strained to me, like it did sometimes when he was upset or emotional. He exhaled heavily and swallowed before giving me a chaste kiss on the forehead. Pulling back, his dark eyes looked moist. "You're at the hospital, Kiera. You've been in and out of it for a couple of days now. It was touch and go for a while there. We were very lucky. There was bruising, but very little bleeding. You'll be okay." I reached up and felt the side of my head carefully. Denny's fingers brushed mine as we both felt the tender area above my right ear. "They almost had to relieve the pressure with surgery, but they were finally able to get you back with medicine," he murmured as he rubbed his thumb against the back of my hand. My stomach twisted at the thought of a piece of my skull almost being removed. Thank God they didn't have to do that. I closed my eyes and dropped my hand, clutching Denny's tightly. "Good. She's awake. Probably in a good dose of pain, too." A cheerful, plump nurse with a smile about 5 miles long walked through my door. I cringed at her loud, peppy voice and tried to slip on a smile. It felt a little weak to me. "My name is Susie, and I'll be taking good care of you today." With an air of authority, she shooed Denny off the bed, even though I tried to keep him there, and shot clear liquid into an IV attached to me. That was when I noticed the needle in my hand and again felt my stomach twist. She checked on my vital signs and seemed pleased with them. "Do you need anything, sweetie?" "Water," I croaked out. She patted my leg. "Of course. I'll be right back." She turned to leave, and my more focused eyes followed her cat-covered scrubs out the door. Denny sat down on the other side of my bed and grabbed my non-IV needled hand, but I barely noticed. I barely noticed anything anymore, and not because the pain meds were kicking in. No, that only cleared the ache in my head. My heart? That was suddenly throbbing. The beeping beside me sped up as well. As I watched the nurse leave, my eyes had drifted across the person who had gone out to find her, a person who was still standing beside the door, leaning against the wall, keeping his distance from me and from Denny, a person whose left arm was casted from the wrist to the elbow and whose face was a mosaic coloring from yellow to near black, and still completely perfect. He smiled at me when our eyes met, and I involuntarily clutched Denny's hand. Denny noticed my rapt attention and looked over to Kellan leaning against the wall. I couldn't understand what both of them were doing in my room, and not trying to kill each other. They looked at each other, and then Kellan nodded to Denny and, Throwing me a final smile, turned and left the room. I wanted to shout at him to stay, to talk to me, to tell me what he was thinking, what he was feeling. But Denny cleared his throat. I looked back to him, confusion clear in my eyes. Denny smiled warmly at me, and my confusion leapt even higher. "You're not angry?" was all I could find to say. He looked down for a moment, and I saw his jaw clench under the light hair there, hair that was a bit longer and stragglier than he usually kept it, like he hadn't left my side long enough to see to himself. He looked back up to me, and I watched his eyes shift through multiple emotions before he relaxed his features and seemed to settle on one. "Yes, I'm angry, but almost killing you, well, that sort of put things in perspective." He raised one corner of his lips in a sad smile, and then dropped them to a frown. "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't made it." He ran a hand down his face. "I don't know how I would have gotten through that. That would have destroyed me." I brought my IV hand to his face. It felt heavy and solid, like the rest of my body was starting to feel. He looked back at me as my fingers ran across his jaw. He sighed and gave me a slight smile. "I wish you'd just told me, Kiera. From the beginning." I withdrew my hand that suddenly felt overly hot. My heart started thumping, and I begged it to calm down as the monitor with the insistent beeping beside me picked up its pace to match it. He noticed my reaction and sighed. "It would have been hard, but so much better than how I found out." He dropped his head and ran a hand through his hair. I noticed that his knuckles were still raw and red from attacking Kellan. "Of course, I should have talked to you when I suspected. I never should have set you up like that. I was just hoping. I just so wanted to be wrong." He raised his head and his eyes suddenly looked exhausted, like he hadn't really slept in days. "I never thought you'd hurt me, Kiera." He cocked his head as I bit my lip to not cry. "Not you." He spoke so softly I had to lean in to hear him. "I thought Kellan might try for you. I even made him promise not to touch you when I left. But I never really thought you'd." He looked away from me, and a bitter note that I was not used to hearing from him entered his accent. "How could you do that to me?" He looked back to me, and I opened my mouth to try and speak. Before any rational speech came out, the nurse came back and merrily handed me a styrofoam cup, one bead of water hanging off the end of its straw. I couldn't take my eyes off that drop of water, and immediately slurped down the drink when she handed it to me. I think I mumbled some sort of thank you before she cheerfully walked away. Denny waited patiently for me to gulp down half the water. Finally, I removed the straw and looked down at the cup in my hands, no longer able to meet his sad eyes. "Where do we go from here?" I quietly asked, terrified of his answer. With shaking fingers, I put the cup down on a table beside my bed. He leaned in and gently kissed my uninjured temple. "We go nowhere, Kiera," he whispered in my ear before pulling away from me. Tears immediately sprang to my eyes as I looked over his sad but calm face. "But I was leaving him. I love you." He tilted his head and ran the back of his finger down my cheek. "I know, and I love you. But I don't think we love each other in the same way, and I think keeping you near me would destroy me. Look at what it almost made me do to you and Kellan. Look at what I did do to you and Kellan." He looked back down to the pillows. "I'll never forgive myself for any of that, but it could have been so much worse, and I think it would be if we stayed together." The tears spilled down my cheeks now, and when he looked back at me, similar tears were on his. "Stayed together?" We're not together? He swallowed roughly and wiped some of my tears away. No, Kiera. We're not. If you think about it, really think about it, we haven't been together for a while. I started to shake my head, but he kept going with his awful truths. No, there's no point in trying to deny it. It's right there, Kiera. Somewhere along the way, you and I started drifting. Even when we've been together, we haven't connected like we used to. I don't know if it's only because of Kellan or if this was going to happen with us anyway. Maybe he just sped up something that was already coming. I shook my head again, but I couldn't deny what he was saying. The only thing echoing in my head was, he's right. And I couldn't say that to him. I couldn't confirm what was surely going to be the end of us. He smiled slightly at my feeble attempt to disagree with him. I think in the end, you would have stayed with me out of obligation, or maybe comfort. Maybe I was safe to you and you needed to feel that. He rubbed my cheek again. I know how scared you get of the unknown. To you, I must be kind of a security blanket. More tears rolled down my cheeks, and I wanted to both agree and disagree, but I had no idea what the right response was. Which one was worse? He seemed to understand my confusion. Do you see now how that doesn't work for me? I don't want to be someone's safety net. I don't want to be there simply because the idea of me being gone is too scary. He placed his hand upon my chest, over my heart. I want to be someone's everything. I want fire and passion and love that's returned equally. I want to be someone's heart. He removed his hand and stared at it. Holding back a sob at the immense loss I felt when his hand pulled away, I stared at it too, even if it means breaking my own. He whispered, his accent thick. With a voice tight with ready-to-explode emotion, I managed to squeak out, "What are you saying, Denny?" He sniffed, and a couple of tears fell from his heavily glistening eyes. I took the Australia job. I'm going back home in a couple of weeks, once I know you're going to be okay. I'm going back home alone, Kiera. Then I couldn't control it anymore. Then I did sob. Then I let every emotion I had about Denny and our darkening relationship seep through me, and I knew that he was right. He should leave. He should find happiness with someone, since he'd never truly find it with me. Not with the turn our relationship had taken. Not with how I'd betrayed him. Not with the fact that, even while I was listening to Denny say goodbye, I was wondering where Kellan had gone. Denny's arms carefully came around me, and he swept me up into a tight hug. He cried against me as I cried against him. He promised that he still loved me and that he'd stay in touch. I'd never lose his friendship. We had too much history for that, but he couldn't be near me. Not as long as I loved someone else. I wanted to assure him that I didn't. I wanted to tell him that I only loved him and I only wanted to be with him. But it was a lie, and I was done lying, to others and to myself. I don't know how long he held me. It felt like days. When he pulled away, I tried to hold him tight, but the pain meds had kicked in enough that I was too weak and sleepy to really have much hold on him. It was sort of symbolic, and I hated that. He kissed my head as my fingers drifted weakly down his skin. I'll be back to check on you tomorrow, okay? I nodded, and he kissed me one last time before turning and leaving. I watched him stop at the doorway and talk to someone standing where I couldn't see. He looked back to me, and then back to the person. He spoke a few soft words and then reached his hand out. He looked to be apologizing. I scrunched my brows, confused, and wondered if the meds were making me loopy as well as tired. Denny gave me a final smile then, and turned away from the person he'd been talking to. I watched him disappear, and my chest seized at the vision of him leaving. I knew this was just the first of many painful breaks he and I would have, the last and most painful being the final one, when I'd have to watch him leave on a plane again, but permanently this time. I closed my eyes, grateful for a moment that he hadn't done something so stupid that the future would be closed to him. If anything, at least Denny would have a great job that he could find solace in, and I knew that eventually he'd find a great woman, too. God, I hated that thought, but he was right. I'd been holding on to him for the wrong reasons. A light touch along my cheek roused me from my troubling thoughts. Thinking Denny had returned, my breath caught when I saw Kellan's deep blue eyes gazing at me. His face was a mess. His lip was cut but pink from healing. His cheek had a pink line across it with a nasty bluish-yellow bruise surrounding it, and a couple of thin strips of surgical tape holding the healing skin together. His right eye had a taped healing cut above it as well, and his left eye was so bruised it was almost black. Between all that and his casted arm, and I'm sure a few taped-together ribs, he looked like he'd been put through the ringer. Twice. But my heart still skipped a beat at the sight of him. Literally, I heard it on the annoying monitor beside me. His smile was warm and soft as he sat in the spot Denny had just vacated. I realized then that he'd been outside the room the whole time, and he'd talked to Denny as Denny had left. I wondered if he'd heard our talk, if he knew that Denny had broken it off with me.
"Are you okay?"
he asked, his voice low and husky, warm with concern. "I guess," I mumbled. "The pain meds kicked in, and I feel like I weigh 1,000 pounds, but I guess I'm going to be fine." He smiled a little more and shook his head.
"That's not what I meant. Believe me, I've talked to about every nurse in here. I know your situation. But are you okay?"
His eyes flicked over to the door, and I knew that he did indeed know about Denny. He might have been listening, maybe not, but nevertheless, he knew. A tear rolled down my cheek as I looked up at him. "Ask me again in a couple of days." He nodded and bent down to softly kiss my lips. The stupid monitor beside me increased a tad, and Kellan looked over at it and laughed quietly.
"I suppose I shouldn't do that."
As he pulled away, I grabbed his cheek and ran a finger along the bruise under his eye. "Are you okay?" He grabbed my hand and pulled it away from his face.
"I'll be fine, Kiera. Don't worry about that right now. I'm just so glad that you're not—"
He swallowed and looked unable to say anything more than that. He held my hand in both of his, and I stroked the skin of his wrist where it disappeared under his cast. "You and Denny were both here?"
"Of course. We both care about you, Kiera."
I shook my head. "No, I mean, you were both here in the same room, talking calmly when I woke up. You weren't trying to kill each other?" He smiled wryly and looked away from me.
"Once was enough."
He looked back to me.
"You've been out of it for a couple days. Denny and I have had several talks."
He started to bite his lip and then stopped when that seemed to hurt him.
"Those first few talks weren't so calm."
He reached up to stroke some of the hair away from my face.
"Our concern for you eventually tempered those conversations, and we talked about what to do instead of what was done."
I started to say something, but Kellan beat me to it.
"He told me he took the job in Australia, and when I asked if he'd take you with him, he told me no."
He stroked my cheek as more tears flowed down them.
You knew he was going to break up with me today? He nodded, and his eyes looked very sad.
I knew he was going to do it soon. When you woke up and he looked at me, I figured he wanted to do it as soon as possible.
He looked away from me, and his voice got very quiet.
Rip off the Band-Aid.
His eyes turned speculative as he examined a spot on the floor for a long time. I started to reach for his face again when he spoke, eyes still on the floor.
What are your plans now, Kiera?
I startled and dropped my hand. My head suddenly felt like the blow was nothing. My heart was hurting more than that wound ever would. My plans? I don't know. School? Work? You. I wanted to say it, but I knew how horrible it would sound. He seemed to hear it anyway, and when his eyes turned back to mine, there was a coldness in the blue depths, a coldness I'd seen many times before when I'd hurt him.
And me? Do we just pick up where we left off? Before you left me? Again? For him?
I shut my eyes and willed my body back to unconsciousness. Like always, my body didn't listen. Kellan.
I can't do this anymore, Kiera.
I opened my eyes at the heartbreak in his voice. His eyes were watering now as he gazed at me.
I was going to let you walk away that night. I told you I'd let you go if that's what you wanted. And when you said...
He closed his eyes and sighed.
After that, I couldn't even find it in me to lie to Denny when he found us.
He opened his eyes and looked down at our hands, his thumb still stroking my skin.
I knew he'd attack me when he heard the truth, but I couldn't fight him back. I'd hurt him so badly, I couldn't find it in me to hurt him physically.
I wanted to hold him so much it hurt worse than my head.
What we did to him.
Kellan shook his head, his eyes still unfocused as he remembered that night.
He's the nicest guy I've ever known, the closest thing to real family I've ever had, and we turned him into my...
His eyes closed for a moment as pain flashed over his features.
I think a part of me wanted him to hurt me.
His voice was soft and spoke volumes of where his head had been that night, his guilt and his pain. His eyes came back to mine.
Because of you. Because you always chose him. You never really wanted me, and you're all I've ever...
He swallowed and looked away.
So, now that he's left you, now that the choice isn't yours, do I get you?
He looked back to me and the fury was there again.
Am I your consolation prize?
My mouth dropped wide open as I gaped at him. Consolation prize? Hardly. He was never second place. I was just scared. Oh, God, I was just scared. I tried to open my mouth to speak, to tell him everything that I did was out of fear, that I pushed him away so many times because the level of love between us was terrifying to me. Trusting him was terrifying. Letting go of Denny's comfort was terrifying. I couldn't, though. My heavy lips couldn't form the words. I didn't know how to tell him that I was wrong, that we never should have said goodbye in that parking lot. He nodded as he took in my silence.
That's what I thought.
He sighed and dropped his head again.
Kiera, I wish...
He raised his head and looked at me, the anger earlier in his eyes replaced with sadness.
I've decided to stay in Seattle.
He closed his eyes and shook his head.
You wouldn't believe how much crap Evan gave me for almost leaving the band.
He opened his eyes and searched my face, his eyes lingering on the tender spot by my ear.
I never even thought about my band in this whole mess. I hurt them when they found out I was planning on ditching town.
He shook his head sadly and sighed while I struggled with something compelling to say. Eventually he sighed softly again and whispered,
I'm sorry.
He leaned down again to brush our lips together. Exhaling, he kissed along my cheek to my ear. The monitor betrayed my body's reaction to his nearness, to the smell of him, the feel of him, and he sighed as he kissed the soft spot below my ear. Pulling back some, he rested his head against mine.
I'm so sorry, Kiera. I love you, but I can't do this. I need you to move out.
Before I could react to that, before I could sob and tell him no, that I wanted to stay and try and work things out, he stood and left the room without a backwards glance. For the second time that day, my heart broke, and I cried so hard I lulled myself back to sleep. When I woke up later, it was dark outside, and my small room was a pale, peaceful green under the softly lit lights. A painting on the wall depicted geese in a V formation, flying south for the winter maybe, and a whiteboard next to it let me know that my night nurse's name was Cindy. I attempted to stretch my body and got both pleasant relief from my well-rested muscles and a dull ache from my head. I finished the cup of now lukewarm water on the table beside me and tried to stand. My muscles at first refused to cooperate. I was stiff and sore from being in the same position for so long. But eventually I won out, and ignoring the protest in my brain, stood, unplugged the beeping machine tracking my heartbeat, and made my way to the bathroom, dragging the IV bag attached to its movable stand with me. Once in the bathroom, I was sorry I'd moved. I looked atrocious. My wavy hair was a mess of curls and snarls, and the right side of my face, from my eyebrow to my cheekbone, was a horrid black and blue color. My eyes were bloodshot from what felt like days of crying, and my face had a permanent look of desolation. I'd done it. I'd successfully pushed away 2 wonderful men. My desire to hurt neither of them had ended up hurting them both. I'd pushed Denny into doing something that was so out of character for him I could barely contemplate it. The look on his face as he'd struck Kellan repeatedly. I'd never have guessed that side of him was in there, buried deep, waiting to explode one day. I suppose we all have our buttons, our triggers that, pushed hard enough, will make even the calmest person flip. And Kellan, always the passionate one. If I hadn't beaten him down so much, he would have reacted much differently to Denny's outburst. Possibly he'd have fought back. Possibly with an even worse outcome. But it all came down to me. Me and my multiple poor decisions and indecisiveness. I used the bathroom as quickly as a sore person could and shuffled back to my bed. Curling into a ball, I wondered what I was going to do now. I didn't come up with anything. My eyes slowly closed from pain and exhaustion, and I fell back asleep. I woke briefly during the night when the nurse, Cindy, I'm assuming, since I was too groggy with sleep to ask, checked my vitals and reattached me to my annoying beeping machine. I didn't fully wake until the next morning, when the bright and cheery Susie returned.
"Here she is, sweetie. Oh, and she's awake, too. Great."
She came over to check my vitals and handed me some pills for the pain, which was a bit better today. I barely registered the plump, merry woman, though, since my eyes were mainly focused on the beautiful vision of a woman beside her.
"Hey, sis,"
Anna whispered as she sat at the foot of the bed. Her long hair was back to its traditional near-black, shiny luxuriousness, and she had pulled it into an adorably high ponytail. The sweater she wore was royal blue and tight enough to reveal all of her marvelous curves. For once, I didn't care how plain I looked beside her.
I only cared that someone I loved was here with me. My eyes watered as the nurse went about her business. I thought I heard her murmur something about lunch is in an hour and you should try eating today before she shuffled out the door. My mind momentarily registered that it was almost lunchtime already, and then focused back on Anna, still gazing at me with perfectly green but sad eyes. Just when I was about to ask her what she was doing here, she spoke. "Those boys really did a number on you, didn't they?" I cringed, knowing she must know everything then. She shook her head and then, with a sigh, stood and wrapped me in a hug. "Really, Kiera, what were you thinking? Getting involved in a fight?" I choked back a sob and muttered, "I wasn't, obviously." She held me for a moment and then crawled into the bed beside me, snuggling up to the side of me that wasn't attached to an IV. She held my hand tightly in hers and put her head on my shoulder. "Well, I'm here to do the thinking for you from now on," she muttered into my shoulder. I smiled at her comment, relaxing into her warmth. "I love you, sis, and I'm so glad you're here. But what are you doing here?" I hoped that didn't sound ungrateful. I really was thrilled to see her. She pulled back to look at me. "Denny," he called after the accident. Her eyes narrowed as she looked me over. "You're lucky he got me and not Mom or Dad. Your broken butt would be on a plane back home by now." I cringed again at that thought. No, it was probably better if my parents never knew about this. "Well, don't you have a job or something back there?" She cocked an eyebrow at me. Trying to get rid of me? I was already shaking my head no and clutching her arm to keep her near me when she chuckled. "No. I've been between jobs. Honestly, I think Mom will be glad to have me off her couch for a while. And what better place to find work than way out west with my self-destructive sister?" She beamed at me as what she was saying registered in my slow head. "Wait, you're staying in Seattle?" She shrugged and put her head back on my shoulder. "I was just going to make sure your stupid ass was okay, but then I heard that you needed a place to stay and thought maybe I could find a job out here and we could be roommates, at least until your school is over with." She looked up at me with a stunningly beautiful and playful expression. "Do you think Hooters is hiring? I bet the guys there tip crazy good." I rolled my eyes at my capricious sister and then narrowed them at her. "How did you know I needed a place to live? Kellan only told me that yesterday." Her face went blank and she sort of looked like a deer in headlights, a painfully attractive deer in headlights. Shit. I wasn't supposed to mention that. Damn, he's gonna be pissed. She shrugged again. "Oh well." She sat back on the pillow and I turned to look at her better, curious over what she was talking about. I ran into Kellan downstairs. He told me what was going on. He told me he asked you to leave. She raised her eyebrow again. "He looks like shit, by the way. Hot shit, but shit nonetheless. Denny really did that to him?" I was nodding at her without really thinking about it. "Kellan is still here? At the hospital?" I kind of figured he'd written me off and gone home to dwell with a bottle of Jack and maybe even a girl or two. She sighed and tucked some hair behind my ear, her fingers staying on the gross bruise I knew covered part of my face. "He's crazy in love with you, Kiera. He won't leave the hospital. He wanders around downstairs, drinking coffee and waiting to hear if your condition has changed." She removed her hand and tucked it under her cheek on the pillow. "Some of the nurses here were even talking about him when I came up. Apparently he's charmed quite a few, and they tell him things about you when he comes up here every once in a while." She rolled her eyes. "There's some serious crushing going on in that nurse's station." I blushed at that and turned to stare at the ceiling. I tried to picture where he might be in the hospital, feel his warmth even through our distance. All I could feel was the dull ache in my head, and the greater ache in my heart. He's not coming back here, is he? Anna sighed heavily, and I turned again to look at her with glistening eyes. No, she whispered. He said it's too hard. He needs space. She scrunched her brow in a too cute expression of confusion. He said he needed a minute. She shrugged like she didn't understand that. I closed my eyes. I did. Our code. He needed a break. From me. How badly had I hurt him this time? Bad enough for him to finally stay away. Sort of. Even though I was chilled with loneliness at forcing two men away from me, it warmed me that he still cared enough to stay somewhat close to me. I opened my eyes at my sister's voice. It was completely serious for once. Really, what were you thinking, Kiera? Carrying on with two men? Her voice lost its seriousness for a second as her lips twisted into a wry smile. Did you learn nothing from the John and Ty fiasco? I smiled at her brief love triangle and then frowned, remembering my own. I certainly never planned it, Anna. I sighed heavily and felt tears sting my eyes. Overwhelmed. She held me close and kissed my head. You're such an idiot, Kiera. I pulled back to look at her, irritation clear on my face, and she gave me an amused grin. Don't shoot the messenger. You've got to know how badly you messed things up. She touched my head for emphasis. Humility tumbled through me, and I shut my eyes again. I know. I'm an idiot. She hugged me as my tears started to spill over my cheeks. Well, you're still my little sister, and I still love you. She sighed as I cried on her shoulder. I always told you to stick to books and not people. People just aren't your thing. Says the Queen of Broken Hearts, I thought, a little unfairly. Almost as if she heard my thoughts, she pulled away to look at me. I'm not saying I'm a role model or anything, but at least I never promised the guys anything. And you promised them both, didn't you? I nodded and brought my hands to my face as a sob of guilt and grief filled me. She held me and rubbed my back. It's okay. It will be okay. You're just young. You're young and inexperienced, and Kellan is hotter than all fuck. I stiffened a bit and looked up at her, shaking my head. She interpreted for me. I know, it was more than that. I have noticed his softer side. I have noticed the melancholy, the pain he tries to hide, the intensity in his music. I'm guessing he's pretty deep. I'm guessing he's pretty emotional, and I'm guessing he was pretty damn hard to resist. I sighed and slumped against her, happy that at least she understood that it had nothing to do with his looks. Not really. She rubbed my back again and whispered that everything would be okay. We were silent for a long time until she finally sighed and pulled away from me. You must have hated me when I came to visit. She shook her head on the pillow. Me all over Kellan like that? I opened my mouth and, remembering that horrid visit when I'd assumed the worst about her and Kellan, I had tried again to speak when nothing came out the first time. No, I finally whispered. I never hated you. I hated him. She looked at me funny, and I continued on with my explanation. He led me to believe that the two of you slept together. Her eyes widened, then looked a little fiery. He what? Her tone relaxed along with her face. Wait, is that why you avoided talking to me for so long? God, I thought I'd offended you by grabbing Denny's butt at the airport. I giggled at her and felt relieved that I could still laugh about certain things. No, that was funny. I sighed as I watched her emerald eyes stare back at me. Don't be mad at Kellan. He was hurt and angry and wanting to torture me. You were just the easiest way. I didn't know you slept with Griffin until much later. I pulled back and narrowed my eyes at her. Griffin? Really? She bit her lip and squealed a little. God, do I finally get to tell you that story? You know I've been dying, right? I blushed 3 shades of red as she proceeded to tell me everything. And God, I mean everything that they had done that night. My stomach hurt a little bit at the end, but I managed a weak smile. She sighed and cuddled into me. After a moment she said, You know I'd never even have touched Kellan if you had told me what was going on, right? I sighed and hugged her back. I know. You understand why I couldn't say anything? She shook her head. No. Well, maybe. She kissed my head. I love you, Kiera. She cuddled with me until my lunch came, and then she perked up and started going on about wanting to find a job in an apartment for us, something cute with a view of the water. I sighed as I started in on my bland Jell-O. Of anyone in Seattle, my sister would be able to get both a job and an apartment by sundown. She kissed my head and told me she'd be back when she had good news. Truly, I expected her back any time. I slept more after lunch, woke when the nurse checked on me, then fell back asleep. I wasn't sure if sleepiness was a side effect of the accident, the meds they had me on, or the overwhelming fact that I didn't want to deal with my life right now. But life wasn't quite leaving me alone. Denny came back that evening, and he smiled briefly when he saw I looked a little better. Well, more aware, anyway. Hey. He leaned down like he was going to kiss my lips, and then he seemed to remember why he shouldn't and kissed my forehead instead. Habits. They can be so hard to break. He sat in a chair next to the bed, and not beside me this time. I got the feeling he was distancing himself, preparing himself for the final break that we both knew was coming. His eyes lingered on the bruise on my face while he spoke of semi-important things. He had put in his notice at the job he hated. His parents were thrilled that he was coming home, sad that I wasn't coming with him, and he was leaving his car for me since he couldn't afford to ship it. That last piece of information startled me, and he looked over at my quickly tearing up face. I know you'll take good care of it, Kiera. His accent was warm and soft, and for a moment, just a moment, I missed him while he was still sitting there. I wanted to speak of the important things, the accident, the guilt I knew he felt whenever he looked at me, the guilt I felt whenever I looked at him, the love I still felt between us, even if it was a different kind of love now, the affair. I didn't, though. I was too tired, too weak, and I just couldn't handle another heartbreaking conversation while hooked up to that damn beeping monitor that was slowly driving me to madness. Instead, we left things only on the semi-important topics. I told him about Anna dropping everything to move out here with me, and that right now she was job and apartment hunting. He seemed to agree with me that she'd find something in no time. His eyebrows lifted when I talked about moving in with Anna, and I could tell he wanted to ask about Kellan. Whatever they had discussed, Kellan must not have told him, or known himself at the time that he'd be asking me to leave, that he'd be breaking up with me too. Denny didn't ask, though. Maybe he was too afraid of my answer. Maybe he'd be too tempted to stay if I told him Kellan and I really weren't anything anymore. Then again, maybe he just didn't care enough to make himself ask. Denny stayed with me until Anna came back later in the evening. She gave him a reserved hug, which confused me at first. Anna was usually more exorbitant in her affections, but when she glanced at my face, I understood. He'd hurt me, and that lowered him quite a few pegs in her eyes. I should talk with her about that, since technically he hadn't been trying to hurt me, and he really couldn't be blamed for my stupid actions. Like she said, I was the idiot. Turning to me, she practically glowed when she spoke of our new apartment and her new job at Hooters. I sighed and listened to her go over the steal she got on the place because the old guy wouldn't stop looking at her rack, and she promised him a free plate of hot wings whenever he popped into the restaurant. That pretty much sealed the deal for him. Again, what my sister could get men to do for her. Denny quietly said goodbye to us both and kissed my forehead again before leaving, his eyes never straying from the injured side of my face. As he was at the doorway and I felt that familiar squeeze in my heart, I heard my sister say, "Wait." She stepped outside with him. I didn't know what they talked about, but they were out there a good 20 minutes. When she came back, my sister only smiled when I asked. Curious, but tired, I let it go. Maybe they had worked out their differences and she'd be nicer to him from now on. My injuries really weren't his fault. My sister stayed for hours longer, and then, because she was looking antsy, I told her it was okay if she wanted to go socialize. She grinned devilishly and told me she'd be back tomorrow afternoon. I was pretty sure a visit with Griffin was in her future. I'm glad he appealed to her in some odd way, but I really didn't get it. And now I had a horridly descriptive visual to go with the image in my head. She did come back the next afternoon and told me all about their impossibly long night. If I had to give Griffin anything, it was that he had stamina. After a while, other friends came in to visit. Matt and Evan stopped in and each gave me brief hugs. They seemed a little uncomfortable, but wanted to be supportive with an appearance. Evan looked particularly guilty, like he felt he should have been there or told Denny earlier or something. As he was leaving, I assured him that he did nothing wrong. He did what Kellan and I had asked, and we didn't hold him responsible for anything. He nodded, and a big grin lit his happy teddy bear face as he scooped me up into as much of a bear hug as he could, whispering that he was glad I was all right. Jenny and Kate came in together before their shifts, and Jenny's eyes teared up as she looked over my still bruised face. She hugged me tight and repeated over and over that she was so glad I was okay, that everyone at work was glad I was okay, and that everybody was anxiously waiting for me to return to the bar. I pulled away from her hug and watched another tear drop down her cheek. Jenny, I can't go back to Pete's. Her blue eyes widened at that. But why not, Kiera? My eyes moistened now. I can't be around him. The room got really quiet as everyone in there understood who I meant. Kate and Jenny shared a look between themselves, and I wondered if Kellan was still here, and if Kate and Jenny had run into him downstairs like my sister had. By the look in Kate's eyes and the frown on Jenny's face, I figured they had. Jenny's lack of any further argument only confirmed that suspicion for me. Where will you go? I shook my head as tears finally spilled down my cheeks. I don't know. Do you know anyone who needs a semi-good waitress? She smiled sadly and hugged me. You're better than semi-good. I'll ask around. It won't be the same without you, Kiera. It just won't. Feeling unworthy of her praise, I could only nod and hug her back. She pulled back to look at me and, wiping her tears, said, Well, it's not like we're not going to be friends anymore just because we don't work together, right? I nodded and wiped away my own tears. Absolutely. Griffin came in a bit after Jenny and Kate left, which surprised me. Of course, I think he was there more to pick up Anna than anything else. He did give me a hug, and copped a feel, but I actually appreciated the sentiment, if not the delivery. Smacking his ass, my sister mock-scolded him for the feel-up. He feigned innocence and pulled her into a stomach-churning French kiss. Playfully holding each other, they said their goodbyes and went off to, as Griffin put it, christen the new apartment. I prayed they stayed out of whatever room was being allocated to me. After they left, my doctor gave me a once-over and, Feeling satisfied with my condition, had the nurses turn off that damn machine and unplug me from the IV. As I ate a lifeless dinner, I wished I felt as put back together as the doctor had tried to convince me I was. After my meal, once Susie checked on me again and then left me alone, the silence of the room pressed in heavily. The space was fully lit, but the darkness of the winter night outside seemed to seep in through my wide window, almost as if that blackness was stealing my warmth and my light. I stared at those cheer-stealing windows for what had to be hours, watching the darkness thicken and deepen. I shivered and pulled the covers tighter around me. I felt very cold and alone. Guilt and remorse pressed around me, squeezing to a point at the soft spot in my head. Just as I was wondering how I'd make it through like this, a soft accent spoke to me from the doorway. "Hey, how are you?" I peeled my eyes from the window and brushed a tear that I hadn't realized had fallen off my cheek. I looked over at Denny leaning against my doorframe. His arms were crossed over his chest, and his foot was propped up like he'd been watching me for a while. He smiled softly at me, a smaller version of his goofy grin that usually lit my heart. Today, though, it made the tears flow harder. He instantly made a move toward me and then stopped halfway to my bed, a torn look on his face. He looked back to the door and, through my tears, I saw a hazy figure step back from the opening. I couldn't make out the body through my watery vision, but I knew who it was. I knew Kellan had come back up here and was making himself stay away from me. Like before, we were back to a no-touching policy. Only now it was worse. Now we had a no-visual policy, too. A sob broke free from me, and that seemed to firm up Denny's mind. He crossed the few feet to my bed and sat beside me, picking at my hand and holding it in his. It was a simple touch, and far more friend-like than I was used to getting from him when I was upset, but I knew that was all he'd allow himself to give me. I squeezed his hand, taking what comfort from him that I could. "Don't cry, Kiera. It's okay." I sniffled and worked to calm down, hating the fact that this beautiful man beside me was comforting me, even though he was the one I'd broken. It seemed unfair. He should yell and be angry, call me a whore and storm out, never look on me again. But that wasn't Denny. He was warm and caring and kind almost to a fault, and by the way his eyes never strayed far from my injury, I knew that a large part of his continual presence here was due to the fact that he felt such enormous guilt over hurting me. I swallowed back the tears as we silently watched each other. Warmth from his hand in mine calmed me, and I eventually looked up at him without sobbing. He smiled again once my tears dried up. "I saw your new place," he said quietly. "I think you'll like it. Your sister has good taste." I cocked my head at him. "You saw it?" He nodded, and I held his hand tighter. "What did you and Anna talk about yesterday?" Denny looked down and shook his head. "She's a little angry with me." He looked up. "For hurting you." His eyes looked haunted for a moment and drifted to my injury before he continued. "She cussed me out good." He raised his eyebrow at me. "She's got quite a mouth on her sometimes." I smiled at that, and he smiled back in a genuine way that made his eyes come alive more than I'd seen in a while. Anyway, once she was satisfied, she asked for my help in moving your stuff. I needed to move mine too, so... He shrugged. I told her I'd help. We got all of it done tonight, and Anna got some furniture from Griffin, Kate, Jenny, well, anybody who had anything, really. He almost timidly ran a hand out to tuck a lock of hair behind my ear. "You're all set to go." I tried to see the good in that as I tried to smile, but all I felt was an ache at being removed from a home that, until things got messy, had been nothing but a joy to me. Denny seemed to understand my melancholy, and gently stroked my cheek once before removing his hand and placing it back in his lap. "What about you? Where are you staying while you're here?" I asked, my voice shaking a bit at the end. "I've been staying with Sam. He's been really kind to me. I've been crashing on his couch for a few days now." He ran a hand through his hair and grinned at me crookedly. "I couldn't stay there with Kellan. My patience with him only goes so far." "Why are you guys—" I let my question trail off, not wanting to incite his anger about the affair. Not that it probably wasn't always there, just under the surface. He didn't let it drop, though. "Why are we like that? Not killing each other? Not screaming, yelling, carrying on? Why are we civil?" I shrugged and cringed. He looked at me a moment, and I thought I saw anger in his eyes, but I couldn't be sure. When he spoke again, his voice was controlled, but his accent was thick. "I could have killed you that night, and I don't even want to think about that nightmare. But even with what I did do, things should be so much worse for me than they are, and Kellan is the reason they're not." I cocked my head, completely confused. "I don't—" He sighed and his face softened. "You know, I never thought much about moving in with him, about how appealing women thought he was. Even back in school, he could just look at a girl and she'd—" He sighed again while I felt my face heat a bit. "I never even considered how tempting he might be to you. I just never thought it would matter, because what we had was so—" He closed his eyes as tears instantly filled mine. At that moment, I completely hated myself for what I'd done to him. I started to reach my free hand out to touch his cheek, but stopped, and let it fall back to my lap when he opened his eyes. Calmly, he kept my gaze. Once I figured it out, I knew I'd never be able to compete with him. I blinked at what he said and furrowed my brow. Compete with Kellan? He never had to. I'd always wanted him. Well, maybe a part of me didn't. He noticed my confused look. When I started piecing things together, looks I'd seen, touches I'd ignored, how distant you'd become, how forlorn you were when he wasn't around, I knew I'd lose you if I hadn't already. I knew I didn't stand a chance against— He rolled his eyes and shook his head, looking down at the sheets on my bed. Quite possibly the most attractive man in the Pacific Northwest. "Denny, He cut me off. I was so angry at him for that. He looked up at me and then back down at his hands, still holding one of mine. Like I knew you wouldn't be able to resist his charm, so it was up to him, and he failed. I started to look down right as his eyes looked up, and we met in the middle. I think that's why I asked him to stay away from you at the airport. I didn't think you'd stray. Not really. I trusted you, but only if he kept his distance." He shrugged. "He gets every girl he goes after, and I knew he'd get you if he really tried, and I just couldn't compete with that." "It wasn't like that, Denny." I wanted to argue against it more, but there just wasn't much to say. I couldn't exactly tell Denny that I'd started nearly everything that had happened with Kellan and me, that Kellan hadn't deserved his rage because I'd initiated the contact with him, and he'd already been in love. Whatever good intentions I'd started out with when Denny had left, somewhere along the line, I had strayed, even before the actual straying. And even worse, I'd fallen in love, too. I wasn't even sure when I had fallen for Kellan anymore. It might have been that first awkward meeting in the hallway. It might have been the first time I cried in his arms. It might have been him telling me I was beautiful. Or it might have even been the first time I heard him sing that deeply moving song that still touched me.
All I knew for sure was that I did. I fell madly in love, and that ache added to my current one as I watched Denny's eyes gloss over with unconcealable pain. When I saw the two of you in the parking lot, actually saw the passion between you, I hated him so much. I hated what he took from me. I wanted to end him for treating you like one of his groupies. He shook his head and cut me off when I tried to object. It never occurred to me that he was in love. It never occurred to me that you were in love. It never occurred to me to blame you at all. I had you on this pedestal. I nodded and looked down, the tears stinging my eyes, threatening to spill. I wasn't worthy of being on a pedestal, and from the look I'd seen in his eye when he said that, I thought maybe he now agreed. Quietly, and feeling very foolish, I confirmed that he should view me differently. We were in love, and we both never wanted to hurt you. He sighed and lowered his head. I know. I think I know that now. He rubbed his fingers down the side of my hand, tracing patterns in the skin subconsciously while he thought. Finally, he spoke again. The fight. It was like... He looked back up at me. It felt like I was outside of myself, watching a really horrid movie that I couldn't shut off. I don't even really remember all of what I said or did. It was like I walked away from my body for a second. I nodded and looked away, hating what I'd driven him to. At the sound of his strained accent, I turned back to look at him. All I felt was hate. All I could see was red. His eyes searched mine as he spoke, occasionally drifting to the injury he never let himself forget about. I couldn't control anything my body was doing. I just wanted to hurt him. He sighed again and looked at the ceiling. I think I may have gone insane. He closed his eyes and shook his head. I could have lost everything. Everything. He reopened his eyes, and I frowned at the sorrow on his face. Kellan is the reason I'm not in cuffs for assault right now. My mouth dropped open and my brow scrunched together so hard it hurt my head. His dark eyes looked over my confused face. I beat the shit out of him, Kiera. I knocked you unconscious. I could have seriously hurt you. Both of you. People go to jail for that kind of stuff. But I'm not. I'm leaving the country soon, and the only reason I can do that is because Kellan covered for me. I shook my head. I don't understand. He smiled softly and his face relaxed. I know. His fingers in my hand started stroking my skin, and I relaxed as his anger seemed to fade. When you went down, once we knew you were still breathing, still alive, he shrugged. He made me leave. Leave? Denny nodded and smiled ruefully. I didn't want to. I wanted to help you. I wanted to do something, anything. He yelled some not pleasant things at me and told me that I'd be hauled off if I didn't leave. Denny's eyes drifted to the dark windows, and they seemed to darken in kind, like he was absorbing that blackness into himself. You were so pale, so tiny, barely breathing. He held you so tight, and I wanted to be the one. He exhaled and closed his eyes. He convinced me that I had to leave and call for help, and then when the paramedics got there, he would tell them both of you were mugged, that they beat him up, and when you went to help him, they attacked you. Denny sighed and brought his eyes back to my wide-open ones. He even gave me his wallet to make it look more real. He shook his head and looked back to the windows. Everyone bought it. I showed up later at the hospital, and no one even questioned me.
He looked back to me, and his eyes held immense grief and guilt. It's like I got away with it. With hurting you and him. Because of him. He looked down, and a tear dropped to my sheet. I automatically brushed his cheek dry, and he looked back up to me. It kinda kills me. I shook my head. No, don't feel that way. He was right. You've been punished enough for our mistakes. You shouldn't lose everything because we drove you to... My tears welled up again, and I couldn't contain it, or the need to embrace him. I threw my arms around him, and he stiffened, but finally relaxed and hugged me back. I'm so sorry, Denny. He exhaled brokenly and rubbed my back. I know, Kiera. He clutched me to him tightly, and I felt his body start to shake. I'm sorry, too. I'm so sorry. He let me hold him for most of that night, in fact, nearly all of it. Somewhere in between our repeated mutual apologies, we fell asleep holding each other, and by morning I felt certain that while we would never be what we once were to each other, we would always be connected in some way, and I found immense comfort in that. Chapter 25. Goodbyes. The following morning I was cleared to leave. My sister was delighted at the news and actually kissed the doctor on the cheek when he told her. As she was wearing her Hooters outfit, tighter-than-tight orange shorts and a much-too opaque white logoed tank top, the doctor blushed furiously and quickly fled the room. My sister giggled and helped me dress and brush out my bed-tangled hair. I watched the doors while we waited for the okay to leave. I wasn't sure who I was hoping would come to see me off, Denny or Kellan. I hadn't seen Kellan again, and when I asked my sister, she would only frown softly and say that he was around. I remembered that he hadn't wanted her to mention to me that he was hanging around the hospital, and wondered if he'd found out about her slip-up. I'd hurt him enough that he couldn't make himself even see me, but not so much that he could leave me completely alone. I had no idea what that meant. He said he still loved me, and I certainly still loved him. Even now, even after my mistake in the parking lot, after Denny's awful discovery and the fight that still woke me up screaming sometimes, I loved him. And missed him. But I understood his need to be away from me, to finally let me go. Jenny came in while we waited and sat on the bed with me, occasionally stroking my arm or tucking some hair behind my ear, revealing my yellowing bruise. She told Anna and me stories of the bar and the crazy things some of the customers had done. She started to tell a story about Evan and Matt ganging up on Griffin, but stopped shortly after mentioning their names. I didn't know if that was because she thought I didn't want to hear about men so close to Kellan, or if it was because Kellan was in the story too. I couldn't bring myself to ask her. Anna grabbed the reins of conversation once Griffin's name was half-heartedly mentioned, and by the end of her story, even sweet, whatever floats your boat, Jenny was bright red. Anna was laughing about that as Denny walked through the door. He waved a greeting to the room, and I startled at seeing him during the day, and in casual clothes. When I asked him if he should be at work, he shrugged and said he took the day off to help me get settled. He raised his eyebrows at my expression and dryly said, "What are they going to do? Fire me?" I smiled and thanked him, and the four of us chatted amicably until I was discharged. 2 hours later, I was staring out at a view of Lake Union from the 2-bedroom apartment my sister had managed to find and acquire in one afternoon. Granted, the apartment was tiny. The kitchen had space for the stove, refrigerator, and a dishwasher. A slab of formica above it constituted the counter. The 2 bedrooms were on opposite ends of a short hall. I had to smile that my sister's had the full-length closet, while mine was only half the size. My room had a futon and a dresser, and my sister's had a mattress on a low bed frame with a nightstand. The bathroom was the shower-only kind and was already overflowing with my sister's beauty products. The living room and dining room were combined, and a rickety folding table indicated where we'd be eating. The remainder of the space was filled with an ancient-looking orange couch and a chair that I knew, from experience, was the single most comfortable chair in the world. My heart seized as I ran a hand along the back of it. It was Kellan's, and it was the only semi-decent piece of furniture he owned. As Denny curiously watched me, I brushed my fingers over my cheeks, swallowed repeatedly, and sat on the ugly orange couch. Denny made up a small lunch with some groceries he'd picked up for me. Anna left for her job, and Jenny sat by me on the couch, turning on some soaps on the tiny television tucked in the corner. I half watched TV with her, half ate the sandwich Denny made for me, and cast several looks at the comfortable chair that no one was sitting in. The following week, while I recovered and adapted to my new home and my sister's fanciful presence, things adjusted into a new routine. Jenny would come and visit in the afternoons, sometimes with Kate, and try to get me out of the apartment and back to work at Pete's. I'd shake my head at both suggestions and stay buried in the warm blankets on the growing-on-me ugly couch. My sister would head off to work, telling me that they were looking for another girl and sisters would be a huge tip maker. I blushed at just the thought of wearing those tight shorts. Then she'd come back later in the evening with an obscenely large wad of cash from those tips, and sometimes with Griffin's hands firmly attached to that absurdly tight uniform. On those nights, I wished our apartment was a little bigger, or soundproof. And Denny stopped by every night after he got off work. I marveled at first that he was still so attentive, after everything I'd done to him. But I did notice the emotions he didn't want me to see. The tightness around his eyes when he looked at Kellan's chair, the sadness in his features when he looked over my body, and the guilt he'd swallow back when he looked at my bruise. His voice also betrayed the casualness of his actions. He'd harden up whenever we talked about our history. I tried not to bring it up very often. He'd crack and have to swallow and restart if we talked about that night, about the fight. I tried to do that even less, and he'd refuse to talk at all about Kellan, only saying that he rarely saw him, but when he did, things were cordial. In fact, the only time his voice warmed and his accent thickened in an excited way was when he spoke of going home, of starting his new job and seeing his family. I was equally delighted and scared of that prospect that was looming larger every day. It seemed to grow larger and larger every time he visited. As I got better, he got more and more anxious to be gone. By the end of the week, we talked less and less about us, and he talked more and more about his job. It was no surprise to me when he told me he'd moved up his flight a few days early. It was no surprise, but it still hurt tremendously. A few days later found me driving him to the airport in his Honda, wanting that final goodbye, that closure. I walked with him through the sea of holiday travelers and held his hand. Surprisingly, he let me. He usually tried to keep our physical contact minimal. I thought maybe he was savoring every last minute as well. When we finally arrived at his gate, I froze and my mouth dropped open in complete shock. Sitting on a chair and staring at his cast, which was completely covered in writing and drawings, was Kellan. He looked up as we approached, and my heart sped up. He looked better since I'd last seen him at the hospital. Only a bluish bruise at the base of his eye and a couple of pink scratches marred his perfection, or perhaps they amplified it. Whatever the case, he was stunning. He stood as Denny slowly walked over to him. Denny reflexively clutched my hand tighter for a second, and then he dropped it completely. I struggled to keep Denny's slow pace over to where Kellan waited, my eyes never leaving Kellan's face. His deep blue eyes, however, were locked only on Denny's. He seemed to be purposely avoiding looking at me. I didn't know if he did that for Denny's benefit or his own. Kellan held out his hand to Denny in a symbol of friendship. His eyes studied Denny's face as Denny regarded the offered hand. With a small sigh that to me echoed loudly throughout the noisy, crowd-filled room, Denny grabbed his hand and firmly shook it. The corners of Kellan's lips curled up in a tiny smile, and he nodded briefly at Denny.
Denny, man,
He trailed off, words failing him as his eyes drifted to their still shaking hands. Denny released his hand and brought his to his hip.
Yeah, I know, Kellan. That doesn't mean we're okay, but I know.
His voice was tight, his accent thick, and tears stung my eyes watching the two once close friends struggle to find words to give each other.
If you ever need anything, I'm here.
Kellan's eyes moistened as he said that, but they remained fixed on Denny's face. Denny nodded and clenched his jaw. Several emotions seemed to sweep through his features before he finally sighed and looked away.
You've done enough, Kellan.
My heart squeezed painfully at the infinite ways that one sentence could be interpreted. In one line, Denny had pretty much summed up everything between them, the good as well as the bad. It tore my heart and warmed it at the same time. I felt a tear roll down my cheek, but I was watching Kellan too intently to do anything about it. I was sure he was going to crack. I was sure he was going to sob and beg Denny's forgiveness on his hands and knees if he had to. But then a ghost of a smile touched his lips, and he roughly swallowed, forcing back the tears encroaching on his eyes. It seemed that Kellan had decided to take the good in that sentence and leave the rest behind. Kellan clapped Denny's shoulder affectionately.
Take care, mate.
He said it warmly and with no trace of an implied accent. Kellan was one of the few people I'd met who never tried to sound like Denny. With Kellan, it somehow seemed a level of respect that he never tried to copy Denny. Denny seemed to understand that, and, while maybe not exactly reciprocating feelings of respect for Kellan, he did clap him warmly on the shoulder.
You too, mate.
Then Kellan gave him a swift hug and walked away from us. The urge to reach out and grab his shirt, to make him look at me, talk to me, was so great. But I couldn't make a scene with Kellan while saying goodbye to Denny, not after everything we'd put him through. So I balled my hands into fists to stop the strong desire sweeping through me, and I silently watched Kellan leave. Just as the crowd was swallowing him up, he turned to look back at us. Our eyes finally met for the first time in so long that an actual ache ripped through my body at the all-too-brief connection. I watched his mouth drop open, and his face contort in pain, and I knew he'd felt the same agony rip through him. He wanted me. He still wanted me. But I'd hurt him too greatly. His hand came to the bridge of his nose as he turned back around. The crowd immediately obliterated any sign of him. I closed my eyes, and when I reopened them, Denny was watching me with an expression on his face like he finally understood something. I didn't know what he'd seen in that one painful glance, but he'd definitely seen it. With a shake of his head and a suddenly sympathetic look, he put his arm around my shoulder and pulled me into him, in an almost consolatory way. I laid my head on his shoulder and, as one, we turned to face the windows, to watch his plane gleam in the sun. "I'll miss you, Denny," I finally whispered, once I could speak again. His arm squeezed me tighter. "I'll miss you too, Kiera. Even with everything, I'll still miss you." He paused, then whispered, "Do you think—" I pulled my head up to look at him as he turned his head to look down at me. "Do you think if I had never taken the job in Tucson, you and Kellan never would have—"
He looked down at the ground and bunched his brows. Did I throw you to him? I shook my head and rested it on his shoulder. I don't know, Denny, but I think that one way or another, Kellan and I would have... I looked up at him and stopped talking. I couldn't finish that sentence. Not directly to him. Not with his dark brown eyes looking back into mine so painfully. I'll always love you, you know, he said thickly. I nodded and swallowed. And I'll always love you. Always. He smiled softly and tucked a lock of hair behind my ear, his fingers starting to brush my cheek. With a look of great internal debate, he finally bent down and gave me a tender kiss on the lips. It lasted longer than a friendly kiss would, shorter than a romantic kiss would. Somewhere in the middle, just like us. When he pulled away, he kissed my bruised face once before I laid my head back on his shoulder. I squeezed his free hand while his other held my body close to his, and we waited. Waited for them to announce his departure. Waited for our separation to be permanent. Waited for our deep but broken connection to be physically severed. Eventually it did happen, and with a long sigh he pulled away from me. After grabbing his bag from where he'd dropped it when he'd taken Kellan's hand, he kissed my head in farewell. I clutched his hand and held on to him until the last possible second. The very tips of our fingers were the last pieces of our bodies to stop touching each other. I felt something leave me when the contact stopped. Something warm and safe, and at one point in my life, something that had been everything to me. He held my watery eye contact with his own until he disappeared around the corner, and I knew that those warm, deep brown eyes and that charming, goofy grin were finally lost forever to me. My body shut down. I felt it going. I felt my legs leaden and my knees buckle and my head fade to a hazy gray-black. My legs hit the floor with a thud that I was sure shook the bolted seats in front of me, and just as I waited for my still tender head to smack painfully onto one of those seats, warm hands cradled me. I recognized the scent first, the unmistakably delicious odor of leather and earth and man that was Kellan Kyle. I didn't know how he was with me, and I couldn't see him yet through my foggy vision, but I felt him and knew it was his arms that held me. He lowered my head carefully to his knees as he huddled on the floor beside me. One hand stroked my back, while the other felt my face, making sure I was okay. Kiera? His voice still sounded distant, even though I knew he was right beside me. My vision started clearing, and his faded jeans came into focus. I weakly lifted my head and attempted to understand what was happening. His eyes softened as he gazed down at me, his casted hand rubbing my back, his fingers on my face lovingly tracing me. Instantly I realized I'd fainted, and he'd been watching me. Always watching me, and had saved me from a world of pain. Then I remembered our distance, and my ache and overwhelming grief at watching Denny leave. I sat up and threw myself into his arms, straddling his knees on the floor and tangling my arms around his neck, never wanting to let go. He stiffened and convulsed like I'd hurt him, but eventually he brought his arms around my back and held me tight to him, rocking us gently on the floor and murmuring that it would be okay. The roar of the airplane's engines brought our attention back to the ache forefront in our minds, and we both turned to look at the window and watched the huge plane begin to taxi away from us. We both watched it silently, tears streaming down my face and soft sobs escaping my lips. Kellan continued to rub my back and rested his head against mine, occasionally bringing his lips to my hair. I clutched at him fiercely, and when the plane left my sight, I dropped my head to his shoulder and sobbed mercilessly. He let me hold him until my pain eased, if not stopped. When I was hiccuping and attempting to breathe with some normalcy, he gently but firmly pushed me off his lap. I tried to stay, embarrassingly clutching at his clothes, but he was persistent, and eventually he released himself from under me and stood. His face was resolute as he stood in front of me. I had to look down. I had to stare at the floor. For a brief moment, I'd thought we'd reconnected in our mutual grief, but I must have been wrong. His face didn't look like he was welcoming me back to him. His face looked like he was about to say goodbye again. I didn't want to hear it. A hand reached out and gently touched the top of my head as I stared at my knees on the floor. I tentatively looked up into Kellan's amazingly perfect bruised face. A soft smile played on his lips, and his eyes had warmed a bit, although the sadness never really left them.
"Can you drive?"
he asked in a low voice. Grief threatened to wrench through me again at the thought of driving home alone and sitting in my empty apartment alone. I wanted to tell him no, that I needed him, that I needed to stay with him, and we needed to find a way back to each other, back from my mistake. But I couldn't. I nodded my head yes, and prepared myself for the one thing that had always terrified me: being alone. He nodded and held his hand out to me to help me stand. I took it and clutched his warmth tightly as he pulled me up. I stumbled a bit and put my hand on his chest to steady myself. I felt a bandage under my fingertips, and he flinched in pain. My hand was resting on his pecs, not his ribs, so I wasn't sure why that hurt him. Maybe his injuries were worse than I knew. Maybe he just didn't like me touching him. He removed my hand, but continued holding my fingers. We faced each other, both hands clasped together and standing close, but an almost insurmountable distance was between us. I'd chosen him, and then left him. How would he ever forgive me? "I'm so sorry, Kellan. I was wrong." I didn't offer any more explanation than that. I couldn't, since my throat closed up completely and speech just wasn't possible. His eyes misted over and he nodded. Did he understand what I meant? That I meant I was wrong for leaving him, not wrong for loving him? I couldn't explain, and he didn't ask. He bent his head down to me, and I instinctively raised my chin. Our lips met in the middle, soft and passionate, pulling apart before fully sinking into the feeling of being together. Dozens of tiny, hungry, not nearly long enough kisses that spiked my heart rate. Finally, he forced himself to stop. He pulled away before it got to be too much, and we both caved to the underlying sexual tension that was always between us. He dropped my hands and took a reluctant step back from me.
"I'm sorry too, Kiera. I'll see you around."
Then he turned and left me, breathless, spinning with confusion and grief and alone. His final words echoed in my ears, and I felt 100% positive that he hadn't meant them. I felt positive that I'd just seen the last of Kellan Kyle. Somehow I made it home. Somehow I managed to not break down while driving and smack right into the back of someone in my teary haze. No, I saved all of my tears for the heart-shaped pillow my sister had scrounged somewhere for me. I drenched that thing and then, mercifully, fell asleep. My world felt a little lighter when I woke the next day. Maybe it was because my head felt better and the bruising was switching colors, indicating that some healing was going on somewhere in my body. Or maybe it was because the final painful break with Denny had been made, and I didn't have to be anxious about it anymore. It was done. We were done. And even though those words hurt my heart, I felt okay. Showering and getting dressed brought even more relief,
and as I looked over my beaten skull, I wondered where my life would go from here. Certainly I needed to find a job, and I definitely needed to catch up on schoolwork. Winter break had already hit while I'd been recovering, but a few phone calls from my doctor and me, and surprisingly Denny, had gotten me an extension on the classes I was behind in. And if I poured myself into school, I was confident I'd be caught up before next quarter. I clenched my jaw and decided that was what I'd do. I might have lost my job, my boyfriend, and my lover, but if I focused hard enough, I could possibly keep my precious scholarship. And if I did that, maybe, just maybe, my heart would heal as slowly and assuredly as my head. Denny called me 2 days later, right before my sister and I were about to fly home for Christmas. My parents had the tickets they'd gotten for Denny and me switched over to my sister and me. They seemed genuinely sorry when I told them that things hadn't worked out with Denny. They'd also grilled me for 2 hours on when I was coming back to Ohio University. Denny told me all about his new job and his upcoming plans with his family. He seemed genuinely happy, and his good spirits lifted mine. Of course, his voice did break when he wished me a Merry Christmas, followed immediately by, "I love you." It seemed to slip out of his mouth without him thinking about it, and a silence hovered in the air between us as I wondered what to say to that. In the end, I told him that I loved him too. And I did. There would always be a level of love between us. The next day, my sister and I braved going home for the holidays. She artfully covered the slight yellowing of my bruise with makeup and vowed that she wouldn't mention the accident to Mom or Dad. They'd never let me come back to Seattle. Before I left my bedroom, I rifled through my dresser for the 100th time, looking for the necklace that Kellan had given me. Every day I wanted to wear it, wear a piece of him with me since I hadn't seen him in so long, but I hadn't been able to find it since the night he'd given it to me. A part of me feared that it had been lost or stolen in the fiasco. A part of me feared that Kellan had decided to take it back. That would almost be the worst scenario. It would be like he was taking back his heart. I still couldn't find it and had to leave the city without my symbolic representation of him. And it cut deep to do so. Being home with my family was odd. It was warm and welcoming, and a barrage of childhood memories hit me, but it didn't feel like home anymore. It felt like I was walking into a best friend's house or an aunt's house, somewhere comfortable and familiar, but still a little foreign. It had the overall vibe of childhood safety, but I felt no desire to stay and wrap myself in that feeling. I wanted to be home. My home. We stayed a couple of days after the holidays, and then, my sister even itchier than me, we said a tearful goodbye to our parents at the airport. My mother was a blubbering mess as she watched her 2 girls depart, and I momentarily felt bad that my heart was anchored so far away from them. I'd told myself that I'd just fallen hopelessly in love with the city, but a tiny part of my brain that I forcefully ignored knew that wasn't it. A place was just a place, and it wasn't the city that made my heart pulse and my breath quicken. It wasn't the city that drove me to distraction and left me sobbing in the still of the night. After my frantic catch-up on schoolwork over the holiday break, and wistfully watching my sister duck out on New Year's Eve for a special D-bag performance that twisted my heart into knots, I focused on the second most important thing I needed to get squared away: a job. What I ended up getting early on in the new year was a waitressing job at a popular little diner in Pioneer Square, where Jenny's roommate, Rachel, worked. The place was famous for its all-night breakfast, I guess, and drew quite a crowd of college kids. It was hopping busy on my first night there, but Rachel gleefully showed me the ropes. Rachel was an interesting mix of Asian and Latin with latte skin, mocha hair, and a smile that charmed quite a few frat boys out of some large bills. She was as sweet as Jenny, but quiet like me. She didn't ask about my injury, and even though she had to know about the whole torrid love triangle, being Jenny's roommate and all, she never once commented on my romances. Her quiet was soothing. I fell into my new job easily enough. Along with great managers and amusing cooks, the tips were good there, the other waitresses welcoming, and the regulars patient. It didn't take me too long to feel moderately comfortable in my new home. Of course, I missed Pete's like crazy. I missed the smell of the bar. I missed Scott in the kitchen, even though I didn't really spend too much time with him. I missed talking and laughing with Jenny and Kate. I missed dancing to the music from the jukebox. I even missed horny Rita and her never-ending stories that made me blush all over. But of course, what I missed most about Pete's was the entertainment. I saw Griffin repeatedly as he came over often to entertain my sister. Actually, I saw way more of him than I ever wanted to see. In fact, I now know that he has a piercing in a spot that I'd never imagined a guy voluntarily asking someone to push a needle through. I considered scrubbing out my eyes after that little naked encounter in the hallway one evening. Matt would occasionally stop by with him, and we'd chat quietly. I'd ask how the band was doing, and he'd start talking about instruments and gear and songs and melodies and shows that went really well, and a few places that he'd managed to line up gigs, and on about the business end of it. Not exactly what I wanted to hear about, but I nodded and politely listened to him, watching his pale eyes sparkle as he talked about the love of his life. I was glad after talking to him that Kellan hadn't left Seattle. Matt would be crushed if their little band broke up. He really believed that they had a shot at going big one day. Thinking over their performances, with a painful tug in my heart, I agreed. With Kellan as their frontman, they could go all the way. Sometimes Matt and my sister would talk about Kellan, but they stopped when I entered the room. One such conversation left an icy pit in my stomach. I'd just quietly cracked open the front door and heard them talking in the kitchen. I heard Matt's soft voice finishing telling her, "Right over his heart. Romantic, huh?" "What's romantic?" I muttered as I walked into the room, thinking that they were surely talking about Griffin, although I couldn't imagine what he'd do that was romantic. I had grabbed a glass and started filling it with water when I finally noticed the awkward silence suddenly in the room. Pausing, I noticed my sister staring at the floor, biting her lip. Matt looked out into the living room like he really wanted to be over there. That was when I understood that they weren't talking about Griffin. They were talking about Kellan. "What's romantic?" I said automatically, even as my stomach clenched. Had he moved on? Anna and Matt looked briefly at each other for a second before simultaneously saying, "Nothing." I set down the glass and left the room. Whatever romantic gesture he'd made, I didn't want to hear about it anyway. I didn't want to think about who he was with now, about who he was dating. Whatever romantic thing he had done for a girl, some girl who wasn't me, I didn't want to ever hear about it. Surprisingly, I ran into Evan at school. Aside from work, school was really the only place I went. I spent every free moment there studying and, quite honestly, busying my head to stop the gnawing ache in my heart. I'd been coming out of one of the impressive brick buildings, lost in painful thoughts I shouldn't have been thinking anyway, when I'd nearly run right into him. His warm brown eyes had widened and glowed at seeing me. Then he lifted me into a massive bear hug, and I giggled until he let go. Apparently, Evan was a big fan of people watching on the campus. He loved hanging around the school and had even made Kellan take the freshman tour with him nearly a half-dozen times a couple of years ago. With a small grin, Evan confessed to me that he'd had a huge crush on the girl giving the tour at the time. Surprise flashed through me as I realized that that was how Kellan knew so much about the campus. He had certainly been with the girls here, but the majority of his intimate knowledge was because of Evan dragging him on the same tour that I'd dragged him on. That thought made my eyes water, and Evan's happy face looked me over with a trace of concern in it. "Are you all right, Kiera?" I tried to nod, and that only made my eyes water more. Evan sighed and brought me back in for another hug. "He misses you," he whispered. I startled and pulled away at that. Evan shrugged. "He acts like he doesn't, but I can tell. He's not Kellan. He's moody and writes a lot and snaps at people and drinks a lot and... He stopped talking and cocked his head. Okay, well, maybe he's still Kellan. He grinned as I managed a half laugh. But he really misses you. You should see what he... He stopped talking and bit his lip. Anyway, just know that he hasn't moved on or anything. A tear fell on my cheek as I wondered if that was true or if Evan was just trying to make me feel better. He tenderly brushed the tear away. Sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I shook my head and swallowed. No, it's okay. No one will really talk about him in front of me like I'm porcelain or something. It's good to hear about him. I miss him too. He cocked his head at me and his brown eyes turned unusually serious. He told me how much he loved you, how much you meant to him. Another tear threatened to fall, and I brushed my lid to halt it. Evan blushed as I sniffled. That night that I kinda walked in on you, I really didn't see anything. He quickly added. I blushed in kind, and he looked at the pavement for a moment. He told me once about his childhood, about his parents' abuse. My mouth dropped open as I gaped at him. I got the impression that Kellan didn't talk about that with anyone. Evan seemed to understand my expression and smiled grimly. I figured he told you. With me, he was really drunk. I don't think he even remembers telling me. It was right after they died, when he saw the house. He raised an eyebrow at me. You know that's not his childhood home, right? I frowned and shook my head. I hadn't known that. Evan nodded and sniffed. Yeah, we were playing bars in L.A. once we got together with Matt and Griffin. Doing pretty good, too. Made a name for ourselves down there. Then, well, I still remember the day his aunt called and told him that they'd both been killed. He dropped everything and drove up here that night. We followed him, of course. Evan looked down at the pavement and shook his head. I don't think he ever really understood why we did that, why we moved here with him. I don't think he grasped that we believed in him and loved him like family. I still don't think he grasps that. I think that's why he thought he could ditch town without telling us. He shook his head again. He said he thought we wouldn't care, that we'd just replace him. I cringed that Kellan had been going to bail on them because of me. I was a little surprised that Kellan thought he was so easy to replace. That word sounded so wrong in reference to him. After a silent moment, Evan looked back up at me with an eyebrow raised. Of course, his version of family is a little skewed. I nodded at that and thought over just how twisted Kellan's version of love had been for most of his life. Evan cleared his throat and continued. Anyway, they left him everything they had, even the house. He seemed really surprised that they would do that, but he was even more surprised when he saw the house and realized they'd moved. Evan looked out over the campus, his eyes speculative and sad for his friend. They never even bothered to tell him that they'd sold the home he'd grown up in, that they'd moved across town, and then he found out that they'd tossed out all of his stuff. And I mean everything. There wasn't a single trace of him in that house, not even a picture. I think that's why he tossed out everything of theirs. My breath caught as I realized that was why Kellan's house was so barren when we first moved in. It wasn't just that he didn't care about decorations, which I was pretty sure he didn't. It was mainly because he had inherited a home that was completely foreign to him, and then, out of anger or resentment, or maybe both, he'd tossed everything of his parents. Everything. He'd left no trace of them in his life. Really, he'd left no trace of any life in his life until I'd come in and thrust mine upon him. His never-ending pain made my heart thud loudly in my chest as I ached with sympathy for him. Evan sniffed again as he looked back to me. Another tear rolled down my cheek. I was too stunned from his revelation to wipe it away.
They were real bastards, but their death still really affected him. He got really ripped and told me about what they used to do to him. Some of his stories.
Evan closed his eyes and shook his head, a light shudder running through him. I closed my eyes as well as I thought over all the conversations I'd had with Kellan about his childhood. He'd never gone into specifics with me about just what his father used to do to him. From the look on Evan's face, I'd guessed he'd gone into some pretty horrific details, and it had really affected Evan. I was both grateful I didn't know and curious to know these details. When Evan reopened his eyes, they shone with compassion for his friend. He must not have grown up around a whole lot of love. I think that's why he screwed around so much. I know that sounds weird, but he's always seemed a little different in the way he went after women. He scrunched his brows as he unknowingly correctly analyzed his bandmate. He's not just a hornball like Griffin. He was almost desperate to connect with someone, like he really wanted to love somebody. He just didn't know how. He shrugged and laughed. That sounds weird, I know. I'm no psychologist or anything. Anyway, I think that's what he saw in you, why he risked it. I think I understand what you meant to him. He put his hand on my shoulder. What you mean to him. I brought a hand to my mouth and held in a cry. I was sure Evan didn't know everything about Kellan's upbringing, but he understood a lot more than Kellan probably realized he did. He smiled sadly at my reaction and shrugged again. I'm not trying to hurt you or anything. I guess I just wanted you to know that he still thinks about you. With tears freely flowing down my cheeks, we said our goodbyes and he walked away, waving. I couldn't tell Evan that, even though I knew I'd meant something to Kellan at one point, and maybe he did still think about me, I also knew from Matt's slip-up that he was trying to get with other people. I liked to think that it was hard for him, that he was forcing himself to do it, but Kellan had every right to try and move on from me. I'd hurt him so badly, but I couldn't mention that to Evan. That part of Kellan's life I did not want to talk about with anyone. And even though I missed my D-bags, I was a little glad that I didn't see them more often. It hurt too much. And of course, the one I really wanted to see stayed completely hidden away from me. And I let him, even though it kind of killed me. Chapter 26. Love and Loneliness. It was March, and the air was still crisp with the last edge of winter lacing it, but a smell of renewal was in the air too. The cherry blossoms at the university were in full bloom, and the quad was bursting with blushing pink flowers that lifted my leaden heart whenever I walked through it. It had been a hard winter for me. Being alone wasn't something I enjoyed, and I'd had to endure a lot of alone time lately. My sister was a social butterfly and had quickly amassed a bevy of beautiful Hooters girls to party with. I'd heard they were in line to be in the Girls of Hooters calendar next year. Jenny tried to take me out on occasion, but we had different schedules, and lining up a night when we were both off work and I wasn't doing something for school was tricky. We did manage to see a movie every now and then, or grab some coffee before her shift, but it wasn't nearly as often as I would have liked. School kept me busy, work kept me busy, and even staying in contact with Denny kept me busy. Since our time zones were so far apart, it gave phone tag a whole new meaning. But my heart couldn't be kept busy enough to not miss Kellan. That just wasn't possible. I might have been forced through a 3-month rehab with our self-imposed separation, but my underlying addiction was still there, and it beat and coursed deep throughout my veins. I could almost hear his name with my heartbeat, and I berated myself for my stupid mistake every day. How could I have been so scared and foolish to push away such a wonderful man? My sister inadvertently brought that ache right to the surface one night. She was in the bathroom getting ready to hit a club with some friends. She was drying her silky hair, head bent over, letting the dryer give her already perfect locks extra volume. I walked by just as she flipped up and fluffed out her tresses. She was wearing a backless triangle top that was going to be much too cold for outside, but that wasn't what got my attention. It was the sparkle at her neck. I stopped in the doorway. My mouth dropped open and my eyes watered. "Where did you get that?" I could barely even form the words. She looked at me, confused for a minute, and then noticed my eyes locked onto the necklace around her throat. "Oh, this?" She shrugged and the necklace slid up and down her creamy skin. It was stuck in with my stuff. I'm not sure where it came from. It's pretty though, huh? I couldn't speak again as I stared in disbelief at the silver guitar necklace that Kellan had lovingly said goodbye to me with. The large diamond twinkled in the bathroom lights, and my tearful vision amplified the sparkle until a rainbow streaked across my eyes. My sister seemed to notice that I was starting to break down. "Oh, God. Is this yours, Kiera?" I blinked, and my vision cleared as tears dropped down my cheeks. I watched her hastily reach behind her neck to unclasp it. "I didn't know. I'm sorry." Her fingers practically flung it at me as she held it away from her. "It's okay," I mumbled. "I just thought I'd lost it. Or Kellan had removed it." She nodded and pulled me into a tight hug, lacing the necklace around me since I still seemed reluctant to touch it. As she clasped it around my neck, she whispered, "Did Kellan give this to you?" As she pulled away, I nodded, more tears dripping down my cheeks. "The night he was leaving. The night we got caught." I ran my fingers down the silver piece, and it seemed both burning and cooling to my touch. My sister watched my face a minute, and then ran a hand through my hair. "Why don't you go see him, Kiera? He's always at Pete's, and he still looks so—" I shook my head and didn't let her finish. "I only ever hurt him. He wanted this. He wanted space." I looked up at her and exhaled brokenly. "I'm trying to do what's best for him, for once. Besides, I'm sure he's moved on by now." She smiled sadly as she tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. "You're an idiot, Kiera," she said softly, but warmly. I smiled sadly back at her. "I know." She shook her head and seemed to swallow back an emotion. "Well, why don't you come out with us girls then?" She shook her hips alluringly. "Go dancing with me." I sighed, remembering the last time I went dancing with Anna. "I don't think so. I'm just going to stay here, crash on the couch." She twisted her lips as she leaned into the bathroom mirror to start doing her makeup. "Oh, good. Something new," she muttered sarcastically. I rolled my eyes at her and walked away. "Have fun, and wear a coat." "Sure thing, Mom," she shouted back playfully as I walked down the hallway into the living room. It was raining outside, and I watched the slanting drops hit the window and roll down it like tears. The rain always reminded me of Kellan, him standing in it, letting it soak every part of him. Angry and hurt and trying to stay away from me so he didn't lash out at me. Crazy in love with me even when I turned him away for someone else. I couldn't even imagine what that must have felt like for him. How could I see him, after everything I'd done to him? My chest hurt, though. I was tired of being alone. I was tired of trying to stay busy so he wouldn't enter my head. He did anyway. And mostly, I was tired of the hazy version of him in my memory. More than anything else, I wanted the sharp, crystal clear and perfect vision of him right in front of me. Without thinking about it, I sat in his chair. I didn't ever sit there. It was too hard, being on something that had belonged to him. I sank into the cushions and laid my head back. I imagined it was his chest I was leaning against, and a soft smile came to my lips.
I touched the lost but found again necklace and closed my eyes. I could see him more clearly this way. I could almost even smell him. I turned my face farther into the fabrics and startled when I realized that I could smell him. My hand clenched the cushion near my head and brought it to me. It didn't smell like the overwhelmingly wonderful scent that lingered on his skin, but it had the faint smell of him that lingered in his house. It smelled like his home, and to me, that smell was more binding than the childhood feeling I'd gotten at my parents' house. He was my home, and I missed him terribly. Anna came out of the bathroom as I was inhaling the chair, and, feeling stupid, I dropped my hands to my lap and looked out the window again. "Are you okay, Kiera?" she asked quietly. "I'll be fine, Anna." She bit her perfect red lip and looked like she wanted to talk about something. Then she shook her head and asked, "Do you mind if I borrow the car since you're staying here?" "No. Go ahead." I often let her take it when I didn't need it, and aside from work and school, I rarely needed it. She sighed and, coming over to me, softly kissed my head. "Don't mope all night." I smiled up at her warmly. "Sure thing, Mom." She laughed charmingly and grabbed the keys off the counter in the kitchen. Quickly saying good night, she left without taking a coat. Shaking my head at her, I traced the fabric of the chair under my fingers and wondered what to do. I briefly considered calling Denny. Brisbane was 17 hours ahead of Seattle, and he would be in the middle of his Saturday afternoon. He would probably answer at this hour, but I was reluctant to talk to him. Not that I had any qualms about calling him. We talked frequently and had moved into a friendly exes stage. No, what made me hesitate was the fact that last month he told me that he'd asked a girl out on a date. At first I'd been hurt, then surprised that he'd mentioned such a personal fact to me, but then I settled on happy. He should date. He should be happy. He was too wonderful to be anything else. The next few phone calls from him included brief snippets about her, and, as of last week, they were still together and doing well. I knew that was a good thing, and a part of me was thrilled for him. But I was feeling really lonely tonight, and I didn't want the happy tone of his voice reminding me just how unhappy I was. Besides, he really shouldn't be getting calls on the weekend from his ex if he was seeing someone new, and he was probably with her right now, playing in the ocean or lying on the beach. I briefly wondered if they were kissing right at this moment. Then I wondered if they were sleeping together. My stomach clenched, and I forced myself to not think about it. It didn't matter if they were. We'd let each other go in that respect. Of course, that didn't mean I liked the thought. I ended up curling up on Kellan's chair with a warm blanket and watching a sad movie, one where the hero dies and everyone is broken, but endures the grief to make his sacrifice mean something. I was blubbering long before the actual death scene. My eyes were red and raw, and my nose was dripping like a faucet when the door to my apartment suddenly banged open. I spun my head to look at the door, alarmed, and then brought my brows together in confusion when I saw my sister standing there. "Anna, are you okay?" She strode over to me and, without a word, yanked me off the chair. "Anna, what are you—" The words halted as she pulled me forcefully to the bathroom. She cleaned me up, slapped on some lipstick, and brushed my hair while I sputtered questions and tried to hold her back. My sister didn't give up easily, though, and she had me cleaned up and was shoving me toward the front door before I really even knew what was going on. I realized as she opened the door that she was absconding with me. I muttered no and braced myself on the doorframe. She sighed, and I looked back at her, irritated. She leaned into me and very intently said, "You need to see something." That confused me so much that I dropped my hands. She successfully shoved me out the door. She dragged me to Denny's Honda as I sulked and pouted. I didn't want to go dancing with her. I wanted to go back to my cave of perpetual mourning and finish my sad movie.
At least that movie made my life seem cheery in comparison. She sat me in the car and harshly pointed at me to stay put. I sighed and sank back into the familiar seat, sort of wishing the car still felt like Denny, and sort of glad nearly all trace of him was gone from the vehicle. It was now littered with lip gloss, empty shoeboxes, and a spare Hooters uniform. I crossed my arms over my chest and pouted while my sister got in and drove us away. She didn't take any of the roads that would take us toward the square where most of the clubs were, and I started wondering where we were going. When we got onto a road that was so familiar it made my chest hurt, I started panicking. I knew exactly where she was taking me on this Friday night. No, Anna, please, I don't want to go there. I can't see him. I can't listen to him. I clutched at her arm and tried to physically turn the wheel, but she batted me away effortlessly. Calm down, Kiera. Remember, I'm doing the thinking for you now, and there is something that you need to witness. Something I should have showed you a while ago. Something that even I hope to someday... Her voice trailed off as she stared out the window, almost longingly. The look on her face was so odd I forgot my protests. They swelled up again in my chest as we pulled into the parking lot of Pete's. She shut the car off, and I stared at the familiar black Chevelle. My heart was thudding in my chest. I'm scared, I whispered into the silence of the car. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it. I'm here with you, Kiera. I looked over at her perfectly beautiful face and smiled at the love I saw there. I nodded and jarringly opened the door to step out. She was at my side again almost instantly, and, holding my hand tight, she walked me through the inviting double doors. I didn't know what to expect. A part of me thought everything would somehow have changed in my absence, like maybe every wall would be black now, and the cheery lighting would be dull and dingy gray. But I was startled when I stepped through the doors and saw that everything was exactly the same, even the people. Rita did a double take when she noticed me, then gave me a suggestive wink and smiled devilishly. Apparently she knew about the affair, and since I'd joined her I've had sex with Kellan Kyle club, we were now bonded. Kate waved to me from where she was waiting for a drink at the counter, her perfect ponytail bouncing in her happiness. And Jenny was almost instantly in front of me, squeezing me tight and laughing about how good it was to see me out and about. And here. She glanced at the stage when she said that, and I shut my eyes to not look. I couldn't stop hearing, though. His voice shot right through my core. Jenny leaned into my ear when she noticed my reaction and said over the music, "It will be okay, Kiera. Have faith." I opened my eyes and stared at her, smiling warmly at me. I felt my sister pulling my hand, and Jenny, seemingly understanding what Anna was doing, grabbed my other hand. They both started weaving me into the massive crowd that packed Pete's on the weekends when the band played. I instinctively tugged against them. Insistently, they dragged me forward, all the way forward. We pushed through the crowd, and I kept my eyes focused on my feet, not wanting to look at him yet. It had been so long. It had been even longer since I'd heard his voice, though, and it traveled all the way from my ears, down my spine, to the very bottom of my toes. My breath hitched as the next song started while we inched through the packed bar. It was slow and haunting and dripping with emotion. His voice had an ache to it that seared me. I glanced slyly at the people we were passing and watched them sing along to the song with solemn faces. They knew it, so it wasn't new. Still not looking at the stage, I let his timbre affect every cell in my body. He was singing about that night in the parking lot, I suddenly realized. He sang of needing me and feeling ashamed for it. He sang of trying to leave me and it breaking him. He sang about crying as we gave each other our final kiss. Then the lyrics turned to what he was feeling now. That's when I looked up at him. His eyes were closed. He hadn't noticed me approaching him yet. After not seeing him for months, His perfection was almost too much to take in all at once, like I'd go blind if I didn't absorb him in segments. Just the jeans. Those perfectly fitted, faded jeans that looked a little more worn than usual. Just the basic t-shirt that he preferred to wear, not decorated and elaborate. Simple, black, and perfectly sculpted to him. Just the delightfully toned arms, the left one completely healed and no longer casted, slinking down to strong hands that clutched the microphone while he sang. Just the impossibly sexy and wild hair, a little longer than I remembered it, but still a tousled mess, hinting at multiple past intimacies that rang loudly in my head and in my body. Just that movie star jaw that for the first time had light stubble along it, like he had given up on the task of staying groomed. It only highlighted that strong right angle and made him even more impossibly attractive, crazy as that sounds. Just the full lips, holding no trace of the sexy grin he usually sang with. Just the slope of his nose. Just the perfect cheekbones. Just the long eyelashes of his closed lids, hiding the amazing blueness behind them. I had to take everything about him in separately at first. He was just too perfect to take in all at once. When I could handle it, I finally noted the fact that the perfection was unmarred. His face was perfectly healed and no sign of the physical trauma he'd endured was with him. But looking at that face as a whole was affecting me in an unexpected way. My breath came in stuttered pulls, and my heart squeezed painfully as Jenny and Anna drew me toward him relentlessly. His eyes were still closed, and his body rocked gently to the music, but his face was almost desolate. His words matched his face as he sang about how each day was a struggle, and never seeing my face caused him physical pain. He sang that my face was his light, and he felt drenched in darkness without it. Tears fell freely after I heard that line. Jenny and Anna successfully pulled me right to a spot in front of him. Some rabid fans didn't like that, but my sister was not one to be messed with, and after some flowery words from her, they left us alone. I barely noticed, as I stared up at his godlike perfection. Eyes still closed, he sang of being beside me, even if I couldn't see or hear him. He sang of being scared of never again feeling me, never again feeling what we had. A long instrumental section followed his last verse. Eyes still closed, he rocked his head back and forth, biting his lip. Some girls around me screamed at that, but it was clear to me that he wasn't trying to seduce anyone. He was in pain. I wondered if thoughts of me, of our time together, were flashing before his eyes like they were flashing before mine. I wanted to reach my hand out to him, but he was too far away to touch, and Jenny and Anna still had a hold of me, maybe fearing I would bolt. I couldn't move now, though. Not when he was filling my eyes, my ears, and my heart. I could only stare at him, enraptured. I didn't even notice the other members of the band, and I didn't know if they noticed me. I barely noticed the crowd anymore as I watched him, and after another minute, I barely even noticed the feeling of Jenny's and my sister's eyes boring into me. Eventually, I couldn't even feel their hands anymore, and I didn't even have it in me to wonder if they'd finally let go. When the instrumental section came to a close, he finally reopened his inhumanly beautiful eyes. He happened to be looking down at me, and my face was the first thing he took in when he opened them. I felt the shock run through his body, even from where I was standing. The deep blue eyes widened and instantly glassed over. His mouth fell open and his body stopped moving. He seemed to be completely thrown, like he'd woken up in a different universe. His eyes locked onto mine as tears flowed down my cheeks. He sang the next lyrics with his brows scrunched, like he was sure he was dreaming. The rest of the band was quiet on this section, and his voice rang clearly through the bar, through my soul. He repeated the line about me being his light, a look of reverence on his face. His voice drifted off along with the music, but his look of awe never left him. I didn't know how to respond other than with tears. I wiped a few away as I realized that my hands were indeed free. I could understand what Anna had wanted me to see now. That was the most beautiful, heartbreaking thing I'd ever heard. More intense and emotional than anything I'd ever heard him sing. My whole body was buzzing with the need to comfort him, but we were still just staring at each other, him on the stage and me on the floor in front of it. The fans stirred with an uneasy energy as the guys waited for Kellan to signal the next song. He didn't. An unnatural silence filled the bar as we continued our silent stare-down. From the corner of my eye, I saw Matt lean toward Kellan, lightly smack his arm and whisper something. Kellan didn't react, just kept staring at me with his mouth slightly open. I was positive several fans were staring and wondering about me as I had his rapt attention, but for once, I didn't care. My only focus was him. Eventually, Evan's voice broke through the sound system. "Hey, everybody, we're going to take a breather. Until then, Griffin's buying around for everyone." The bar erupted in whooping as something streaked behind Kellan to where Evan was sitting at his drums. Laughter broke out around me, and I barely heard it. The crowd dispersed a little bit as 3 of the D-bags hopped off the stage and melted into it. Kellan still didn't move, though. His brow creased as he regarded me intently. Nerves shot through me. Why wasn't he jumping down and scooping me into his arms? His song made it seem like he ached for me. But his actions... I took a step toward him, determined to be closer, even if I had to jump up on the stage with him. He looked away, out over the thinning crowd, and I watched several emotions pass over his face. It was almost like reading a book. Confusion, joy, anger, sorrow, bliss, and then confusion again. Looking down briefly, he sniffed once, and then carefully lowered himself to stand before me. My body hummed with the restraint to not touch him. He stepped closer to me, and our hands in front of our bodies lightly brushed together. It sent fire through me, and he inhaled sharply. Looking torn, he gently reached up and stroked a tear off my face with a knuckle. I closed my eyes, and a small sob escaped me at the contact. I couldn't even care that I probably looked horrid, my eyes tired and bloodshot from sleepless nights, my hair an unruly mess, even though my sister had attempted to fix it, and still dressed in my moping clothes, ratty lounge pants and a torn long-sleeve t-shirt. None of that mattered, because he was touching me, and it affected me just as it had always affected me. He cupped my cheek and stepped closer to me, our bodies touching now. I brought a hand to his chest and exhaled with relief that his heart was hammering as hard as mine. He was feeling this too. Then some of the fans around us seemed to think we weren't having a moment and that they had every right to intrude. I opened my eyes as some girls jostled me. Kellan put an arm around me to steady me and stepped us away from the swarm a couple of spaces. Most of the girls acknowledged the retreat and left him alone. A particularly drunk blonde saw it as an opening instead. She aggressively walked up to him and grabbed his face like she was going to kiss him. Anger flared in me, but before I could even react to her, he leaned back and removed her hands from his face. Then he harshly pushed the eager woman away from him. I turned to stare at him, and he looked down at me. I'd never seen him push anyone away, and definitely never that rudely. The girl did not appreciate it. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the woman narrow hers in drunken anger and swing her hand back for a maneuver that I knew all too well. My hand automatically reached up and grabbed her wrist, right before her hand made contact with his cheek. Kellan startled and looked back at her, seeming to finally understand that he'd just about been slapped again. The woman's mouth dropped open, and she looked me over with a comically surprised face. I thought she might fight me, but her cheeks suddenly flamed bright red, and she yanked her hand out of my grasp. Looking thoroughly embarrassed about what she'd almost done, she sheepishly backed off and disappeared into the crowd. I felt Kellan chuckle beside me, and I looked back at his small smile and warm eyes. The expression had been gone for so long from my life that I felt an actual pang looking at it. I smiled in kind, and his eyes warmed even more. He nodded over at where the girl had disappeared to. "No one gets to smack me but you?" he asked playfully. "Damn straight," I said, blushing furiously at my curse. He chuckled again and adorably shook his head. Bringing seriousness back to my voice, I quietly said, "Can we go somewhere without so many admirers?" Seriousness marked his face too, and he slinked down to grab my hand. He deftly led us through the remaining fans and pulled us into the hallway. Nerves flashed through me as I started wondering if he'd pull me into the back room. Too many memories were in there. It was too secluded, too quiet. There was too much heat between us. Too much that could happen in that room, and we had too many things to talk over. Maybe he felt my reluctance. Maybe he understood that we needed to talk. Maybe he'd never intended to lead me in there. Whatever his reason, he stopped in the hallway well before the door, and I leaned against the wall in relief and confusion. He stood in front of me, his hands loose at his sides, and his eyes traveling the length of me. I felt heated under his intense gaze. Eventually, his eyes stopped on my necklace, his necklace, and with shaking fingers he reached out to touch it. One of his fingers brushed my skin as he felt the cool metal, and I closed my eyes. "You're wearing it. I didn't think you would," he muttered. I opened my eyes and sighed at his deep blue ones locked onto mine. It had been so long. "Of course, Kellan." I put my hand over his on my necklace and was struck at how much that tiny contact affected me. "Of course," I repeated. I tried to lace our fingers together, but he pulled his hand back and looked down the hallway. A few people were loitering around back here, coming in and out of the bathrooms, but it was relatively quiet and peaceful. He shook his head slightly before returning his gaze to mine. "Why are you here, Kiera?" His question broke my heart. Did he really not want to ever see me again? Confused, I blurted out, "My sister." He nodded like that filled in all the blanks for him, and twisted his body like he was going to walk away. I grabbed his arm and roughly pulled him back to me. "You. For you." My voice was a little panicked when I said that, and his eyes narrowed a bit as he looked me over. "For me? You chose him, Kiera. Push came to shove. You chose him." I shook my head and pulled his arm closer, his body taking a step nearer as well. "No, I didn't. Not at the end. I didn't." His brows scrunched together. "I heard you, Kiera. I was there. I heard you clearly." I cut him off. "No, I was just scared." I pulled him even closer and put my other hand on his chest. "I was scared, Kellan. You're so..." I suddenly didn't know how to explain it to him, and I fumbled around for words. He stepped closer to me, and suddenly our hips were touching. "I'm what?" he whispered. The fire at his nearness flew through me, and I stopped trying to think about what to say and just let whatever wanted to come out, come out. I've never felt such passion like I feel when I'm with you. I've never felt this heat. My hand rubbed his chest and then pushed up to his face. His eyes watched me intensely. His lips parted as he breathed shallowly. "You were right.
I was scared to let go. But I was scared to let go of him to be with you, not the other way around. He was comfortable and safe, and you... I got scared that the heat would burn out, and you'd leave me for someone better, and then I'd have nothing. That I'd throw Denny away for a hot romance that would be over before I knew it, and I'd be alone. Flash fire. His head lowered as his body pressed closer to me. Our chests were touching as well now.
Is that what you think we had? Flash fire? Did you think I'd just throw you away if that fire died?
He said if, like the very idea was ridiculous to him. He rested his head against mine, and one of his legs shifted in between mine. My breath picked up and then nearly stopped at his next words.
You're the only woman I've ever loved. Ever. You thought I'd toss that out? Do you really think anyone in this world compares to you in my eyes?
I get that now, but I panicked. I was scared. My chin lifted until our parted lips brushed together. He pulled back and took a step away from me. My hand clenched his arm to keep him from leaving. He looked down and then back up to me, his eyes struggling with wanting me and not wanting me.
You don't think this scares me, Kiera?
He shook his head.
Do you think loving you has ever been easy for me? Or even sometimes pleasant?
I looked down at his words and swallowed loudly. I supposed loving me hadn't always been a picnic for him. His next words confirmed that.
You have put me through hell so many times that I almost think I'm crazy for even talking to you right now.
A tear dripped down my cheek, and I shifted my body to leave. He grabbed my shoulders and held me against the wall. I looked up at him, and another tear hit my cheek. His thumb came up to tenderly wipe it away, and then both hands held my face and kept me looking at him.
I know what we have is intense. I know it's terrifying. I feel that too. Believe me. But it's real, Kiera.
His hand ghosted from his chest to mine, and then back again.
This is real, and it's deep, and it wouldn't have just burned out. I'm done with meaningless encounters. You're everything I want. I'd never have strayed from you.
I brought my hands up to hold his face, to pull him into me, but he stepped back again before I could reach him. His eyes filled with an almost unbearable sadness as he gazed at me, a foot apart now.
I still can't be with you, though. How can I ever trust that?
His eyes drifted to the floor, and his voice quieted to barely reach me above the din of the hallway.
That you won't leave me one day. As much as I miss you, that thought keeps me away.
I took a step toward him and reached out for his hands. Kellan, I'm so... He looked up at me and cut me off.
You left me for him, Kiera, even if it was just some knee-jerk reaction because the thought of us terrified you.
His brows scrunched together unhappily as he said those words.
You still were going to leave me for him. How do I know that won't happen again?
It won't. I won't ever leave you. I'm done being apart from you. I'm done denying what we have. I'm done being scared. My tone came out surprisingly calm, and I was a little startled to realize that my nerves were calm too. I truly meant what I'd just said, maybe more than I'd ever meant anything I'd said to him. He shook his head sadly.
I'm not, Kiera. I still need that minute.
I put my hand on his stomach, and he looked down at it, but left it there. I murmured, "Do you still love me?" My breath stopped as I waited for his answer. I hoped from his expression and his song that he did, but I needed to hear him acknowledge it. He sighed and looked over my face. Slowly he nodded.
You would never believe how much.
I stepped closer to him and ran my hand up to his chest. He closed his eyes at the contact. My fingers ran over his heart, and his hand came up to hold my fingers there.
I never left you. I kept you with me. Here.
I thought he was being symbolic with that phrase, until I remembered Matt talking to Anna in the kitchen. He'd said, right over his heart. I'd assumed at the time that Kellan had done something romantic for another woman, but what if he'd... I moved my fingers to the collar of his shirt and pulled it down. He sighed softly but dropped his hand and didn't stop me as I stretched the fabric. I wasn't sure what I was looking for, but then I saw the black markings on his once pristine skin. Confused, I pulled the shirt down farther. That was when my mouth dropped open in shock. He'd told me once that he couldn't think of anything he'd want permanently etched into his skin, and here I was, staring at my own name in beautifully scripted letters, right above his heart. He literally had kept me with him. My own heart cracked into pieces as I traced the large, swirling letters. Kellan. My voice choked up and I had to swallow. He moved his hand onto mine and pulled my fingers away from his skin, hiding his tattoo again. Interlacing our fingers, he brought them back to his chest, and then rested his forehead against mine.
So, yes, I do still love you. I never stopped. But, Kiera...
Have you been with anyone else? I whispered it, not sure if I really wanted to know or not. He pulled back fractionally and looked at me like I'd just asked him something he couldn't even contemplate.
No, I haven't wanted...
He shook his head.
Have you?
He whispered. I bit my lip and shook my head as well. No. I just want you. We're meant to be, Kellan. We need each other. We both stepped together at the same time until every inch of us was touching, head to foot. His other hand traveled to my hip as mine slipped around his waist. Without a thought, we both pulled each other even closer. My eyes kept drifting down to his lips, and I made myself lift them back to his eyes. He was also staring at my mouth, and when he brought his tongue over his lower lip, followed by his teeth, slowly dragging across them, my eyes quickly darted back down, and I gave up trying not to stare.
Kiera.
He started again, as his head angled down to me and mine angled up to him.
I thought I could leave you. I thought distance would make this go away and it'd get easier. But it hasn't.
He shook his head as I started to get lost in the overwhelmingly wonderful smell of him that was enveloping me.
Being apart from you is killing me. I feel lost without you.
I do too, I murmured. He exhaled brokenly. Our mouths were only inches apart. Our fingers against his chest disentangled and I ran mine up over his shoulder. He dragged his slowly down my necklace again. He whispered,
I've thought about you every day.
I inhaled sharply as the very tips of his fingers traveled down my chest and over my bra.
I've dreamt about you every night.
The pads of his fingers trailed along my ribs as mine reached around his neck to twirl around the hair at the back of his head. We both kept drawing each other nearer while he talked, still attracted to each other, almost subconsciously.
But I don't know how to let you back in.
His hand on my hip moved up my back,
and mine followed suit down his back. His eyes, flashing over my face, reflected nervousness, anxiety, fear even. He looked the opposite of how I felt. His lips drifted even closer until I could practically feel the heat coming off of them. My heartbeat spiked, and I closed my eyes when he whispered, "I don't know how to keep you out either." Just then, he was pushed from behind. For a fraction of a second, I thought I heard my sister's throaty chuckle, but I couldn't focus long enough to be sure. My rational thoughts were suddenly obliterated. Whoever had pushed him into me had closed the distance for us, and Kellan's lips were now firmly on mine. We froze for a good 10 seconds, and then stopped denying what we both wanted, and began to move together simultaneously. Light, lingering, soft kisses that seared my lips and quickened my breath. I offered no resistance and completely gave myself over to him. I was his anyway. "Oh, God," he whispered along my lips. "I've missed." He pressed harder against me, and I moaned slightly under his touch. "I can't." His hand ran back up my chest to clutch at my neck. "I don't." Our lips parted, and his tongue lightly slid into me, barely touching mine. "I want." He groaned deep in his chest, and I found myself matching his sound. "Oh, God. Kiera." Both of his hands drifted to my face, gently stroking back my now freely flowing tears before clutching me firmly. He pulled back to look in my eyes. With a heavy breath, I returned his intense gaze. His eyes were smoldering in a way that made me weak. "You wreck me," he growled, crashing his lips back down to mine. It was like someone had flipped a switch on us both. He pushed us back into the wall, his body hard on mine. My hands flew up into his hair, while his drifted over my chest and down to my hips. I was pretty sure we were going way beyond simple PDA now, and even though I knew some people were still lingering in this hallway, quite possibly my sister among them, with Kellan's hands, body, and tongue on mine, I just couldn't care enough to be embarrassed. I savored his heat, his passion, the roughness of his stubble on my sensitive skin, and the occasional noises that he made that were so suggestive and alluring. I brought him closer to me and wished we were alone in that back room. As his hands reached around behind me, playing with the indentation of my lower back that he seemed to have such a thing for, I suddenly realized that this was what I'd wanted to avoid happening when he first brought me back here. Not that I didn't want physical contact with him. Every part of me did. It was just, this wasn't what we needed right now. Physical contact had never been our problem. It was the slowing things down, having an actual relationship that panicked me into making a foolish mistake. Firmly, but gently, I pushed his shoulders away from me. With confused, blazing eyes, he let me. Hurt almost immediately entered those eyes, as some realization passed through him. I was sure it wasn't what had passed through me, so I quickly said, "I want you. I choose you. It will be different this time. Everything will be different. I want to make this work with you." He relaxed and looked at my lips, and then my eyes, and then back to my lips. "How do we do that? This is what we do. Back and forth, back and forth. You want me, you want him. You love me, you love him. You like me, you hate me. You want me, you don't want me. You love me, you leave me. There's so much that went wrong before." I brought a hand to his cheek, and he looked up at me. I could see it then. The confusion, the lingering anger, the rejection, the pain, and, underneath it all, a deep insecurity.
He felt so conflicted all the time. He doubted himself. He doubted his goodness. All because of me. Because of our twisted relationship. I was tired of bringing such turmoil into his life. I was tired of wrecking him. I wanted to be good to him. I wanted to bring him joy. I wanted us to have a future together. But regardless of his assurance, we really would burn out at this pace. Kellan, I'm naive and insecure. You're a moody artist. His lip twitched at that, and smiling softly, I continued. Our history is a mess of twisted emotions, jealousies, and complications, and we've both tormented and hurt each other, and others. We've both made mistakes. So many mistakes. I leaned back from him and smiled wider. So how about we slow down? How about we just date and see how it goes? He looked at me blankly for a long moment, and then a devilish look passed over his face. It was a look that had been absent from my sight for so long that it hurt my heart in the best possible way to see it. I blushed, and my whole body felt 5 times hotter when I remembered what Kellan considered dating. I looked down, embarrassed. I meant actual dating, Kellan. The old-fashioned kind? I looked up at his light chuckling. His smile softened to a calm, peaceful one as he warmly said, You really are the most adorable person. You have no idea how much I've missed that. My smile matched his as I stroked the rough stubble on his face. So, will you date me? I added a slight suggestive tone, and he raised an eyebrow at hearing it. His smile widened playfully. I'd love to date you. His look turned more serious. We'll try. We'll try to stop hurting each other. We'll take this easy. We'll go slowly. I could only nod in response. In a way that I'd never thought possible with Kellan, we went exceedingly slow. I stayed with my sister at our apartment. Anna delighted over and over in telling people that she had literally shoved us back together. Kellan stayed alone in his house, never having gotten another roommate. Our first official date was that Sunday night, when we both had the evening off. We went out to dinner. He held my hand when he met me at my door, and, at the end of the evening, kissed my cheek when he took me home. It was such a chaste evening it nearly shocked me. But even though the physical contact was restrained, our other emotions were running rampant. There was a lot of eye-gazing and dopey smiles from the both of us. Next, he took me dancing again. My sister, who took great joy in repeatedly smacking Kellan on the back of his head for lying about the two of them sleeping together, and I always let her, a grin plastered on my face each time. Jenny, her roommate Rachel, and of course the other band members came out with us. Kind of a group date thing. I smiled as I watched shy Matt flush with color as his pale eyes took in the exotic beauty of quiet Rachel. They spent most of the night together, getting to know each other in a secluded corner in the back. The rest of us stayed close together on the packed floor, dancing mainly as one large group. Kellan did nothing more suggestive than slow dance with his arms around my waist, his fingers along the ridge of my lower back. I smiled at his restraint and carefully put my head on his shoulder, determined to match his level. With lazy, satisfied eyes, I watched Anna and Griffin being too obscene for words on the floor, and quickly shifted my focus to where Evan and Jenny appeared to be having a moment. I nudged Kellan's shoulder and, smiling, he looked down at me. I flicked my head to where they were slow dancing with their heads together, Jenny gazing up at Evan dreamily, Evan playing with a long piece of her golden hair.
Kellan looked back at me and shrugged, a wide smile breaking over his gorgeous face. I couldn't bring my attention back to Jenny after that moment, as his perfect eyes trapped me. He didn't kiss me until our third date, to see a romantic comedy that he protested loudly that he didn't want to see. But it being a standard dating rite of passage, I made him go. I did notice tears in his eyes at the end. He walked me to my door afterwards and politely asked if he could. I smiled at his attempt to be a modest gentleman and told him yes. He attempted a brief peck of a kiss, and I grabbed his neck and pulled him in for a kiss that left us both gasping for air. Hey, impulse control was not always my strength with Kellan, and, as my sister had accurately pointed out, he is hotter than all, well, you know. He'd meet me at school sometimes and we'd talk over my new classes. I, unfortunately, had a class with Candy now, and while at first that had hurt and irritated me, now that Kellan and I were making a go of an actual relationship, I found that I didn't care one iota about her. Well, I might have enjoyed the flash of jealousy on her face when I gave him a kiss at the door, but that was about all I felt toward her. Kellan completely ignored her. We'd frequently have lunch in our park as the days warmed up. Kellan wasn't the world's greatest cook or anything, and honestly neither was I, but he'd make us sandwiches and we'd eat them under a large tree, our backs to the bark, our legs entwined, comfortable, relaxed, and feeling like we'd always been together this way. I eventually put in my notice at my new job and got back my old shift at Pete's. Emily from the day crew had taken over for me, and she was more than willing to switch back to her old time slot. She made it sound like she just couldn't handle the drunken idiots on the packed weekend nights, but I got the impression that it was just one drunken idiot who had swayed her. A drunken idiot that was still having frequent sleepovers with my sister, although they didn't seem to be too strict on the whole monogamy thing. My sister would occasionally have other house guests, while Griffin never stopped his tales of sordid conquests, tales that I tried very hard not to hear. Whatever they had, it was at least a mutual arrangement. It had been long enough that the bar was no longer buzzing with gossip over the messy love triangle, although I did get quite a few inquisitive stares my first few days back. Most of the people seemed to believe that Kellan's and my injuries really were sustained by a group of punks robbing us, but a few people gave me appraising looks, and I wondered if they hadn't figured out the truth. The affair, however, wasn't hidden well at all. With Denny leaving the country and me leaving the bar, added to Kellan's snappy, moody behavior while I was gone, it didn't take a genius to fill in the blanks, and most of the regulars had it figured out right away. The ones that still hadn't realized what had been going on figured it out on the night I showed up at Pete's, and Kellan and I worked things out in the hallway. And if that wasn't clear enough, and I think the only one who still didn't get it at that point was Griffin, Kellan kissing me every time he sauntered into the bar was a dead giveaway. Once the stares and whispers died down, being back at Pete's was healing to me, especially listening to the band again. Kellan always sang the emotional song directly to me, and it always brought me to tears. If words could be caresses, then he was making love to me every time he sang it. Several girls in the front of the packed crowd would swoon when he sang that one, probably picturing themselves as the object of his affection. Occasionally, some would get too eager with him after the show, and I'd smile as he gently pushed them back or stopped their lips from attacking his body. It did make a flash of jealousy go through me, but his heart was mine, and I didn't doubt that. How could I, after he'd branded himself? And, oh, the tattoo. I stared at it frequently. Once our relationship progressed to the stage of him taking his shirt off, it stayed there for quite a while, and I traced the letters often as we kissed on his couch. I told him that I could get one of his name, but he insisted that wearing his necklace, which I never took off, was enough, and that my virgin skin was perfect as it was. I blushed fiercely at that, but I couldn't get over staring at what he'd done while we'd been apart. Because of his history, I'd assumed he'd found comfort in an assortment of eager girls.
But he hadn't. He'd found comfort in me, in my name across his skin. I couldn't ignore the aching beauty in that. He told me that he'd gotten it the night before we'd seen Denny off at the airport. He decided to do it the day Denny and Anna had moved all my stuff out of his house, as a way to keep me close to him, because he always did need to be near me. I'd never have imagined that my name could be so beautiful, but there were few things in the world as wonderful to me as that black ink swirled on his chest. Well, maybe his smile, or his hair, or his adoring eyes, or his heart. He confessed to me one evening that he still kept in contact with Denny. That shook me. I sort of thought their last words had been at the airport. He told me that after Denny went back home, he'd called Denny's parents daily. Eventually, his persistence paid off and he'd gotten through to Denny. They didn't have much to say to each other in the beginning, but Kellan kept trying. Truly, their relationship didn't advance much until Kellan confessed that he and I weren't a couple. Denny had never straight out asked me about Kellan, and I had never volunteered, not wanting to mention such a painful topic when we were trying to be friendly with each other. He'd assumed that we'd jump into coupledom the moment he left. He was shocked when Kellan told him that that wasn't the case. And most shocking of all, he'd called Kellan an idiot for letting me walk away. My jaw dropped when Kellan relayed that piece of information. When I talked to Denny a few days later, he confirmed it. He said that after everything that had happened, it seemed like a waste if we didn't end up together. I laughed at him and told him he was too good of a person. He agreed and laughed with me. He was happy. His job was going great, and he was already in line for a promotion. His relationship was also going strong, and Abby was quickly becoming more than just a casual girlfriend to him. I ached at that for a few moments, and then was immensely happy for him. He deserved it. My own relationship was progressing wonderfully as well. Kellan actually could do the great boyfriend thing, and he seemed to delight in the fact that we were taking things painfully slowly. In fact, he seemed to make a point of riling me up to the edge of bursting and then calmly saying we needed to slow things down. The boy always was a tease. But his eyes were, more often than not, carefree and untroubled, and his grin was loose and easy. That's not to say that everything in our relationship was smooth and untroubled. It wasn't. We did on occasion have disagreements. They were generally started by some woman that Kellan had slept with at some point. One even knocked on his door wearing a long coat that she had left unbuttoned, revealing her skimpy underwear set that made me furiously blush. I'd been visiting before my shift when the vixen had shown up. He'd quickly ushered her out, but a tiny part of me couldn't help but wonder what he'd have done if I hadn't been there, and if half-naked women showing up on his door was a common event. I didn't doubt his love, but I'm only human. A human who frequently felt horribly plain next to her Adonis of a boyfriend, and the woman had been extremely beautiful, and extremely well endowed. And that was only one instance. There were others. Girls he'd been with would walk up to him at the bar, or even sometimes at my school, and try to restart their relationship. He always turned them down, assuring me that they meant nothing, and he generally didn't even remember their names, which did not make me feel any better, but the insecurities were there in me, and it hurt. Our talks usually brought up his insecurities as well, about me not being over Denny, and really wanting to be with him. Kellan still felt like he was second place. I repeatedly told him he was not. We tried to reassure each other that we were in this together, and we were being faithful to each other, but knowing that the person you're with has cheated on a loved one before lends itself to additional insecurities, even if you were the person that they'd cheated with. And each of us had to deal with our history, with the knowledge that we'd been intimate with other people while being in love with each other. The memories of hearing, and in that one instance with Kellan, seeing those intimacies, were hard to overcome sometimes.
Kellan even yelled at me once for sleeping with Denny after our long, passionate afternoon of being together. He'd felt betrayed by that, and he confessed how much that had hurt, how much that had to do with his decision to leave that fateful night. He'd hidden a lot of how much it had bothered him when I was with Denny, and it had really affected him after I slept with Denny right after our seemingly perfect day together. He was quite vocal in proclaiming his pain, but then, almost instantly, he felt bad for yelling and sank his head in his hands. He resisted at first, but eventually he let me put my arms around him, muttering repeated apologies in his ear while he shed a few tears. We'd both wounded each other so deeply, but we made a point of never letting one of us sulk in pain or anger. We talked things out, even if that meant having a 2-hour powwow in the parking lot at Pete's one night, after I tearfully and quite inadvertently brought up his threesome, which he countered with a tale of watching me flee the club with Denny, knowing exactly where our night was headed and who was really in my mind. But we did eventually work it out, and continued to work it out. It took some time, but we eventually found a balance between friendship, love, and fire. Kellan hugged me whenever he walked into Pete's, and kissed me thoroughly after every show, which embarrassed and delighted me. He stayed close without smothering, and he gave me space without distancing. Jenny told me repeatedly that we were good together and that she'd never seen Kellan with anyone the way he was with me. I took that to heart, since she'd known him for a while, bad behavior and all. She was still constantly surprised that he was capable of being a one-woman man. She also stepped up her flirtations with Evan, and I was mildly surprised when I caught them full-on making out in the back room one night. Evan blushed as deeply as I had when he'd caught me. Jenny, however, laughed just like Kellan had laughed. Embarrassed, but smiling widely at their budding relationship, I quickly shut the door and ran to go tell Kellan the scoop. He shook his head and, laughing, told me that Matt was still having a quiet relationship with Rachel. It would seem the D-bags were starting to settle down. As Kellan gave me a sweet kiss, my sister, watching us at the corner of the guys' table, said she was jealous of our closeness, while giving an oblivious Griffin a pointed glance that he completely ignored. I couldn't help but wonder if my sister would eventually tame that D-bag. Maybe they'd tame each other. As Griffin had his hands on some other girl's ass the next night, and my sister brought home, I swear, a Calvin Klein model, I thought, maybe not. I didn't care. I had my man and he had me. It took an additional 3 months, but eventually he did have all of me. Our first time being together as legitimate boyfriend and girlfriend was coincidentally a year to the day that I had seen Kellan singing at Pete's for the first time. We took our time, savoring every moment and every sensation. He sang my song softly to me as he undressed us, his voice low, husky, and full of emotion. I fought back tears the entire time. When the part where the long instrumental section came up, and his ministrations to my body got more intense, the rest of the song was quickly forgotten, and it became very clear that 6 months of separation and restraint had done nothing to squelch our fire. If anything, the weight had made it better. It meant more. It meant everything. Our reconnection was intense and deeply emotional, like much of our relationship had been. He muttered things to me while we made love, how beautiful he thought I was, how much he'd missed me, how much he needed me, how empty he'd been, how much he loved me. I couldn't even speak to tell him I felt the exact same way. I was too overcome by the emotion in his voice. And then he said something that tore me. "Don't leave. I don't want to be alone." He had actual tears in his eyes as he looked down on me. "I don't want to be alone anymore." Even through the intensity of everything else I was feeling, I could sense the waves of loneliness coming off of him. I grabbed his face, our movements never stopping. I'm not. I won't. Ever. I kissed him fiercely to reassure him, and he twisted us so that we were still facing each other but lying sideways on the bed, still connected, still moving together, still making love to each other. His eyes watered to near overflowing, and he closed them, his hand moving from our hips to trail up the side of my body, pulling me even closer to him, like he couldn't get near enough. I don't want to be without you, he whispered. I'm right here, Kellan. I grabbed his hand and put it over my racing heart. I'm with you. I'm right here. My eyes watered now, too, and I closed them as emotion flooded me. I kissed him again, and he left his hand over my heart, almost as if he was afraid that if he removed it, I suddenly wouldn't be real anymore. I moved my hand over his heart, right over his tattoo, and we both felt the pulsing life of each other. I opened my eyes and studied his face between tender kisses. He relaxed a bit as my kiss and heartbeat eased his ache, but he left his eyes closed. I got lost in the moment, watching him, watching the emotion and the pleasure, and even the moments of pain shift through his features. His steady rhythm started increasing along with his breath, and I kissed him softly as low groans he made quickened my own breath. I knew he was getting close, but I was so mesmerized by watching him that I'd almost stopped paying attention to the amazing things going on in my body. I couldn't concentrate on anything but the look on his face and the ache in his voice. Just when I knew he was on the edge, he opened his eyes and cupped my cheek with the hand that had been resting on my heart. Please, he whispered intently. I'm so close, Kiera. He inhaled through his teeth and groaned softly. I don't want to do this alone. His eyes still glistened, like any minute a heavy tear would drop, and my own eyes moistened again in response. I'm right here, Kellan. You're not alone. You're not alone anymore. I stopped focusing on what I was doing to him and started focusing on what he was doing to me. That tiny mental shift was all I needed to fall right off the edge. I gripped him tight and held absolutely nothing back from him, letting him know exactly how deep in this I was with him, and he fell right off that edge with me. Then, as we both fell, our eyes locked and we simultaneously stopped breathing, stopped vocalizing, and silently experienced something deeply profound. Together. Our lips found each other's as the fire raged through each of us, hard at first, deep and intense kisses, and then tapering off to light, barely brushing each other caresses, as the fire in us dulled to glowing embers, waiting to flare up again when the moment was right. He readjusted our bodies, but kept us facing each other, his arms wrapped around me and holding me tight. With another soft kiss, he murmured, "Thank you." And I blushed horribly, but clutched him tight. He dropped his head to the crook of my neck and, rocking against my skin, softly said, "I'm sorry." I pulled back, and he reluctantly lifted his head to look at me. He looked satisfied, but a little embarrassed, too. I didn't mean to practically become a girl. He shook his head and looked down while a soft laugh escaped me at the memory of once accusing him of being just that. I brought a hand to his cheek and he looked back up at me. "Can I assure you that you're not?" He smiled softly at the comment. His smile flipped to a small frown and he looked down again. "It's just been a while, and there was a time when I thought we'd never be." He shrugged as he struggled for words. "I guess I just got a little overwhelmed by it, and I'm sorry." He looked up and an adorably cute grimace was on his face. I didn't mean to freak out. That was embarrassing. There is nothing about you to be embarrassed about. A small devilish smile lifted his lips, and I blushed as the way he'd taken my words sank in. With a small laugh, I ran my hand back through his hair and kissed him for a long moment. Pulling back, I ran my fingers down his cheek and, in as comforting a voice as I could muster, said, "You don't have to ever feel sorry with me for that, for saying what you really feel, or fear." I shifted us so I was on my back and he was mostly on top of me, our legs warmly tangling together. I cupped his face in both of my hands while he smiled contentedly above me. "Don't ever hold anything back from me. I want to know. I want to know what you're feeling, even if you think I don't, even if you have trouble saying it." His eyes drifted away from mine, and I gently moved his head until he looked at me again. "I love you. I'm not going anywhere." He nodded and sank down to lie on top of me, his arms tucked under me, his forehead resting against my neck. I sighed and began repeatedly running my fingers back through his hair, occasionally turning to kiss his head, making him sigh and hold me tighter. And so, our first night sleeping together, in the figurative and literal sense of the word, ended with me holding and comforting him. And I found something deep and emotionally binding in that. As my fingers brushing through his hair eventually soothed him into sleep, his hold on me never slackened, and I realized that it never would. The love we felt for each other, while definitely never planned or expected, as I suppose most love isn't, had irrevocably seared us both to the core. It wouldn't fade. It wouldn't shift to another. It probably wouldn't always be easy, but it would always be. Always. And as sleep drifted over me, true peace followed right behind it.
Thoughtless was written by S.C. Stevens and read by Rebecca Ross. Editing and post-production by Common Mode. The associate producer was Ben Rimmelauer. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Thoughtless is available in paperback from Gallery Books.